Hello, everyone, and welcome to the BI Livecast series. My name is Andrea Orth. I'm the VP of Member Services here at Brand Innovators, and I'd like to welcome you all to today's livecast, the Diversity Summit. Today is really special, and I'm thrilled to kick it off. We've got a phenomenal lineup of marketers coming to us virtually from companies like Influential, Combs Enterprises, Crayola, Group Black Holler, Group GoodRx, TikTok, Instagram, Westbrook Entertainment, and UMG. Really an amazing lineup. We'd like to thank all of the marketers for taking the time to speak and present here today. We'd also like to give a big shout out to our sponsors at Influential for helping make this event possible. And last but not least, we'd like to thank our audience for taking the time to be here with us today. Remember, we're live, so you have the opportunity to engage with our speakers in real time. Just use the Q&A widget at the bottom of your screen to submit questions for our speakers. We'll get to them at the end of each session. The chat widget is there too, which is just for our audience and listeners at home. You can use that to connect with each other, attendees, and discuss the event in real time. Now, I'd like to welcome our MC for the day. We're going to have Chief Communications Officer at Influential, Chris Dietert. Welcome, Chris. He's joining any second now. Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Great. Thanks. Welcome to the stage here. And thanks for emceeing for today. I'll go ahead and pass it on to you to introduce yourself and to introduce our speakers. Thanks so much. Have a great session.
So much. Hey, everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of Influential's Livecast with Brand Innovators. For those of you who are not familiar with Influential, we are an AI influencer technology that drives actual business outcomes, including sales, foot traffic into stores, and TV tune-in lift. Today, for our last Brand Innovators Livecast of the year, we decided to tackle one of the most important topics of the world that we live in today, diversity. Now more than ever, diversity is at the intersection of all things culture. From business to entertainment, diversity, equity, inclusion, and access are critical elements to our society. Today's speakers are some of the most powerful voices in this movement, and we are so excited and proud to have them join us on stage. So without further ado, let's jump into our first session. Please welcome our first speaker, Jay Lundy, VP of Investments and New Ventures at Combs Enterprises. Jay leads new ventures, investments, diligence, and business development strategy at Combs Enterprises. He also has an extensive experience in management consulting at BCG, where he has led growth strategy and operational transformation projects globally. Jay founded Fuel Good Protein, a health and wellness company, and Civitas, a GovTech platform. A moderator will be Jess Holloway, Director of Sales at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Jay, and welcome to the stage, Jessica.
Hello, hello.
How are we doing today, Jay?
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Doing great. Excited to have you on. I'll give it to Jess. Take it away, Jess.
All right. So happy to be here. Love that we are here talking about diversity. I think that this is obviously a great time, Jay, that we can kind of bring this to life and talk a bit more deeply about diversity in general, because obviously I think right now it's been kind of a topic that's been popping up all over the place, whether it's between brands and marketing or just from an organization standpoint. I think this has been a really major topic that's been popping up. And so I think today it'll be great for us to give the audience a little bit of a look deeper into what all of this means, because I think diversity and inclusion are definitely not just buzzwords that we should just be throwing around. And I think there's a ton of questions around a lot of the new positions and opportunities that are coming to life based on some of these initiatives. So I think what would be really great is if we can start by giving the audience a little bit of insight on your background specifically. I know you're currently a VP of Investments and New Ventures at Combs Enterprises, but you actually spent a big bulk of your career, and work in diversity and inclusion with Boston Consulting Group. So I'd love for you to just give us a little background on that and just to introduce yourself a little more deeply on how you wound up being in such a very diversity specific role over there.
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk through that. And again, so excited to be here. Jess, it really goes beyond just my time at BCG and even my time at Combs Enterprises. I grew up one of 7 kids, and diversity was so critical to my experience. It was really focused on how can I and my siblings have experiences that gave us new perspectives, that showed us how other people thought, other experiences, challenges other people had. And that sense of just empathy and understanding has carried with me kind of through college. After college, I actually did Teach for America. So I taught and was a middle and high school teacher in dealing with a host of social, racial, economic issues was something I had to deal with every single day. So when I finally joined Boston Consulting Group, I really wanted to focus on solving some of these problems. And this was well before Breonna Taylor, well before George Floyd. I really spent a lot of my time working with some of the biggest companies in the world, helping them look at culture, helping them look at what the issues were with people of color, women, and a range of other dimensions of diversity, not just in the United States, also in different parts of the world. I spent time in Latin America, Saudi Arabia, all over Asia, really dealing with issues. And certainly we are a lot to be done still in the United States, but dealing with some of those markets was particularly challenging. And I think most companies now are not just US based, they have a global footprint. So how you are able to understand what the issues are in different markets, what the solutions need to be, is critically important. So that experience at BCG, where it was partly, marketing and how do we, present our company and the companies that we represented in the best foot forward, but also how do we go one level deeper and think about the internal dynamics within our companies? How do we think about hiring? How do we think about making sure that people making decisions are in fact diverse, so those decisions themselves have a much higher likelihood of resonating with diverse communities? It's not just putting out statements, putting out products that we think will resonate with these communities. It's really about making sure the team, the pipelines behind those products, behind those campaigns are truly diverse. So they understand what different markets want, what different markets need, and it comes across in an authentic way. So that was really my path to diversity. It was doing those type of problems and working with companies on these type of issues for many, many years. And in my role now, I get to continue that work, working directly with either companies we invest in, working directly with different communities, support them in terms of things like economic empowerment. It really is a true opportunity to take a platform that has great reach in diverse communities and make sure that we're delivering services, products, and just messages that are truly diverse.
Oh yeah, I think that goes without saying that it definitely, the word diversity, while it seems like I think a lot of people see these new roles popping up, DEI roles, and you're seeing all over the news different brands and corporations starting to create those roles. But it really does, diversity impacts business from top to bottom, and from the way that we inwardly communicate all the way to the way we are outwardly communicating to the world. So I think it's really great that you have all of that experience, especially globally, because of the way that this has kind of been seeing and how diversity has been impacting different companies across the globe. I think for me, what was my life was a little bit different, and my path was a little bit different into having a whole understanding of how diversity might impact my life and my career path. I think originally when I first started working in New York City in advertising, for me, it was all about the work I was doing, how hard I was working, what I was doing to bring myself to the next level. But as I started to evolve within my career, I did start to notice some of those moments where I couldn't really understand why there were people being passed up for specific roles that I thought that they should have gotten as a woman or as, someone of color. And so I think my brain had like that turn on aha moment a little later in my career than I had actually, than a lot of people might have. So, you've had a lot of experiences throughout your life that probably kind of made you think in this type of way and understand the key importance of this. But were there any specific moments in your life where you finally had like wow, this is a lot bigger than just me and what I can bring to the table here. This is a much bigger issue that needs to be solved with companies all around the world?
Yeah, so I've had a lot of moments on a personal level and a professional level. And I'm not going to mention clients that I had when I was in consulting, but there were certainly moments where you would talk about the issues, you would talk about the results of a survey, where employees were clearly expressing quite clearly issues that they were struggling with or issues that they noticed in their company. And a massive disconnect between what people were saying and leadership. So that to me was startling because I was working with some of the biggest companies in the world who had clear data showing that there were issues. But these companies often just missed the mark, or the solutions they wanted to put forward would not address those issues. And for me, if the biggest companies are struggling to understand, they affect tens of thousands of employees. They affect hundreds and thousands and maybe more, millions of customers. So if those companies are really struggling, to me, that was really where I needed to focus on how do we think about scaled solutions? How do we think about building infrastructure that companies can adopt and use so that they can actually understand and make the right type of change? So that was really the work I did at BCG, working with dozens of companies, particularly after George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, to think about what type of frameworks, what type of materials will resonate with C-suite. It might not be the same thing that's going to resonate with rank and file employees, but if we can get them to understand the issues, they can then go forth and put together things like diversity and inclusion officers who are not on their own or an island, but instead are reporting directly to a CEO or a COO. So they have real ownership. They can go about making sure that there are real succession plans. So there are actual pipelines for people to go from junior employees and have a real place for them to make it into future roles. Like those are the type of things that sometimes get lost. People think it's so hard, and it is. It really is one of the hardest things we're dealing with as a society. But there are solutions, there are ideas, there are things that we can put in place that will get to solutions. And it might not be solutions right now. We live in this culture, we want everything immediate. We want to see the results tomorrow. And there are things that you can do. There's low-hanging fruit that we can reach for. But to see real change, we're going to have to be comfortable putting in place a longer time frame and knowing that it's going to take some inching along, but building that pipeline of people, of processes, of programs, of connections, real connections with communities and customers, that once you get those things in place, once you build your products, once you market your products, you've got people who are willing to listen, people who want to work at your company and build those products. And that's something that we sometimes forget about.
Yeah. And, you spoke to a lot of, speaking with C-suite and leadership and getting them to understand these things. And I think, I bet you there are people who are listening in right now who are thinking to themselves, yeah, the biggest challenge I have is getting those higher level C-suite people to see my point of view on this and to understand why having diversity within our company and the way that we represent ourselves is really important. Because, sometimes those people might be tying things directly to ROI or, hard data that makes them think to themselves, is this something worth, spending money on? Is it something that I need to really do? I feel like we're doing okay. So I would love to hear, your perspective on, how you would encourage people who would love to see some of these changes, whether it's diversity initiatives brought to light or bringing in a more diverse workforce. How do you advise people sometimes to speak to C-suite about this in a way that will actually garner results, in a way that it'll actually be heard?
Yeah, that's the big challenge. The last part of the question, a way that will be heard. And I think it depends. It depends on company culture. It depends on levels of transparency. It depends on how things go up the chain, so to speak. But I think the most important thing I would say is understanding what your role is and how in your role you can be empowered to make change. So if you are someone who, I'm going to make things up here, are writing, content or campaigns, understanding what your role might be in that you can make a change. is that making sure that the language used in that copy is true of anything that might be offensive or is truly inclusive, both in terms of terminology, lingo, acronyms, et cetera. If your role is something around controlling finances of brand spending, are you making sure that you are allocating those resources to diverse companies, supplier diversity? Are you making sure that you're talking to enough people who have the chance to bid for projects? If your roles maybe around kind of talent itself, are you making sure that the people you're seeing, I'm not advocating purely for quotas, but the slates you're looking at, can you have at least a couple of people who are diverse or women or come from different geographic areas? So thinking about what your role is and how you can actually make a difference is something that I think is really key, because once you do that, you can then take those things up the chain, and your executives, your leaders, your managers, I think, are more likely to say, look, Jay or Jess, you do X, Y, Z day to day. Your recommendation around what you do, I respect it. I believe it because you're doing this all the time. That to me has been the most effective strategy, like really finding what you control and understanding how you can make an impact in that lane. And of course, we all have great ideas and we want to be able to share them outside of just our fiefdom, so to speak. So I'm not discouraging that, but I think in this climate now, really thinking about how you can make a difference as immediately as possible is something that we can all do. We can all find something in our daily lives that we actually have some way of impacting. And it could be small. I mean, if you are, a greeter in a store, being friendly and making sure you're being open and welcome to everyone who walks through the door is something that's real. As a Black man, I go into stores sometimes and don't feel warmth from the person greeting me or the cashier. So we can all, big or small, do something that can make a positive impact.
I love that. I think one thing that would be really awesome for us to dive into for a minute is really this new DEI role that's being rolled out across multiple companies and organizations. I think a lot of people have no understanding of what that really means, or some people are like, oh, this is just like another HR person. I think what would be great is to get your take on what you believe this role really is for organizations and how they can actually be really successful in getting the company to really participate and have strong beliefs in some of these different diverse programs. I think, one thing that I have seen throughout my life that makes things so much easier for the C-suite to understand is when the whole company is rallying around something, or when you see that the company is actually being educated continuously on a specific topic so that they understand more deeply why certain things are happening. So would love to hear your take on this DEI role and how, people in this position can be successful in getting their companies to rally around them and not just see them as just some new addition that's like an HR facing type of role.
Yeah, and you are so spot on about some of the fears and challenges. So there's a couple of dynamics in play here. So there obviously were the things that happened last summer and a reaction to those things. So there are companies that had, DE&I officers before that, many companies, or at least had that function reporting into an HR leader. The challenge is there have been so many companies that have, rightfully so, reacted to what happened, creating these roles, that they've put these leaders in a position where they're almost compromised getting started. They're kind of this new person, this new added layer of HR. They are, not the fun hire. They're the person that's going to restrict and challenge and kind of have rules and all these things. I've heard this from employees. So what I think is really important is, one, empowering that person. So I think when that person, when she or he sits within, the complex web of HR, it becomes another HR person who, I think is sometimes not empowered unless they have decision-making capability. What I've seen most successful is when that chief diversity, equity, inclusion officer actually has their own kind of team. So they're sitting outside of purely HR, maybe kind of dotted line into HR, but sitting and reporting directly into the C-suite. Because right now, the things that they need to be doing, understanding how employees feel, understanding how stakeholders feel in your markets, understanding kind of supply chain dynamics, understanding the external communication that a company is saying about these issues, understanding what C-suite executives are saying in speeches and earnings reports. Those things fit across an entire company. Some of those are HR. Supply chain is an operations issue in many ways. Understanding how you're externally perceived is a comms and PR issue. So these things are not things that neatly fall into one particular bucket. So having this person really sit where they have the ability to actually interface with different executives, have decision-making capabilities, not only empowers them, but allows them to take into account what the company is, what the company's employees are, what they need, and actually implement real change. So I think that's the key for me. The other thing is really thinking about, and it varies by company size, is this one person? Is this a team? Really giving resources to this. This is not something that this person becomes a Band-Aid solution and you've solved diversity and inclusion. It's quite the opposite. I mean, this involves hard data, surveying customers, or employees, surveying customers, looking at exit interviews. What are people saying when they leave? What are customers saying when they buy your product? Understanding Yelp reviews, understanding all of the noise that's out there, social media, what are people saying kind of on chains? Those things are data points that go into the assessment of a company's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And those things translate to things like brand score, to things like customer loyalty, to things like stickiness and retention of customers and clients. So if you connect the dots, I think it really validates, oh, wow, we need a person, we need a team, we need to invest in them, we need to give them resources. If it is a short-sighted exercise and you're just thinking about, okay, our competitor did this, we need to do it too, let's just find someone, we'll give them a title, that is not the recipe for success.
Yeah, no, I love that answer. So your background is definitely really unique, and you were at BCG for a while, and now you've pivoted over to working at Combs Enterprises. So, I'd love to hear a little bit about how that came to be for you, why this role felt really right for you moving over into this type of position, and then how you've applied all of your learnings within this in diversity to Combs Enterprises, because obviously that's a company that's very rooted in diversity already. So I'd love to just hear a little bit about how you're taking what you've learned throughout your journey and applying it to your most recent role.
Yeah, I love that, just because you mentioned journey. I think we are all on journeys. And for me, finding ways that I've been able to continually make impact, grow and evolve and develop has been really key. So for me, when I decided to leave BCG, I really wanted to go from having these very intense, very impactful 3 or 4 month stints at different companies to thinking about how I could make frankly, a larger impact over a longer period of time. So for me, it was less about continuing the sprint and let's solve this and leave, but let's go into a role where I can look and invest in companies and help think about what should the world look like when we think about technology companies, when we think about financial services companies, when we think about just social media platforms, making sure that we were able to put our stamp on the type of companies, the way those companies grew, the way those companies target and engage people of color. That was really, really important for me. And I'm able to do that in my role where part of what I do is talking to founders, talking to companies and understanding how they're making a real impact. And that impact often evolves from purely diversity in terms of race, women, everything. You go down the list. So that's been a big thing that I've been really proud of. The other thing I get to do in my role is really think about incubating and building new things. So that builder mindset. I've been fortunate to found 2 startups kind of over the course of my career that have been really fun experiences. One in the health and wellness space with my wife, and the other in the government technology space. Both of those, in their own ways, we're targeting impact and targeting diversity. And it might not have been kind of diversity with regards to Black people around, but it was different elements of making people feel more included and included in the world they live in through health and wellness and through government and technology. So I'm able to do a lot of that in my current role, where we're able to look at gaps in markets, look at where there are needs for new companies, new ideas that will empower entrepreneurs, which will support business owners, and really also give them, the ability to be on a more even playing field. So that's what's exciting to me. In being at a company like Combs Enterprises, we obviously have a massive platform. So being able to do this work and have the scale factor almost built in is really, really important, because it's important for the communities that we will be able to serve, but it's also important to create a narrative on just how important this work is and just how important we, society, needs, different actors and different people with their platforms and audiences playing a real role giving back. And that's giving back both philanthropically, which is important, to diversity. How do we support communities, give back, et cetera? But also thinking about how do we give back in a way that's sustainable through business, creating mechanisms, creating infrastructure, platforms, processes that Black and brown business owners, entrepreneurs can use to increase wealth, to close the wealth gap, to get more jobs, to close disparity in job rates. So all those things are kind of the KPIs that are always running in my mind when I think about where I'm at and how I'm able to have impact. But this certainly is a different role than I was at with BCG. But importantly, the ability to make an impact within diversity, equity, and inclusion still holds true.
So I think we've actually hit a really cool point here, and I'd love to probe you a little bit more on this. So as you know, right now has been a really great time, especially for those startups, those companies that were born purely out of hustle. And even for, I work obviously at Influential, we work with influencers consistently, and influencers of color who are starting to build up their own platforms and really sell themselves as a business within these different spaces. I think what would be really interesting is tell me a little bit about, because you're constantly looking at new companies and new ventures that might be fruitful, what advice would you give to people who are, have their own startups and they're trying to get to that next level of investment, and they're trying to show their level of diversity, but also trying to show why they stand out from the crowd? I'd love to hear what advice you would have for them as they're trying to get to the next level that makes people like you say, oh yeah, this is a great, outside of obvious just ROI. This is a great company and definitely something worth investing in and pursuing.
Yeah, I love that, because so often companies want to be everything to everyone. Big companies, but in particular, small companies and startups. One of the things that I experience, it's both personally and in my role now, is needing to focus on what is it that you do that is truly different and special? What is your special sauce? So the closer you can get to nailing that question and being authentically true with yourself and your company about, we do X and we do X really, really well, especially early stage. I think everyone wants to try to do all these things, have all these features, have this massive presence. But if you focus on what your core value is, you can be quite successful early on. And I'll give some examples. If you think about even some of the biggest companies today, companies like Clubhouse. Clubhouse is not this overly complex company. Clubhouse is an audio company where you can talk to people and listen to conversations. There isn't video yet. There isn't all these fancy things. Uber, when Uber started, it was truly a company that you could get rides on. There was no Uber Eats, there was no Uber Freight, there were no things down the path. So the closer you can get to what is your core thing that you do well, that's something I recommend to all startups, because I think there's almost a feeling that you need to do everything. You need to overly impress people. But sometimes simplicity is key, and really showing how you do that thing that you do really well is, I think, the biggest thing that sets you apart. it also allows you to prove that you have a real path to success. If you can say, look, we're going to start with this one feature, this one way of doing something, and we can reach X number of customers, and we can kind of, make X amount of money, that to me, and to a lot of investors, really signals clarity of mind, signals focus, signals the ability of that person to execute. And those are traits that are important when you're a founder, especially early on, because there is so much noise. There is so much going on. How do you kind of avoid that noise and focus on what your true thing is?
Yeah, no, that's great. That like stay true to yourself and what you do well. I think that is definitely a key. That's a key message that they should be hearing. So let's just pivot over to marketing and advertising. So I think, at least I immediately noticed that things have started to look a little different. In marketing and advertising, I'm starting to see a lot more diversity within the way that brands are representing themselves and their products, and in the ways that they're integrating with different cultures. So, I always love to get an understanding of what people think are companies or brands that are starting to do it right, or at least starting to put some really cool examples out there that they're loving, that they think are actually really effective. I can tell you, at least from my perspective, I love how McDonald's has kind of evolved a bit and started making some of those really cool celebrity meals. And they're leaning not only into different cultures, but they're leaning into moments. They're about to release their celebrity meal with Mariah Carey for obvious holiday time reasons. So, but I love that because, this holiday, she's one of the first people we think about. And she's also somebody who is not just your cookie cutter person. She's a really textured woman, and has a lot of culture within her. So I'd love to hear if you have any brands that you've thought or you've seen have been starting to kind of evolve and do some cool things that you think will help change people's way of thinking.
Yeah, so I like this question a lot because, look, I don't think anyone has solved it. To be pessimistic, to be, a hater here, but I do think companies have done well on certain levels and dimensions. And what I mean by levels and dimensions is, there obviously are the external things that you see, and companies like McDonald's are making some really good strides. If I were to pop on TV or any OTT platform, Hulu, Amazon, whatever, the commercials I'm going to see are much more diverse. And they're much more diverse, in terms of I'm going to see same-sex couples kissing. I'm going to see, interracial families. I'm going to see, people from different religious backgrounds. That is important. That is important because so much of this country and the world, sees commercials, watches television, media content, and that becomes, at least to many, a reflection of what the world is, what it looks like. So the more we have companies and platforms putting forward messages, showing different things around diversity is important. So I think you're right. All the big companies, I've seen, Sprite, McDonald's, others make positive strides there. Even on the retail side, companies like Sephora have done a lot of things about making sure their store shelves are much more diverse. There's something amazing called the 15% Pledge, started by this dynamic woman, Aurora James, who has worked with some of the big retailers to ensure that 15% of their products or more are Black-owned products. So things like that are really taking away and making sure that the external and outward view of what we see either on our screens or in stores is looking more diverse. And I applaud that. When you look at things like print media, magazine covers, go to the store, look at the magazine covers you're going to see, whether it's Vogue, whether it's Sports Illustrated, they are getting more diverse. And that is important because, again, representation, children, adults, older people, we all see these things and that becomes a reflection of what the world is. So it's very important to have that. I would just stress that it's also important to go one level deeper. So who are the editors? Who are the camera crew, the producers behind Mariah's McDonald's meal, behind the Vogue cover? Who's behind that? Are we making sure those people are diverse? There's this amazing company that I love that actually they work with stylists. So they realize that TV shows, movie sets were having talent of color, but not having stylists who knew how to deal with their hair or their skin. So they started this amazing company called Black Beauty Roster that basically provides stylists and makeup artists who know how to work with diverse talent. And that is to me, an example of, it's not just the talent, it's not just the external output of something. It's also looking behind and seeing who's holding the camera, who's writing the script, who is greenlighting the budget, who is executive producing everything. We need those people to be diverse as well, to make sure that those outward products don't have any gimmicks, or don't have any issues when there's a word they use, or there's a tone, or this talent came up in 3 shades lighter than they really look in real life. Like, these issues have come up, and they're coming up because the people behind the scenes, in many cases, weren't diverse or didn't understand the totality of the situation. So certainly lots of companies doing great things. I think you mentioned, some of the fast food chains are doing a better job. And a lot of the retail companies. I think that business retail has been struggling for a while, but trying to make sure that you make your stores more attractive to customers and segments that you have, not focused on for many years is a step in the right direction.
Absolutely. And I think I think what the key combination will be for brands to be successful here is not only reflecting that in the way that they are communicating, but also in the way that they are restructuring internally to be supportive of that same message. So not just outwardly putting out content where you're weaving in people of different sexualities, races, people with different disabilities, but I think it's also in those organizations practicing that as well and showing that they are making those changes and taking steps to ensure that, every type of person is being taken care of within an organization. I think that if you have the combination of those two things, that'll be really powerful for some of these brands. And like you said, it's not something that we can expect to be an overnight change. And I don't think we should want it to be an overnight change, because that means it's just a switch that was flipped. And switches can be just flipped off. I think it has to be change that is being deeply rooted into these organizations that will really impact change in the way they evolve from here on out and the way they think. Speaking of the way that people are thinking, the way that we think in general, I think what's really important is to maybe get an understanding or give some advice to the younger generations that are coming in, starting to be part of the workforce. Gen Z, even in and of themselves, while some of them are not even yet old enough to go get a job at the local retail shop, some of them are creating content and making money that way. So I'd love to hear, what advice you would give to the younger generations as they start to join these companies and start to work in the work world, about how they continue to push diversity forward and make it something that's more of a, an everyday conversation rather than something that just pops up when something negative happens.
I think this is really where the power lies. If you look at any assessment of population trends, and not to go down that path, this is the solution. The next generation, Gen Z, they hold the power to shape how we work, where we work. And you're seeing that firsthand with so much virtual work. People who are, I think, under the age of 30 are just not going back to an office 5 days a week, 40, 50 hours a week. That's just not going to happen. And you're seeing some companies be stubborn, some of the banks, and really push and say, look, we're going to be back in the office. But you're going to have a hard time attracting talent doing that. So I think there's a huge opportunity for Gen Z to continue and play a role shaping how we work, shaping the values that we work around, shaping the culture of the places that they work. And you're seeing that already. And I would just suggest, don't stop, be relentless. There is no need at this point to work at one place for 30, 40 years, your entire career, like so many of our parents did. If there's a company that is not embodying the values you want, leave. There are opportunities, and I think that we need to make sure that the companies that we work for really do hold the values that we want to see in the world. And it's something that it's going to take, having conversations. It's going to take pushing managers, mid-level managers, to be more flexible, pushing people out of their comfort zones. And I really do use the example of these twin forces between Black Lives Matter, Stop Asian Hate, et cetera, and also COVID as these two forces. I'd say Me Too as well. Me Too, I think, really started before that. And I did a lot of work with Me Too when I was at PCG. But these social forces that have galvanized workforces are key. So I think when things happen, we have a responsibility to say something, or a responsibility to advocate for change. Not only be our own self-advocates, but be advocates for others who don't have a voice. And that's what you're seeing happen, and that's what you're seeing move the needle, when it's not just certain groups being the ones to call for change, but allies are centering and kind of coming to the table to support those issues. If you look at the marches that were happening last summer, if you look at the marches that were happening, in the past couple of months in different places and different issues, it is a very kind of, it's a more diverse group of people than some of the marches that you saw 30, 40, 50 years ago for different social issues. So the more we come together, not just in terms of different sexualities, races, but also ages, it just creates, an unstoppable force that can change the culture of workforces, can change not only the culture, but the structure of the culture. And what I mean by that is, how do we really change infrastructure and rules around how we work? How do we kind of put in place things that ensure that if something happens, there are zero tolerance policies? This is not something that disappears and is NDAs and we just deal with it. Like, we can put in place and make real change happen, both within companies, through policy in DC, et cetera. And that should be what we shoot for. It should be, making things better for ourselves and for our own conditions, but also as we think about just generations down the line.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, I think one thing that I myself would love for that next generation to understand is that it is them and each other supporting each other in these moments that will actually help impact and make change, instead of everybody sticking to one specific lane and only supporting their one specific lane, because that's how things wind up coming to a head. Nothing ever gets done. Whereas when you're able to see those other perspectives and understand that what they're going through is as important as what others are going through, and that working together we can make big impact, I think it's a definite powerful statement. And especially because they're such an engaged generation who knows how to leverage technology even better than millennials, which who would have thunk it? I think they have a really powerful place to be. So we only have a few minutes left in the session. I did have one more question for you. And obviously this is like the big grandiose question, which is, where do you see us in the next, 5 or 10 years? What does that look like in your hopes and in your perspectives, based on all that we've seen changing within this space, even within this past couple of years? And like you said, I think some of the events that have been happening between COVID, the Black Lives Matter movement, Me Too, a lot of those movements have added some fuel to the fire that wasn't really there before. What is your hope for the future for some of these types of movements? And what is your hope for the ability for organizations and where they stand on this type of change within the future?
Yeah, so there's my very optimistic view where I hope that, we are able to be at a point where we don't have to have, massive social movements to represent and get the change we need. I'd like to think that we're moving in that direction, but we have a long way to go. What I think we're going to see, though, is I think companies, through in particular Black Lives Matter, realize that they have to take a stand. For the longest, companies have said, oh, we're not political. Oh, we don't get involved in social issues. And what's interesting is the companies who said that, and there are companies that said that during Black Lives Matter, those companies suffered. Those companies' share prices went down. Those companies had people want to leave. You have to have a stance now. And what that's going to do is create a microscope on companies. And most companies will pass the test. Most companies, I really do think, executives and leaders are good, fair, well-minded people who are on the right side of history. But it's going to take companies really understanding that they have to stand for something. And you need to stand for what's right, what's fair, what's just, what's diverse, what's equitable, what's inclusive. And I think that with the advent of technology, with the advent of Internet 3.0, Web 3.0, things like the metaverse, things like blockchain, all of these technological forces combined with the rise of content, the rise of connected content, the rise of personalization and curation. All of these things lead us to a point where everything matters. So you're going to have companies that are really going to need to do the right thing publicly, to make sure that they are hiring, make sure that they're really being as good a citizen of the world, corporate world and otherwise, as possible. So I think we're moving to a direction where that's going to be a force that moves companies towards a place where it's not just people on the ground doing movements. It's not just government playing a role, but I think you'll see the private sector, the business community become a stakeholder and become an advocate of these issues, because they're going to have to, because employees are going to demand that of them, because customers are not going to buy their products if they don't do the right things or work with diverse suppliers or say the right things. So that is my prediction. I think it's going to be a fascinating next 5 to 10 years, and it's going to be uncomfortable for a lot of existing status quo leaders. And I anticipate there being turnover in leadership. I anticipate a world where things may get younger, but I think it's going to move us to a direction where companies are going to just play a larger role, and the products they build, the products they make, the products they sell are going to reflect diversity more, whether they are a product that physically you can look at and say is diverse, or the value chain, the process to build that product is also diverse.
Yeah. And, I think the other thing I will say in regards to that is, I think the way that companies can be really successful in continuing to develop diversity in-house is really creating touch points in ways where everyone in the company can get a better understanding of why these things are happening and of different cultures and the reasons why certain things are, happening the way that they are happening. And not that it's just some, we're doing this so that we look better, but giving them a cultural perspective of why we are, doing things the way that we are, and why it's important that we have an understanding of these different cultures. I will say I've worked at previous places where I thought they were completely tone deaf to some of the things that they were doing. Then again, I've also worked at companies who gave me the ability to understand different cultures or be part of different groups, or even just see different groups speak to what they do. And I think that was really powerful for me in my career, because it gave me different perspectives that I never even thought of would even matter within the walls of me working in advertising. So I think that whole ability to continue to educate your employees around certain topics and give them the ability to understand why things are happening will actually be more powerful for brands and companies that are looking to embrace this type of change. And I think we actually just hit our time. Let me check in with our friendly moderator. Oh, there he is.
Like clockwork. Great session, guys. Jay, quick question for you. I loved what you said about having the diversity officer roll up directly to the CEO and not go through the HR office. Have you seen that, in action at several of the companies that you've worked at, or is that a newer format? Tell me a little about that.
Yeah, I've seen that in real companies, and I've frankly put that into real companies, and it's been effective. I think it requires hiring someone who can have that role and can have the gravitas to push back and challenge and probe with a CEO. But once you have that person, it creates the ability to, I think, move a lot faster. It creates someone who has the visibility across the company to understand those unique things that make that company special, but also those challenges that that company has and where there are actual points that you can lever to make a difference. And that's why I talk about a lot of times, the issue is maybe it's really a supply chain issue. Maybe the issue is communications. But if that, chief diversity officer, if she or he is sitting, tucked in somewhere and doesn't really know that or isn't getting that firsthand, it's often hard for them to realize that that's the priority. That's where you should start. And then they start somewhere else.
That's awesome. Well, that was a great session, guys. Jess, amazing questions, amazing follow-up. Thank you guys so much for this. We're going to move on to our next session, but thank you both. All right, for our next session, we're moving into a panel discussion. I'd like to welcome Mimi Dixon, Marketing and Communications at Crayola, Jay Hammonds, Executive Support Engineering at Robinhood, and Rocky Joseph, Chief Experience Officer at Kindred. Welcome to the stage, guys. Hi, Mimi.
Hello.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Love having you here. And I see my man, Jay. What's up, Jay? How are you?
How's it going? Doing well.
Good. Welcome to the stage. And Rocky, how are you?
Doing well. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here.
Awesome. And last but not least, our faithful moderator, Rick Morales, should be coming in any second now. There he is. Hey, Rick.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. Good to see all your faces.
Hey, Rick.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. I want to thank you first and foremost for the platform. Thanks to Brand Innovators and Influential for allowing me to be here. Now, I wanted to, thank you all for being here, but I also wanted to just give a little introduction to myself and why I'm here today. Hispanic male, grew up in the inner cities of New York and worked my way into media, and very, very happily landed in the radio format. I wound up going into traditional radio probably in the mid 90s, and thought it was going to be sort of like a fun, easy walk, but realized soon that it was going to be a challenge and more of a battle. And I saw myself as a pioneer in radio as we scraped for 60 cents to every dollar that the general market would get versus what I was getting at urban and Latino stations. So I learned early on that, there's ways to go as far as diversity goes and equity. And for me, it's just such a near and dear spot because I felt that early on, I was sort of a pioneer, which was exciting. And it was gratifying to see all the changes that have come since that time. And for me, being along with the three of you who are phenomenal pioneers in your own right and in what you do every day, it gives me great pleasure to ask you guys a few questions and have some dialogue, and hopefully we can pass along some great knowledge to all the folks that are tuned in right now and spending their afternoon with us. So with that, I wanted to start with a group discussion. I wanted to open the floor. So we're talking about media, right? Do you believe that today's brands are doing a good job at fostering equity in their messages? Right? And what does that look like to you? Who would like to take that one?
I'll start. I can kick it off, Rick. So I think it's a tricky question. And why I say tricky is because my personal mantra is that diversity is a journey, right? So it depends on the brand and it depends on the company. It depends on where you are internally with your DEI practices, beliefs, leadership. And so you are seeing some brands that are out in the marketplace that are kind of eons, if you will, above others. And then you see others that are just starting out. So you're going to continue, in my opinion, to see this span of activation, understanding, like I said, activation, marketing, campaigns, products. You're going to see a wide range of that as we are, quote unquote, getting up to speed, if you will. Or if you're along there, you see brands and companies along that diversity and inclusion journey and continuum.
Got it. So you're thinking it's more of an evolution.
Most certainly. Oh, most certainly. Most certainly.
Got it. Got it. Jay, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I totally agree with Mimi. I do believe that we're starting to see a turn of the corner where there's better representation across, all mediums. But we're still not in a space where it is completely inclusive or equitable. But I think, the events that happened last year started a conversation, and we've seen minimal efforts to make this turn. But we are actually seeing more and more people who look like ourselves, represented in media. And I think it's starting to become at the forefront of what we do and what we care about in terms of these companies. And because of, the events that have gone on over the last couple of years, this last year especially, I believe that, we'll just see a continuum of this. And so I'm happy with some of the results that we've seen, but there's still a very long road to go.
Yeah, that's great. Raquel, what do you think, Rocky?
Yeah, Jay, we definitely have a long road to go, but what I am seeing, and that really excites me, are more brands taking what I would consider to be risk and what they definitely probably consider to be risky, which is investing in products, investing in campaigns or cultural celebrations that they haven't embraced in the past, probably because they didn't think that there was a market there or that it wasn't, economically viable. I'm seeing more diverse representation of the AAPI community, which is humongous, but has been treated really monolithically for years and years. And I'm really excited about the opportunities. I think brands are going to start to unlock the fact that we're going to be seeing more data coming out of those campaigns, success stories, which is just going to encourage people to continue the journey on the continuum that Mimi mentioned.
That's great. And I think one thing that stuck out that a lot of you sort of either mentioned or alluded is that there's a ongoing conversation. And I think the fact that we're there, that's a good starting point, right? Like we're sort of at the cusp of getting things finally to happen. And I think that that's only going to happen through these kind of conversations and being open, right, to the information. So if you're on the receiving end today and you're listening to these three brilliant people talk, you want to take some notes and really take it to heart that this is coming from people who have not only been pioneering it, but they're living it. So I think that that's a very powerful message on its own. So
Rick, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Rick, one more.
No,
And
no.
I'll just add too, is that we make a great point of starting point. I think the rubber will meet the road is to see if this has longevity, if it's evergreen, right? If it's being done because of what happened last year. Is it a short term or is it a long term? I think that's what we're going to be in to buckle up our seatbelts to see. And that's where we're really going to see true change is in the long term. So like you said, great start, a lot of great strides, but are we going to see that continuum happen over the years?
Exactly. No, that's great. That's great. And I believe wholeheartedly as well. I think we're in a good place where you have companies like, Crayola, Kindred, or, Robinhood that are all, starting to take that initiative and building from within out, right? Because that's where it's got to start at the core of the organization. So all valid points. Thank you, guys. Rocky, since you made some really strong points about DEIA, tell me a little bit about the work that you're doing supporting organizations that are starting to become a little more introspective. They're considering their impact on the on environmental, social, and governance practices. What's driving this reassessment? What do you think is at stake for companies not convinced they need to make those decisions?
Great question, Rick. And the last discussion with Jay and Jessica touched a lot on this. The social movements, the stakeholder demands that are driving leaders to really take a step back and an assessment of, these are things that maybe weren't on my business priority list that need to be amplified. And also realizing, doing that assessment internal to the organization, what resources do we have to accomplish this work? What do I, as a leader, what tools and skills do I have to do this work? And I think people are seeing that there's a gap there. And so the work that I do day in and day out is really to help support those leaders who need more resources, tools, and understanding in order to respond to those stakeholder demands. It really caught my eye when Jay was talking about in 5 years, he's expecting a turnover in leadership. I think that's absolutely true. We're already seeing that happen where leaders haven't been able to kind of make that jump, especially in the difficult circumstances that we're in right now. And so when I think about what's at stake, I honestly think a little bit more about the individual and what's at stake for them. If they're not able to find some personal connectivity to these issues and understand how they influence their decisions, how they can shape the vision of their organization in a way that's going to continue to contribute to its growth and success over time. I don't think any of us like to think about being left behind by the moment, by culture, and by our workplaces. And so that's really what's at stake. Like it's really the need to upskill and invest in those spaces, not just putting a campaign out, but truly having that internal transformation, that team and workplace transformation to support good work in the market. When I said organizations are taking risks, we're seeing some swings and some misses, I think it speaks a lot to what they have internally to support those risks. So that's really what came to mind in that question.
And what do you think breeds that, that shift, what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's a few things. It's the generational shift where we're seeing Gen Z into the workplace. It's the sociopolitical conditions where we're seeing a lot more division in our political state. It's the urgency that's brought by the public health crisis, by the environmental crisis that we're facing. And then, of course, there's the underpinning to many of these crises, which is the continued support of frankly, racist policy and systems across our entire society. And so that's why we're talking about DEI and A at the center of all of these major issues that we have to grapple with as leaders, navigating our livelihood, our safety, everything. So definitely that's driving those shifts.
Totally. I agree with you. That definitely makes a lot of sense. I see sort of a different mindset entering the workforce, right? It's like a different expectation. And I think that it's the leaders that embrace that are the ones that will be successful. And as you said, won't get left behind, right? Because no one wants to get left behind. So you work with a lot of leadership development. What does it mean to be a responsible leader in today's workplace?
That's a great question, Rick. I think it's a complicated question. Like maybe earlier we were saying, it really depends on your organization, your brand. I think that there are a couple of hallmarks though, and one of them is a commitment to analyzing the structure and processes that put your workplace together, and analyzing those things for inequities and for accessibility and for how it's potentially influencing your outputs. And then there's also the internal work, like I mentioned before, the personal connectivity with the issues, really taking the opportunity to explore what your position is in the organization. And so responsible leadership means you can't skimp on the internal work and that you actually have to wield your power. I think a lot of leaders can be a bit hesitant to wield their powers or to push an organization to make steps on environmental, social, and governance issues, DE&I in particular. And I think really, if you're not willing to wield your power, the other hallmark of a responsible leader is someone who's willing to yield their power. So it's kind of like either do something about it or at least step aside and create a path for those who are in a place and ready to make those changes.
I love that. That's actually really powerful. So if you're a leader out there, take heed, because Rocky, you work with lots of organizations in developing them from the inside out, as we mentioned earlier. What has driven you into this? Like, what is the impetus for you?
Great question. I'm really passionate about changing our workplaces. I think a lot of us start our careers full of ideas, full of energy, full of our education and the wanting to contribute. And the path that we take through the workplace does not necessarily allow us to leverage all of that enthusiasm and passion and education to be successful. I found immediately in my career that I was faced with sexism, racism, I was faced with pay inequity, and then that doesn't even count for the societal issues that impact me just because of my identity. I'm a queer woman as well. So I'm, fighting for marriage equality. I'm a Black woman. And so my family has been impacted by generational wealth inequality and what that means for the roles and career that I can build. And I really started to figure out ways to assimilate in order to succeed. Like I think a lot of us do. We code switch, we figure out how to build power, we figure out how to get promoted. But then at the end of the day, you're still in a workplace that doesn't structurally support you, right? And so I got very passionate about like, how do we transform workplaces to not create trauma in people and to not build hurdles for people who could honestly be doing and giving so much more and could honestly, be contributing to success in a really different way. And so that's really how I got into leadership development. That's how I started thinking about how do we show people how all of these issues intersect and how do we support people who want to do the inner work to transform not just the leadership that they're demonstrating, but also the workplaces and the structures that they operate in.
That's amazing. And obviously that's going to continue to fuel your passion and keep you going, because that's, we all live, eat, and breathe it in one way, shape, or form, whether it's gender, whether it's lifestyle, it will all eventually affect us. And if you're running a company, clearly you have to have the mindset to say, I have 1,000 employees, 10,000 employees, they're all coming from all walks of life. How do I keep them happy? How do I foster their and celebrate their individuality and what makes them who they are? So clearly, that's I think a driving force in a lot of the panelists today here, and myself. And actually, I want to switch over to Mimi, because this kind of brings me to you, because you had something to do with something really cool that I actually love, because I'm a father of 3 Latino kids, 2 girls, 1 boy. And for me, I've always noticed that, some of the products that we use aren't always geared towards us. And there was always that concept of like, invitation versus permission, right? So it's like, right? So there's like permission is like, okay, try this general product that is like good for anybody, right? Like whatever product it is, I don't want to name any companies, but versus an invitation where you're literally saying, hey, I made this product with you in mind too. Right. So with that, Mimi, I'd love to find out a little more about what you've been up to recently and the innovation that's come out of Crayola.
Sure. So what we're talking about, and thanks, Rick, for that. What we're talking about is Crayola's Colors of the World skin tone crayons that launched back in 2020. And how that started, and I have to tell the story of the impetus, because that's very important of how it happened. Is we had an opportunity. Crayola is known for color. So we are founded on the principles of color chemistry and color innovation. And we do that every year. So we were in the throes of innovation, and we took a pause to look around the marketplace. And we noticed that the world is becoming more diverse. There's a study that we looked at that said looking at 27 countries, over 70% of those residents felt like their world was becoming more diverse. So this is happening on a world standpoint. Number 2, you look at across the marketplace, and we're seeing brands like Fenty. Rihanna had just launched her Fenty line back in 2017. So we're seeing brands and products becoming more inclusive, if you will. And then we just took a look at internal. Crayola launched multicultural crayons back in 1992, and that consisted of 8 colors. And those colors were like mahogany or burnt sienna. And while there was fanfare for those products, we also did hear from consumers that, hey, number 1, it's not enough. There were 8 colors. We need more. 2, we need better names for those colors, more representative of skin tones. 3, we need new colors, like the colors that we had were already existing in other packs. So they weren't necessarily skin tone colors, but they were put together for the best representation at that time. And then last but not least, we definitely could come up with a better name. for multicultural. Multicultural is not crayons, but it's not a thing. So we definitely could take that opportunity. So I had an idea of the way that which we go to market. So a lot of what you say, Rocky, is that personal passion. And so went to the organization and say, hey, I had an idea, not only on from a marketing standpoint, because that's the role that I'm in marketing, but I have an idea of how we should even develop this product and bring it to the marketplace. And inside of a week, I had a meeting with leadership, and that was across HR and marketing and creative and manufacturing and R&D and you name it. So we had all the right players in the room. And the idea was a two-pronged approach. One is we bring someone in who lives and breathes skin tones 24/7. So we know color, but we don't necessarily know skin tones. And so just kind of recognizing what you have in your wheelhouse, right? So that was number one. And then number two was at the same time, we need to walk the talk. So while we're have a product development process, we need to take this opportunity to look at our internal processes and optimize them. And that was the simple recommendation. I brought in recommendations and strategy as to why, looking at the marketplace. I didn't assume that our leadership kind of knew the lay of the land and what was happening. And what I mean by that, there were missteps. Again, I'm not going to name brands, but there were some missteps that had happened. And in this world of social media, a simple misstep can become, a nightmare, PR as well as product, if you will, and revenue for a company. And inside of an hour, I got alignment to move forward with the strategy that I put forth. And I brought in Victor Casal. Victor Casal has 30 years of experience in skin tones. He first started with developing foundations for burn victims. And then he was the R&D director for MAC Cosmetics. So one, he already had the empathy. Two, he has the science and formulas. And three, he also was the CEO and co-founder for Cover FX, another foundation company. And I looked at beauty first and foremost, just because when I looked at the industry, who to me was being the most inclusive, if you will, or having the most strides in inclusivity. And for me at that time, it was beauty. So inside of a week and a half, we had Victor Casal in our offices. And that was innovative in itself because we've never opened up our R&D processes. So our formulas. So we had him opening up his formulas, us opening up our formulas to put together to come up with 24 brand new colors. And I can tell you that those colors were not because we have 24 count crayons out in the marketplace. We started with his 40 color global palette. So this was all about, to your point, Rick, about inclusion and making sure that we are talking to everyone, right? That invitation to everyone. As well as those marginalized communities as well. And so we stepped down that 40 color palette from light to dark, but also as well as using undertones, which is definitely in beauty. So golden, rose, and almond. And that's how we came up with our 24 new colors. We also leveraged the best practices from naming the crayons. So we have colorful names like Macaroni and Cheese and Purple Mountain's Majesty and Robin's Egg Blue. But that doesn't help consumers when you're trying, especially kids, when you're trying to find a skin tone. So you'll see colors and colors of the world, color names that look like medium deep almond or extra light rose. And so right there, you can start to get an idea of your skin tone color. We also put those color swatches on the pack, so kids could actually use the packaging to help find their skin tone colors. And it really was about, when we think all the way back to the beginning of that project, it really was about inclusion first and foremost. I know we talk a lot about diversity and inclusion, but for Crayola and for myself, it really was about inclusion first. And why inclusion is because inclusion is about feeling included. It's about feeling valued. It's about feeling you're in a safe space. And in those safe spaces, you can thrive. So you have to create that atmosphere, if you will, in our environment of inclusion first and foremost. And then we also followed up with the principles of credibility, transparency, and authenticity. So no matter what we did, whether it was product development, research, marketing, PR, whatever it was, everything, partners, licensing partners, it all went through that lens of inclusion, transparency, credibility, and authenticity. So we launched during the pandemic, as you can imagine. So this was really a digital and social activation. But again, it has been an overwhelming response to the crayons. And I can tell you just personally, and you talked this too, Rocky, too, just personally growing up and not having a crayon and not being able to pick one crayon to represent myself. So when I had the opportunity to draw myself or do a self-portrait, I was picking 2 or 3 colors and trying to blend them, and not, when looking at my finished product, I wasn't able to look down at that piece of paper and see an image that looked like me. And the goal and the impetus of Colors of the World is that now you're able to do that. You're able to say, nope, not only do I have one color, I have maybe like 4 or 5, and then I can narrow it down to this one, and I can actually look down at my self-portrait and I can actually represent and see myself accurately. So that was the external. The internal, I proposed bringing in Marjanae Moore Roberts. She was the current Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at Golin at the time. And she was a former Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at Yahoo. And I gave her kind of what I thought from a Crayola standpoint. I set up interviews with her and our leadership team, including our acting CEO at the time. And it was one-on-one interviews. And it was to understand where each of our leadership was personally from a D&I standpoint, where they felt the company was at the time and where the company wanted to be. And so Marjanae took that information and brought back and said, hey, based on all of the interviews and the mindsets, here's where I think Crayola is. The good thing is that we were already on a journey. And here were some recommendations that I have to kind of take you further to jumpstart and optimize what you're currently doing. Our SVP of HR, Orville Trout, took those and Crayola-ized them. And from that, we've been like off and running since then. And I can tell you, we've introduced 2 new ERGs. We have new metrics. I've brought on an agency to help us look at all of our content to get to for another inclusive lens, if you will, to make sure, again, we're sidestepping some of those mishaps. And again, back to my point, diversity and inclusion is a journey. So you're going to have some learning and growing pains. So we don't have it all the way to bright, but we are on a journey, and that's what's most important. And in that too, we launched our first Inclusion Council, of which I'm the vice chair of. So a lot of great work, I would say, externally with Colors of the World, and a lot of great work internally, but leveraging that product innovation with our key customer to help drive internal cultural change and mindset change. So it's been an awesome ride. Awesome ride. Rick is still going. So.
No, it's amazing. And I got to tell you, thanks to you, I no longer think I'm mahogany. So
you are not. You are not.
Yeah,
so I challenge you to find your color.
That affected my childhood greatly. So
you're not mahogany.
So like you have the backing of the organization. So clearly your internal leadership is they're forward thinkers. They get it. They understand. They've sort of been stuck in this bubble for a long time to innovate. That conversation, you said it was relatively easy, right? I
would say yes. I think part of that is, I think there's this perfect storm. I've been asked that question a lot of like, how did you get it? I know that's the impetus, right, for kind of change, if you will. And I think I'm going to say it needs to be a perfect storm, right? Your organization has to be ready for it from a leadership standpoint. I think the marketplace has to be begging for it. Or I'll put it this way. For us, that perfect storm was marketing. The world was ready for it. We were already seeing it happening. There were already examples out in the world of those folks that were doing it well as some of the mishaps that I had showcased of what happens when you don't do it well, or even not meaning to do it. And I also gave them some examples. Hey, here's some examples of how Crayola could have done this, made some missteps, but because we have some folks at the table, we ourselves kind of sidestep some things. So we want to make sure that we continue to do that and be inclusive and leverage the voices that we have at the table and hearing and moving forward and being smart in that way. Leadership as well, being open to it as well. And then consumers, definitely our target audience, needing and desiring it. One of the key points that I referenced in my rationale was that Gen Z is the most diverse generation that we've ever seen. So I think roughly we looked at data of like 46% of Gen Z under the age of 20, I believe, identify as being a minority. And so again, if we are a company that is for kids, this is something that is a must-have. It is not a nice to have. It is not we can do it next year. This is something that we should be doing right now today, if you will. So again, back to that easy conversation, I think it's just making sure that you have kind of all your data points. Again, sometimes, and I'm going to be honest, sometimes leveraging the business opportunity sometimes is needed to help move D&I within companies. I think we would like to see where it's just a passion and it's the heart, and we want diversity and inclusion, and it is important. That's true, but sometimes you need that business opportunity, if you will, to kind of help move that along. And this is definitely an example of how that helped jumpstart that. So doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but definitely when you have business behind it that can help put dollars and cents behind it, definitely helps to move the needle and move those mindsets and culture changes a lot faster.
Right. No, definitely. I mean, I guess good and bad, right? Money does move things, I think, a little faster when there's some sort of opportunity there. So I can understand that.
Yeah, but we're in companies that are we're in consumer product goods. So we're in the business of making products for profit.
It makes total sense.
That we're connecting, right, D&I to the business sense, right? That is business sense. It can make money. It will make money, and it is needed. So it's not just a nice to have.
Right.
There is a business case for diversity and inclusion, just making sure that we're showcasing that internally.
Absolutely.
I think sometimes that's left out of the equation, and it's more of a, hey, nice to have, we should be doing this. No, it makes good business sense to do it, period.
Absolutely. Agreed. I mean, I could tell you a lot of people I know that are definitely buying the product. So makes sense. So you did mention, D&I and you mentioned internal, forces now, and you're part of Crayola's first ever D&I council.
Yeah.
So you're leading the charge internally. What are you learning from that? Like, what are the employees saying? Like, what's the internal scoop?
A ton. I would tell you a ton. So first, I've never led a diversity council ever in my life. So be ye always ready. When you ask or you make a recommendation, be ready to lead it. I would say I've led ERGs. So first and foremost, it was for me understanding like what an inclusion council is, what's the purpose and goal of an inclusion council. And then it was starting to craft it from the very beginning. So I was able to find, and we were lucky to find like-minded employees who also felt, diversity and inclusion to be passionate, something that they wanted to work on in addition to their day jobs. And so we have a team of about 15 members, inclusive of leadership, which is about another 4, so about 19 members. We created a mission statement. We divided the council up into committees that line up with our 5 frameworks for D&I. And I can tell you honestly, I was just on the phone with the group yesterday, and the work that these committees have done inside of 1 year. So we have one committee who looked at all of our employee handbooks and made recommendations and changes there. We had another committee, it was Business Impact, who we need to understand D&I US, but we also need to understand it globally. So looked at all the markets in which Crayola operates and had get a better understanding of D&I there, so that we can start to bring that in and understand as we're looking at our innovation for 2023 and beyond in marketing. We have another group who started to celebrate our employees. So we have employee spotlights, but making sure we're bringing a diversity lens and celebrating the differences. Another group rolled out our first ever corporate training, if you will. Not training, but I would say it is an exercise for team building, if you will. That's what it is, for team building. So that's almost, the whole company is almost trained on that team building. It's all about kind of sharing and celebrating differences and driving trust. So literally, when we look at the work that's been done or for that amongst our 5-point thrust for D&I with this group, it is invaluable, one, but I would say I'm speechless. And again, this is just work from employees committed to this work of D&I. So sometimes it just takes one to kind of get it started and get it rolling. But once it does, definitely it is like we're rolling down the hill now, and we're excited about a year 2, but definitely energized. And I would say our employees, our Crayolians, what we call it ourselves, are definitely learning and to be more empathetic and just open to, hey, we all live in one America, but it's different depending on who you are in America. And just understanding that and realizing that when you roll up your sleeves day to day with your teammates and your leaders.
Yeah, sounds like there's no stopping you now. There's no stopping you.
A ton of work there, but it's been great work. It's been work and a lot of learning, just like you said.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that. And I wanted to shift to Jay, since we're on the topic of D&I and overseeing these internal councils. So Jay, you're here with us from Robinhood, but before joining Robinhood, you were at Facebook and you were part of their D&I council. You led it for a number of years. How was that? You know, I mean, such a massive organization and such influencers in the world, right? Like socially impacting decisions and thoughts and ideas. So clearly having some internal guidelines or some playbooks so that, you know, it obviously permeates throughout the business into all the other aspects of what you do. How was that for you? Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was an incredible journey, but it really started with, you know, Facebook taking a chance on me. So I was a college dropout at the age of 19, looking for an internship. And I happened to get an internship through a internship program by the name of Year Up at Facebook. And by doing so, I was their first intern that they had taken from one of these type of programs. And at the time, the company was a much smaller place. There weren't as many diverse employees. If I can recall, at the time, I was probably one of like 5 Black employees in our, you know, Menlo Park campus. And I remember that because we would have these, you know, lunches and everything together. And so when I started, my entire goal was to just make the most out of that opportunity and succeed and get a job. Like that was the thing for me, because I understood that this was like a place where I can grow, a place where I felt comfortable. Even though there weren't a lot of people who looked like me, I knew that if I were to secure a job here, I would put it on myself to make sure that we keep this door open. And so that's exactly what I did. At the end of my internship, I was offered a position. I gladly accepted. And the very first conversation I had was, how do we do this again? How do we get someone else who looks like me in here? Let's keep this door open. And, you know, kind of what Mimi said, you have to, you know, be prepared for when these moments happen. And it's very true, because they were like, well, if you want to do this, you lead it. And I said, sure, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll figure it out, because this is important to me. And so I rallied up a number of troops. We put together a plan of action. We worked with our recruiting team. We worked with a number of different teams, and we brought in 2 interns from the same program. And from there, every 6 months, we were doubling to the point where we had gotten to 32 interns a cycle across a number of different fields in departments in Facebook. And so I had one position, and I was also leading this. And we got to a point where we had scaled, and we said, okay, this isn't just a test bed. This is an actual talent pipeline. And we have to look at it as so. So we have to put the resources behind it. So from that moment on, we actually utilize a specific space where we can train talent, we can help talent grow, and then we can, you know, bring talent into Facebook. And we did that to the tune of about 60 to 80 interns per cycle. So completely transforming, you know, lives, but also transforming the business of Facebook, because we were ensuring that we had this diverse pipeline. And the reason that was so important to me was not just because I lived it and I had been through it, but it's this growth cycle that I like to call that we were ensuring these young adults were having. I understood that my time at Facebook and my time in my career was only going to happen and only going to grow if I had the right people, the right tools, and the right mindset around me. And sometimes we see a lot of people who come into certain places and they don't have the support system, they fail, and then they look at us like we can't get the job done. So creating a really, really intensive environment that is going to be nurturing to us is incredibly important to retain talent as well. And that way, when talent does move on, which they should at some point, they are going to continue to do the same thing because we've shown them what that looks like. So, and I think in 7 years, we hosted over 500 interns with a 48% retention rate for conversion, as well as 16% of those becoming leadership or management level, and 80% of those who did not stay with us either went back to school or retained other jobs in Silicon Valley. And so when I look at diversity, I kind of look at it at the start of it, the heart of it. How are you getting in the door? And then how are people helping you get out of that door or to the next door? And it's incredibly important that we have leaders at the top of this who are very, very passionate, but not just passionate, but understand the growth cycle. And that's something that like I will continue to push. And when I joined Robinhood just a few months ago, that was my very first conversation. Not necessarily about what I was here hired to do, but what are we going to do for people who look like me? How are we going to continue to support people who look like me? Because I would like to be here as well. And if you're not about that, then I don't know if it's for me. And that's something that I would take with me everywhere.
Wow. That's awesome. And clearly, you know, you're all very passionate people. And I would love to keep this conversation going, but I'm getting that like red blinking light that's saying we've got to wrap it up. I want to thank the three of you. You've all enlightened us and given us some incredible insights to take with us. I really do appreciate everyone sharing their story, and I'm just in awe, and I'm humbled by the three of you. So thank you so much for spending time with me today.
Thanks so much, Rick. That was an amazing session. You guys are all such amazing leaders. One little quick note, I know we have to run to the next segment, but Mimi, I just wanted to tell you, last weekend, unknowing of your amazing story that you just gave, my wife and I bought our nephew the Colors of the World Crayola set with a coloring book, and he absolutely loved it. And just to know that you were the driving force behind that is super, super inspiring. We're honored to have you on the show. So, and we're honored to have all of you guys on the show. This was a fantastic segment. Thank you guys all so much for being a part of it.
Thanks for having me. This has been awesome.
Absolutely.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. We'll see you guys. Thank you so much. All right. So we're on to the next segment, and I'm going to stay on stage for this one. We're inviting my good friend, Travis Montague, onto the stage. He is the CEO of Holler, and most recently the CEO of the brand new Group Black that we're going to jump into in a second. So we'll give him a moment to jump on stage.
Hey, Chris.
There he is. What's up, Travis? How are you?
I'm good. How's it going?
Going well. Well, you move so fast these days. Are you in Miami, you in New York, you elsewhere?
I'm in New York now.
Yeah, nice. How's everything going?
It's good. It's good. How you doing? Loving the conference so far.
Oh yeah, this has been fantastic. We absolutely are having a great time. Let's just jump into the conversation. Since this is the Diversity Summit, I'd like to start talking about your most recent venture, Group Black. Travis, tell us about Group Black, namely why you started it and what it will mean for Black-owned businesses.
Yeah. So no, it's interesting. So when I started Group Black, I didn't wake up one day and I was like, you know what, I'm going to start a company for sure. But it was really based on after seeing what happened with the murder of George Floyd, the BLM movement, I think what we saw was that our collective consciousness has been raised across many different industries, right? Media being one of those industries, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the outcomes of that raise in collective consciousness is the fact that 0.5% of media dollars were being invested in Black-owned media companies. Now, what I was really relieved and energized by the fact that many brands and agencies have stood up to make pledges and commitments to diversify their spends in Black-owned media companies. Mm-hmm. But what I was most concerned about was that those commitments wouldn't convert into action, right? And the reality is that the Black-owned media industry has been underfunded and is nascent and needs a lot of investment and acceleration to catalyze the growth. Mm-hmm. And so with that, we started Group Black. And what Group Black is the home for Black-owned media, really designed to do 4 things. 1, help build the next generation of innovative media brands that are Black-owned, right? Two, enable scalable investment into Black-owned media companies. Three, equip Black-owned media companies with technology that not only helps facilitate growing their businesses today, but positioning them for the content experiences of the future. And media companies and creators. And then lastly, we invest via Group Black Ventures. And so investment means capital, yes, but also infrastructure and other things that we know are required to help grow the brands that we work in our collective. So we're excited about what we're doing. We've had a tremendous amount of support from the industry. When we announced we had that $75 million announcement with Group M, and we just continue to push on.
That's amazing. That's a staggering number. I'd never heard that. 0.5% previous to BLM movement was invested in Black media. That's crazy. Wow, absolutely. Well, you definitely found a great space to fill. And I mean, are you actively already funding companies and moving these? I know it's like a brand new thing, but are you already active in your process?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like when we have some really awesome brands that have really leaned in with us as partners, and the amount of investment that we're driving is ramping very quickly, which for me, it makes me, like, when I wake up every single day, I feel good, right? Because we know that there's companies out there that are getting access to opportunities that they weren't getting access to before. And so that's at the core of what we're here to do, right? Like, we want to make sure that two things. One, we want to make sure that our brand partners and agency partners are tapping into and yielding the power that the Black-owned media companies provide, delivering the business outcomes that they're looking for. And on the other side, it's working with our members in the collective and identifying opportunities for growth and scaling and driving more investment.
So tell me a little bit about how the identification process happens. I mean, obviously this comes out in the news. I would imagine, thousands of potential suitors roll in. How do you take that in, and how do you decide what money goes where?
Yeah, so there's four different types of kind of statuses, kind of groups at Group Black. So there's members, right? So there's the members are the companies like Essence and Baller Alert, The Shade Room, and Playverses and BeautyCon and Afro, all those Polar, right? These are companies that we both have in the collective. We work to facilitate investment into those properties, media investment into those properties, but we also work strategically with these various brands on growth strategies and custom programs and all these different things. So there's that plus acceleration that goes with that. There's creators. So there's creators that Black creators that we work with, and we facilitate opportunities between them and brands. There are our owned and operated brands as well. And then there's smaller publishers that could work with Group Black as well, that are, that we more focus on driving media investment for.
Gotcha. And how did the partnership with Group M come together?
Yeah, so one of the things I really commend Group M. They've always leaned into this matter. They were one of the first to establish their 2% commitment fund, which that the speed and intentionality at which they formed that fund was really great. Worked closely with Kirk McDonald, CEO of North America there, and his team, which has been really awesome. And we've been able to work with them and bring and kind of help educate their clients on the different opportunities, identify what they, but it goes both ways, right? Like identify what the types of things that marketers are looking to see from the Black-owned media industry, right? And it's been a really great relationship. Working with some of their clients, like Target, for example, which was an announcement partner in when we got things going. It's been really good.
That's awesome. Congrats. So changing gears just a little bit, aside from your role as CEO of Group Black, you're also the CEO of Holler, which is where I came to know you originally, which is, obviously, it's transformative in the communication space. It's a conversational media company focused on the creation and delivery of content. Tell us about that company and about how brand marketers in the audience can use it for their own marketing efforts.
Yeah. So, why I love conversational media is because conversational media is the biggest media channel that people never heard of, right?
Yeah.
So, when I started Holler, it was really on this fact that, while everybody was focused on messaging, what I was even more focused on was the rise of categorical messaging, which was messaging permeating every aspect of our day. Everything from chat, social, dating, gaming, work, even places like payments, right? Where peer-to-peer messages sent at scale. And so we're at the point where there's over 100 trillion messages sent across all of these environments each year, right? Now, to put that into perspective, there's 2 trillion searches on Google, for example. So it's massive, right? And if you ask a person, did you send a message in the last 10 minutes? They likely would say yes. Did you do a Google search? Maybe not, right? And so, for me, it was bizarre that we had not seen enough innovation in peer-to-peer messaging since the first text message was sent in 1992, and we wanted to change that. And so we founded Holler with the core mission. It was 3 words: enrich conversations everywhere. Because we believed that we could make online conversations better. And, we started, to get, simply put, we power the content and the messages. So the stickers, GIFs, continuing to push the needle with what content means. And we do so for over 70 million people every month at Holler. And so, what we've seen here is because we powered the content, the media that lives inside of messages through these channels, and we built an AI that can understand the context of these messages and in real time and distribute that content in relevant conversations. We've seen some of the world's largest brands, ranging everything from Molson Coors, L'Oreal, Starbucks, Dunkin', Coca-Cola, we work with everyone from ice cream to automobiles, right? Who have found ways to make themselves relevant in the conversations that people are having daily. So for example, you go on Venmo and you're paying somebody and you're saying, groceries, right? Or Christmas list or whatever, that might be Target branded content right there, right? So it's really powerful. Our brands have seen tremendous growth, and we've seen tremendous growth in our brands. This has been our biggest growth year ever. So it's been quite busy for me.
That's awesome. Yeah, seriously. So I came to know of. We've been friends for a long time, and I knew what your company was, but I didn't know a practical application until Venmo. When I actually saw, and for those of you that don't know this in the audience, if you go on Venmo and you type in, where you're going to pay somebody, and then for me, a lot of times that's fantasy football. I'll put fantasy football, and then a little emoji will come up. That is you guys. What made you think? Obviously, when you got into this, there were already emojis existing on all of the iOS platform, and what made you think this could actually be a business outside of what they're doing?
Yeah. So, I remember when I looked at an emoji and I told someone that was content, and they looked at me like I was crazy. Right. They it's a smiley face. I don't understand what you're saying. So, it really is. So I knew there was an opportunity because as more of our conversations were moving online,
Mhm.
I knew that the need for visual communication tools, stickers, GIFs, memes, even things like lenses and filters, all of these things that help us communicate and express ourselves and show personality in an ever more digital environment, where our ways of building relationships with each other, especially in the pandemic, are here, are going to be required, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, what's insane is that there's over 4 trillion messages that are sent each year that contain emoji, stickers, and GIFs, right?
Wow.
And you know, it's used, and that's only increasing, by the way. Like our conversations, our modes of communication are just becoming more visual. So, you know, for me, I was like, well, this is all content. And so how do we make the content experience better? Like we just announced a partnership with NBC Universal, right? We're bringing content inside of conversational media connected to their programs for 2020 to 2022, right? We just, you know, Disney invested in Holler earlier this year. We took a participation in the Disney Accelerator to expand the content experiences and messaging. So what you're seeing is big traditional media, large IP holders taking a big kind of like betting on conversational media as the next place for their IP and storytelling and opportunities. And you're seeing the same behavior from brands.
That's amazing. Congratulations on both the Disney and the NBC Uni. I was actually going to be my very next question, but I'd like to understand how that is, you know, what's the application of that? Like when you have this deal with NBC Uni, is it like peer-to-peer chat app within your television, or is it within their app? I just want to kind of get my head around that.
Yeah, so, you know, Holler's integrated across chat, dating, payments, right? We're in over 1 billion messages a day, right? Wow. And so, you know, what we do, like there's a lot of everything that happens in the real world, first of all, makes itself way into the conversation. So every cultural moment, holidays, and stuff like that. So that we program that. With NBC Universal, you know, now, like, for example, say football, right? And the NFL.
Yep.
Can now bring, like, you know, typical situations. So Sunday, paying you for football related payment transactions, right?
Okay.
Instead of that just being generic kind of, you know, a football, now it's NFL branded content, right? That is in that environment for which, you know, any of the NFL sponsors could then integrate into that moment. Right. So there's really interesting, powerful ways to be able to bring IP and content into conversations. And by the way, stickers and GIFs are just a start. One of our R&D, the R&D that we've been doing has been to create, we're in the process of creating new breakthrough content experiences that people have never seen before, right?
Yeah.
So excited to be releasing those in the coming months.
Very cool. Yeah, I would imagine with all the craze about the metaverse right now, there's probably ways that you guys are going to be getting in on that as well.
Oh yeah, it's something that Web3 is something I pay a lot of attention to.
Very cool. So what are the primary platforms that people can access Holler?
Yeah, so, you know, we have our own apps that live inside of, like you could download it there in iMessage and stuff, so you could use our content in those places and also share across any of the major apps. So we have our owned and operated app. We're also integrated in Venmo, Meet Group, you know, other like large dating platforms as well, keyboards, companies that we partner with. So there's a plurality of ways that people could access Holler.
Very cool. So as a leading Black executive, can you tell us about how you started your career and some of the racial challenges that you've had to overcome in business to get to where you are today?
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, one of the things, as specifically as a Black tech entrepreneur, right? You know, it's a very limited, small community, right? You know, when you look at the traditional path with respect to how entrepreneurs, especially in the tech industry, are supposed to do. You like call your friends and family, you know, get $500,000, call up Peter Thiel, get him on your board. Like, you know, like that is like, it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, I started a company, I called you, like, that just doesn't really happen, right? In the world of most kind of normal people, especially, you know, where my background, right? You know, I grew up in Miami, you know, came from, you know, very, very humble beginnings. And so, you know, I think when you think about systemically how one is expected to succeed as a entrepreneur, it's engineered to support people from certain backgrounds, right?
Yeah.
And then when you look at the issues around venture investment, right? We're still at the point where less than 1% of venture dollars go to Black entrepreneurs, right? Like we're talking like, you know, it's real. And this is kind of why from a group like Ventures perspective, we're looking at these things as well. But, you know, the expectation, the fact, the way it works, right? You have, you know, angels, you have angels who are in certain crowds, you have VC that follow angels, you have those other VCs that follow those VCs, and it keeps going on and on. And so the system is designed in its way to facilitate a very specific path. And so when we say that there's lack of diversity, the problem is in the design. And so, you know, for me, you know, I had to work exceptionally hard to break out and put myself into the swim lanes that would have allowed me to get access to the resources, talent, mentorship, et cetera, that ultimately enabled me to grow. I have fantastic mentors, advisors, partners, et cetera. And, you know, you need those things. You need money too, right?
Yeah.
Like you need all those things. And, you know, I think the amount of energy that I had to take, I had to exert to achieve those things are certainly greater than probably people who look different from me.
And I'd imagine that your goal with Group Black is to make it so that the next generation has it a lot easier than you.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look, part of my work at Group Black is me, you know, taking a look back at my experiences at Holler and, you know, layering that over the media challenge, right? And figuring out how to apply those learnings at scale, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what we're doing. And, you know, we're really excited to, you know, we're doing a tremendous amount of diversification. Our first year target that we're striving to get hit is 500 million in our first year. And, you know, we're aggressively pushing against it.
Nice. So for you, is like one of the best parts of this to actually get to interact with young entrepreneurs that you kind of see a bit of yourself in and to be able to help facilitate that growth?
Yeah. So, you know, like young entrepreneurs, in voices, internet voices, et cetera, like it really, the amount of excitement that folks have when we're there working with them, supporting them, is fantastic. I remember when we delivered our I won't say which partner, but we delivered our first $1 million initiative to that partner, right? The biggest deal that they've ever seen, right? And like, you know, for me, it just the reaction, me seeing the reaction makes me feel a little bit more sane and rewarded for actually running two companies. And so it's those moments that make me excited and assures me that we're doing really good work.
So diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, commonly known now as DEIA, is the central focus of corporations. Do you feel like the BLM movement and the senseless killings of George Floyd helped bring greater awareness to DEIA for all sorts of marginalized communities?
Yeah, absolutely. I think with respect to George Floyd, so that type of stuff was happening, right? It was just everybody saw it in a very, very like visual and graphic way, right? So going back to what I said earlier about our collective consciousness has been raised, right? I think that moment created an opportunity for we as a society to have a dialogue, right? And really examine with empathy, the things that are happening, right? There's been probably the most amount of change in the period since then I've seen in different environments. And so when I think about the world, I'm very hopeful right now. Like I feel like, before I was kind of like looking at what was happening on the outskirts with Group Black. I'm working with a lot of people, and the level of, I would say, the level of commitment, earnestness, the intentionality around the work that we've been doing with people has been really great. And Group Black, our approach has been very collaborative, right? Like we seek to help educate partners. We seek to help, we're really partners, right? And it's been a really great model for this in solving the problem.
Yeah. So what are you doing specifically at both Holler and Group Black to promote diversity?
Yeah. So one of the things about the topic of diversity in corporate culture, one of the core things that I said has been broken in the way that a lot of companies approach adding driving diversity in their culture is they treat it like a bolt-on, right? And okay, we have to add diversity now, and they try to bolt it onto the side, and it doesn't really change the organization. It's just kind of this thing that's not, it's kind of there, but it's not really changing the organization. I think about diversity, inclusion, belonging, it has to be a fundamental shift in the company's culture, right? Or in other cases, if it's a culture build, then it has to be a intentional part of how the company is designed, right? And so we think about that, like, one of the things we're like, we're like, we hope that we don't need a diversity department at our company, right? It just is, right? And it feels natural, and it feels native to what we do. So I think about things in that from that lens. And then, more specifically, we think about everything from the holidays that we celebrate, right? To, we at Holler, we launched a platform called DibSource, right? Which it's a Holler project. And it's, the reason why we launched DibSource is, we believe issues around diversity, inclusion, and belonging is a very complex problem. And, like when we wanted to send the person to the moon, we as a society solved that problem in an open source fashion. Well, this is a similarly complex problem. And when I was looking for tips and things that businesses that were of the size of Holler at the time could do, companies that size don't have departments and things like that are so specifically that. So, it was a platform that we built to share, and you could go check it out, DibSource, holler.dibsource.com. But it was all the kind of tips and tricks and programs and things that we've done, speaking series, all the things that we've done that we share in an open format, and we have partners that contribute to it about what they're doing to drive diversity.
Yeah, I can imagine too that starting a brand new company like you just did with Group Black is a different process than, you had Holler and you already had lots of employees, and you have to, I'm sure from the top down, you directed it in a way that it already had diversity baked into it. But I can imagine for a lot of larger companies now, they're having to do backpedaling and shifting and trying to integrate. Is there any recommendations or advice that you would give to larger companies that could incorporate diversity in a more authentic, less bolt-on sort of way?
Yeah. So that's an interesting question. It was funny. I was doing a talk the other day, and somebody in the crowd asked the question, whose job is it at the company to be responsible for diversity, right? Mm-hmm. Or who should be at the table for diversity? Mm-hmm. I literally said, everybody, right? like building a diverse company is not one person's job, right? Mm-hmm. And building an inclusive company, a company that people feel like they belong, is not one person's job. Mm-hmm. It's it's examining all of the culture itself, the leaders, the people, and asking the fundamental question, especially from the leadership level: are we bought into this, right? Mm-hmm. Like, do we embrace this, right? Do we hug these ideals, right? Are we aligned? Mm-hmm. If we're aligned and everybody's bought in, then you will see, and we align on what those behaviors are, then you will see, and I think like specifically working on making sure that happens is like, well, yeah. But then you will see it influence the way leaders manage teams, and teams treat model leaders, and you'll start to see those behaviors proliferate. It's in the same way when you see certain organizations have bad behaviors, right? If leadership is exemplifying bad behaviors, many people in the organization mimic those behaviors, and then that drives the culture. You could do that on the other way when it comes to diversity and belonging.
Yeah. And I actually just read an article that Activision is staging a walkout right now, and they're demanding, basically calling for the CEO's head. So I think that's like the far bad side example of what can happen if you don't, take this on properly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I was reading about you, and I stumbled across this article. Last year, you wrote a great byline in Campaign titled, "There's no place in BLM for cancel culture." Tell us what this means and what message you are conveying to your readers.
Yeah, so I think it was there was no place for cancel culture in the BLM movement, right?
My bad. Yep.
Yeah. So one of the things during those times, as a Black executive, I had a lot of people reach out to me asking for advice, right? On how, there's in every organization, there was riots in the street, and there's all these things, and people the racial unrest was a real thing, right? Mm-hmm. Now, what most of those leaders who reached out to me were concerned about was making a mistake. Mm-hmm. Right. So it's like, I really want to do something, but I'm almost afraid, I'm afraid to do something because I don't want to be wrong. And I don't want what causes that fear, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like when people are feared of getting canceled, right?
Yeah.
And so my point there was, people when for example, when I started to address issues in my company around racial unrest, what I stated was a set of beliefs, and I stated that I don't have all the answers, but I'm going to tell you my process, right? And I'm going to tell you that we're going to make mistakes, but I'm bringing you along for the ride, and we're on this journey together, right? It's not a ooh, you made a mistake kind of thing. I was like, no, we're right. This is what we believe, and we're aligned on that, and we're on this boat together. Right. And we're all rowing on this thing. And when people are rowing on the boat together, when the boat tips over, everybody's working to flip it back over, right? So that's the thing. The unintended consequence that cancel culture could have to the BLM movement is that it actually causes people to not act and do things, right? Because it's a safer place to do things. So that was my point. Other people might have different viewpoints on that, but given the conversations that I had and the things that I experienced, I do believe that it potentially has the ability to slow progress, right? It works it's worked as a tool appropriately in certain circumstances that were highly effective for sure, but like as a standard course of business, it could create those other unintended outcomes.
Yeah, no, and I think for me personally, just my own perspective on it, it feels so much better to know that there's an open dialogue going on, and that a lot of Black leaders, a lot of diverse leaders would rather us all come to the table and try to talk through things than to keep it quiet and hope not to offend and that sort of thing. So I think that's sort of one of the greatest takeaways from the openness of culture now, is that we can have these sorts of conversations and everybody ends up being better for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a question for you, because we were mentioning mentors earlier. Do you have any mentors who are especially critical in shaping your role as a leader?
Yeah. So, I have, there's several people, but one of the people I'll call out is actually my co-founder and chairman of Group Black, right? His name is Richard Lou Dennis. And, Rich was, while I was out there trying to grow my business at Holler, Rich was one of my largest, earliest investors, right, in Holler.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Right. And so he backed me. He, his fund co-led my Series A, and it was really awesome. And, he's been an avid supporter. He watched him in his career always look for kind of equitable practices. He put 80,000 women in school in Africa, really awesome guy. And he's now happens to be co-founder and chairman of Group Black, right? And I think, watching him as an entrepreneur, build Sundial Brands, is one of the largest beauty brands, and then go on and by Essence and all these other things. It's really been a tremendous story, a tremendous kind of example for me to watch, and it's been great.
That's so awesome. We're about to run out of time, but I wanted to pick one more question. I've got a couple here. Let me see which one would be the best to end on. Let's see. Well, this is a fun one, actually. I wanted to make sure not to miss this one because I wanted to do this one for you. This year alone, across your two companies, you've raised over $100 million in funding. Please let us know how this is possible and how you've managed to run two media juggernauts like this.
Little sleep, lots of coffee. No, so it's what's really interesting. It starts with people, right? So I'm supported by a lot of really, really great executives across both companies. The executive teams come from everywhere, like from CNET and Viacom and Disney and all these different places, top tier tech firms. It allows me they give me the oxygen and room to focus on, vision, strategy, shaping where we're going to go, thinking about our culture and our teams and our people, et cetera. And they execute and run the various businesses that they run. It's really, it starts with that. I also have my direct support teams that help me too. And, I think it's great. I think, I feel fortunate that, we've been able to, get the types of investments that we've been able to get. We feel that means that we're doing things that are innovative, right? And we're challenging the status quo, and we're telling our stories are resonating, right? And so, for me, that it lies in that, right? If you're solving a real problem, whether it's what we do at Holler by making online conversations better, right? Or what we're doing at Group Black, which is to dramatically transform the face of media investment and ownership, right? Those are the things that everybody at both companies are working really hard to do. And therefore, because those missions are salient, we've been able to acquire the types of resources and people that has enabled us to push on.
I love it. Well, one last parting thought. You have the floor here to promote anything you want, drive any messages home to this audience. Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah. So, look, I'm really, really excited, energized. So is the collective of companies at Group Black. Holler is a part of Group Black. Of the types of support and investment and care and creativity that we've seen. Let's keep doing more, right? And
love it.
That's kind of the message.
Right on, my man. Well, thank you so much for being on. I will be down in Miami at Art Basel in a few weeks. Are you gonna be there?
Yes, I will. I'll see you there, my friend.
All right, we'll have to hang. All right, thanks so much, Travis. Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, everybody.
See you, bro. All right, that was a really fun session with my good friend Travis. Now we are moving along. Excuse my paperwork. Usually I have this stuff all set up, but since I was moderating, I'm going to have to pull a couple things. So now we are going to move over to our next fantastic panel. We have a great fireside chat with Leslie Emmons Berthet, VP of Marketing at GoodRx. Our moderator will be our very own Tiffany Pettit. I'll turn it over to you two. Welcome. Hey, Tiff.
Oh, there we go. Audio. Hi.
Hey, Leslie.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely. Sound great.
Thanks, Chris.
Have a great conversation, ladies.
Bye, Chris.
Leslie, neither one of us have the background, but it's totally fine.
Tiffany, I can do the background if you want to. I was thinking really deeply about this. I want to be on brand, but we're connected.
Yeah, we are connected and it's fine. This is awesome. We're going to have a great conversation. So thank you again for being here. I know I've been trying to get you on these panels for like the longest time, and I feel like this one is so fitting. So thank you for taking the time to be here.
Oh, I'm so happy. It's such an important topic.
Yeah, definitely. So for the Brand Innovators audience out there, I wanted to start by saying, or just by talking about your experience, and this might throw you off guard a little bit, but I want to know a little bit more about maybe where you grew up, kind of your experience going through school, and the roles that you've had in getting to where you are today. Just a little story, and then we'll get into some questions that I feel like will help kind of tell the whole framework about you and everything about you.
Tiffany throwing me those curveballs, but I love it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get this day started. Yeah. So how I grew up, going way back. So where do I start with that question? I grew up in Los Angeles, born in Chicago, Chi-Town, grew up in Los Angeles. And I'd say, my experience was one, I was very blessed. I didn't want for anything, but I'd say that a lot of people who I grew up with actually, wouldn't even know my true reality. My education was really important to my parents. My parents are physicians. I'm going real deep. And, my dad had some health problems growing up, so he didn't work for a while. And so, financially that was tough on our family. So, I feel like I sort of wore two hats sometimes, but again, it wasn't, I'm extremely blessed, was happy adult, was a happy child. But what a lot of people don't realize is, I went to a pretty fancy private school that I was grateful to go to, and that was important to my parents, but had the best friends in the world. But two things, Diversity Summit, I grew up often being the only one in the room. So I was the only, I think we used to joke that there were 2.5 Black people in my grade. So me and another woman and someone who was half Black, part Black. And so we would say that we were, 2.5. And for the majority of my childhood, that's how I grew up. And that was my reality. And then what a lot of people didn't realize was that I was also at this fancy private school, but I was on scholarship. So a lot of people would say, oh my God, did you know so-and-so's on scholarship? And I'd kind of be like, I am too. I hope no one knows that. I know I was fine talking about it now, obviously, but it was something I was self-conscious about growing up. So that was my reality. I didn't, thinking about mentorship, I have, great loving parents who were inspirational to me, but I did not want to do what they did. So sort of medical healthcare backgrounds, which is ironic. I realize I'm at GoodRx right now, but I'm in marketing at GoodRx. I still have had 3 babies and I still need to lay down when I give blood or anything like that, because I just get so woozy at the thought of blood. So, I sort of paved my own path. I found out about a program called the LEAD program when I was in high school, and I was looking for something to do over the summer. And I was just, I think about a lot. I think about this a lot now that I'm a mom, just like what makes some kids kind of self-select some places versus other places. And I'd say, my parents, like even when I was applying to colleges, I just kind of had my own list and I was like, bam, 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 going through it. When I went to the LEAD program, I just kind of said, Mom, I'm going away for the summer. It's this 4-week program. I'm going to Michigan. And she's like, what are you talking about? But I'd say that's really when I got exposure to business for the first time and knew what I wanted to do. And, came back from that program really inspired. And I feel like it put me on a really great path, because I came back and I hadn't taken any of the entry tests to like AP Calc or anything like that. And I came back and I said, this is what I want to do, and basically made it my mission to go, get in the classes I needed to get into the colleges I wanted to get. So
Love that.
I don't know if that's what you had in mind,
No, I love
but that's
that.
my answer.
I love that. And we hadn't talked about this before, just full disclosure to the audience. But when we're thinking about diversity, inclusion, accessibility, it's not just something that we are focusing on in our roles today and in the world we live in today. It's, been a part of us probably our entire lives. And, whatever that might be, it's been a through run. You lived in LA, it's very much so a melting pot of everything. But there were circumstances where it was more, at the forefront and being the only or the few or things like that. So, I asked that to say to go into sort of thinking about mentorship as a whole. I know you mentioned your parents were really awesome mentors to you, or just sort of like figures in your life that gave you positive experiences. But I'm curious to know what mentorship looked like over the course of your career. So maybe even thinking about higher education, going into some of your early roles. And has there been sort of like maybe a through line that serves you well today in the role that you have?
Absolutely. So mentorship is so important to me. I know it's a word that gets thrown around a lot, but I'd say, personally, I've been very blessed to encounter a lot of really amazing people in my life, ranging from colleagues and managers who have motivated me and inspired me, to my mom, who I already mentioned, who's just a badass. And I don't tell her that enough, who now that I'm a mom inspires me so much. So
I hope she's watching.
I hope so too. Yeah, this is a good time to tell her. But I call those people, I'd say I have a little bit of a personal board of directors. And I'd say that the funny thing about my board of directors is that I have a lot of people who are on them, and not everybody who's on the board knows that they're on the board. But just like the LEAD program was a program, but had some early, managers really who sort of reached out a hand or reached out a hand and sort of said, like, here's the lay of the land. Like, I hadn't been exposed to this. I started my career in investment banking. When I got to school, everyone was talking about iBanking. I was like, internet banking. Yeah. And obviously that's not what iBanking is. And so really was grateful for the people who reached out a hand back and said, like, let me tell you what's going on. Like, here are some of the things that you need to be aware of. And like, this is how you prep for interviews and whatnot. And I think just as those people reached out to me, I try to do the same thing and reach out a hand to, you know, pull people up to and, you know, share my experiences to the extent that that's helpful. But I'll say something, you know, I think you said mentorship, but lately I've been thinking a lot more about this idea of sponsorship and really what that means versus mentoring alone. And I'd say to me, what sponsorship means is just, it's more of an active role, really. Moving on from just giving, you know, time and advice to being more actively engaged in someone's life, you know, helping to give them a platform, using your platform to showcase or spotlight them, or really actively working to open the door for others. So I think a lot about this truly in my own career, but also, you know, how I can help those on my team and provide a platform for them. I think sponsorship is hard because, you know, I've sometimes asked people to mentor me, and I've had people ask me to be their mentor, but I think sponsorship is something that is, you can't really ask for, it sort of just happens. So I try to model that.
I love that you use the word sort of like a board of directors and like thinking about sponsorship in this, because it is sort of, I mean, it's like your own personal life business. I don't know. I always say if like the person I'm living with, like we are co-managers of this place, like we are co-founders, like we are both in charge to make sure that this home is what we want it to be. Right. So to think about that as it relates to, you know, your life experiences, yes, it's related to work, but I'm sure you've gotten advice that is very relevant to you now being a mom and, you know, things like that down the line. So I think that's really awesome to hear. To talk a little bit about maybe like one thing that has been consistent throughout your years, what would you say that, or maybe a couple things that might have been a through line or things that are consistent over the course of your career? What would that look like?
Yeah, I'd say when I think about my career and sort of the story in the through line throughout, I didn't plan it this way. So I will say, big caveat, I think it's hard to plan this in my experience and what I've heard from others. But, you know, with the benefit of looking back, I'd say it's been getting closer and closer to the revenue generating side of the business. And so I'll say, you know, I started my career in investment banking, which was a great training ground. It was a great professional experience for me, you know, couldn't be matched. But while it provided me a great training ground professionally, I yearned not only, it was in the services industry, right? So, and that works, like, that's great if that's what you want to do. For me, I was interested in learning about, you know, companies and how they operate and how they make money. And so I thought, all right, how can I get closer to that? And so I took a job in industry, I call it. You know, my first role, I went to Ralph Lauren after Bank of America Securities, and I wanted to be on the ground floor, so to speak. And so finance was my foot in the door there. But what I learned there was, you know, being in FP&A, I got exposure to senior leadership. I got exposure to all other areas of the business. And that's when I really developed my passion for consumer products and thinking about why this person buys this versus that. And I thought, okay, I'm still in a support role, which is great. I was learning. So always looking for something where I'm learning, but thought, how can I get even closer to the revenue generating side of things? And I'll say, you know, that was a great training ground as well. And then, you know, I did a brief stint in business school, some retooling. And then since then, you know, I very much look at my role in marketing now as driving revenue and growing businesses and building businesses. And that's what I do.
Oh, I love that. I mean, I think I've said it not as eloquently as you just put it, but I always felt like I want to get to the money making side. Like I want to be part of, at least I want to have some visibility into it. And if I could like have a stake in it, even better. But it's like, I know that we're kind of going on a tangent a little bit, but I agree with that sentiment. I think that's awesome that you've had such a robust amount of experiences that all mattered in some way. Like you took a piece of everything, and it was not just I majored in marketing, I, you know, am going to this and that and the other. It's like, it seems, I think, very valuable to folks out there who are experiencing, you know, not a linear path as well.
Yeah, ironically, I went to a business undergrad. So I could have been, you know, we had concentrations. I could have been a marketing concentration, but it's really funny to me now that I am in marketing, because at the time, and this was, you know, going on no information, I was young and naive, but, you know, I thought marketing was soft. I thought,
Yeah.
oh, I don't want to do that. I'm going to do finance, and finance and management was my passion, and that was great, all part of my path. Always a
Yeah.
learning experience, but I always get a chuckle of how I've turned back, full 180, and also marketing is not soft at
Yeah.
all.
I was gonna say all the marketers are like in the chat, like that's funny. So that's your experience. Are there certain things that you look to your experience that you've had and you look for now for candidates that are part of your team or part of, roles that you're hiring for? Would you say that you want them to have similar experiences, or what does that process look like as you, look to recruit?
Yeah, that's a great question. Lots of layers there. So I'd say, generally, and, I know we're talking about diversity and whatnot. When I think of diversity, I think of diversity of all lenses, right? So diversity of experience and everything. So I have to do that quick plug because, depending on the role, two things. I think marketing, what does marketing mean? A lot of people, right? Like VP of marketing, that can mean very different things depending on what industry you're in, what company you're at, et cetera, et cetera. But I'd say, I look for people who complement me in general. But, for anyone out there actually looking for some concrete advice and, how to look for a role, I'd say, they should be communicative, open to asking questions, ready to admit, right? If you're in an interview process, I find this a lot, ready to admit if you don't know something, right? That's okay, but I would own it. And I'd also have an answer of how you will overcome that. But I'd say bring ideas to the table and also offer insight from, your previous experiences. For me, marketing is, very much human-centered. Think of myself as being the voice of the customer, and we're all customers for, whatever. So I'd say share your experience and your ideas and you'll be fine. And then I'd say, of course, sometimes, I used to say that, looking for someone, depending on what the role is that you're looking at, I used to say that I'm looking for someone who's quantitative, and, I can teach you the other things, right? Like if you're like in a very acquisition focused job, but I'd say, like I said, marketing is broad and in the type of marketing. And so I think, even the industry and landscape is changing, but, you can be taught a lot of things, but I think be your authentic self and always start with what you've done in the past, what you're looking to do in the future, and how you can add value by that company.
I love that too. It really goes with, I don't know if you're listening in on the session before us, but there was a comment made about, when it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, it just is as part of a company. When it's good, it just is. It's not forced. It's not just tacked on to what we do. And so to your point, in looking for people to come and be open about their ideas and their experiences, that's part of it. It's not just saying, just do it for the sake of, to say we did it. It's like, we need all of these, now I'm thinking food, recipes, ingredients, like methods to make this pot, successful and taste good at the end of the day. So that was maybe a bad way to put it, but
no, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think it's great. I think, I think that's great. I think it's really important to having a variety of ingredients, but a variety of perspectives in the room has always been valuable. And I think, like I already said this, but not just different ethnicities and genders, but also, career verticals, areas, where you come from. We started with my family, home environment, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
I love that.
I view myself as, worldly and inclusive, don't get me wrong, but I also recognize that, I don't know what I don't know. And so having other voices in the room complements my experiences, and it's a great learning experience for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I love that you added that as well, because it takes conversations like this coming from, senior leadership to have people continue to be open and not so afraid to say stuff. Now, it's not about just, throwing everything to the wind, but I think it's also being open and allowing people to feel comfortable in those environments, included, you know what I mean? Belonging, a sense of belonging is something else that someone said on a previous panel.
I think you're right. And even, we started this and you, I don't know whether I said it or you said it, but this concept of just one, I think for all of the hiring managers out there too, I'd say that, as you're trying to build, diverse teams and whatnot, it's important to not just have just one, right? It's not just checking a box. Because when you're the only one in the room, as I often find myself in various situations in life and growing up, I'm pretty sure there are academic studies around this, but it can be hard to find that voice, right? There's a lot of pressure to go to the mean or go towards the majority. And, a lot of us out there are used to just playing these different roles and, always my authentic self, don't get me wrong. But, when you're the only one in the room, it's sort of like, know the room, know your audience. I can't always be like, as the Black woman, not that I would ever start a sentence like that, but something like that. It's hard, but when diversity is really embraced and it's celebrated that you have all these different points of view, I think that's when the magic really, really happens.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, and leading into the next question and thinking about like you as a person of color, as a woman, like, are you inspired to continue to make sure like other women like you who are younger feel as included and have maybe like the access that to different experiences that you've had, or maybe not that you've had, that just they might not have or know that they could have? Like, I think, I think it's so awesome that you're sharing your story. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say that's something that's very important to me, just like I started again, and look, I'm still striving too, right?
Yeah.
Anyone out there who wants to sponsor me, my story is not done either. So, not to make it about me, but I would say that, I think it's important to share my story. I'm an open book, like I say, and, I share the good, I share the not good. And I'm grateful to people who share that with me, because I think, I don't know if I'm inspiring or people should aspire to be like me, but my hope is that by sharing my story, it helps others on their journey. And so using that and using what platform I do have to help, bring others forward is something that is just so important to my core.
I love that. It's like, yes, doing it. I think we saw, if we're thinking about actually some marketing tactics that maybe not tactics that were used, but just people out in the world last year, influencers sharing the mic and things like that, to be able to do that as individuals behind the curtain and a part of organizations and community groups and networking, like things like that. That's also important. We want to see it, and we want to make sure like it's happening on the back end too. So let's talk a little bit about what success might look like then, if we're maybe not then, but yes, as a marketer, you have your goals, but how has your definition changed throughout the course of your career? Has it evolved in any way?
Yeah, I would say so, again, different layers there. So I'd say that, let's see, I'll start with the professional. I think there's a professional answer to that question, and then there's a personal, but I think, these days, the professional and personal, right? It's like all intermingled, but I'd say, I think professionally, when I was earlier in my career, success on its face at least seemed more immediate, right? So you can get used to, you say things like, I did this, I did that, right? I would keep a running list. It was when it was review time, I was ready. I was like, I have my Word document. These are all the projects. This is the impact I had. And so I think that's also advice for anyone. I should probably still keep that to an extent, but I think that one of the things that, as the size of my teams grew, I'd say one of my breakthroughs as a leader was getting used to, and empowering teams is always been something that I think is a superpower of mine, and something that I tried to lean into, but really embracing that, while I'm responsible for the strategy and the vision, and the success of achieving those goals, or achieving those objectives, and getting to that vision, depends on empowering those high performing teams. So it's not always like, I did this, I did that. It's how am I working as a team and collaborating and empowering those around me. So I'd say that's been a professional breakthrough for me. And I'd say, personally, I find that I'm the happiest when I have autonomy and I love my job, right? We're all busy. I have 3 kids as an example now, right? But I have 3 kids, but I spend way more time with my coworkers, whether in person or in Zoom, than I do with my family. So quite frankly, life is too short to not love what you're doing. And I'd say for me now, I wouldn't say there's always that clear division between personal and professional. So I say I try to love what I'm doing. So work doesn't always feel like work. And, you know, when I am away from my family and my kids, you know, I feel like I'm, you know, I have meaning and I find meaning in it. And I feel like reflecting that back, right? Like finding meaning in my professional sphere makes me better at home. It makes me, when I'm fulfilled at work, I'm a better mom, I'm a better wife, I'm a better all these things. So, you know, I generally have a happier and more balanced life.
I love that. I mean, our CEO is probably crying tears of happiness. I think his word, his phrase is make work your leisure. I don't know if that was supposed to be external, but we love it. It's like, it does feel like that. Like, you know, when you love what you do, it doesn't feel like work so much. And that's the goal. I know for myself, and I'm sure a lot of other people out there. I didn't realize we had so much in common, Leslie. I made a deck too in my first jobs. I'm like, this is my success this year. I kind of halted a little bit, but I'm like, yeah, I love that. Thank you for validating that.
Yeah, it's important, right? Like it's like, you gotta love what you do. You gotta do this. But at the end, you know, when I go in, it's not like, you know, how was your year, Leslie, in review? It's not like, well, I'm really loving life. It's also a bit about,
right. You're like, let me show you.
Yeah, let me show you what I did. So I think that's important too.
Great takeaway. And to speak about more, I know you have, you probably have a lot of advice to give, but I want to know if you have like a couple of specific bullet points that you would give to folks looking to that maybe women of color may have their own different backgrounds that they're coming from. Do you have any advice if they want to break into a brand marketing role or in this industry?
Yeah, I think it's great. I don't know if it's, you know, that's interesting. You can, you know, I don't know if it's unique to, you know, being a, you know, a woman of color, but I'd say just in general, you know, my role is to think about the customer, live and breathe their needs and help them fulfill those needs, right? So I'd say, you know, some advice. So if you're interviewing with a company, and I think I touched on this before, even if you hadn't had the experience in the industry or with brand marketing specifically, I'd start with the product and the consumer, right? Like starts there, ground level. You know, did you visit the website? Did you sign up for their emails? You'd be surprised, right? Like I'd laugh too, but you'd be surprised how many people I interview. And I say, well, did you sign up for our emails? Oh, not yet. I'm like, you know, what are we even talking about here? You're telling me you're passionate about working on my team, but you know, you haven't visited the website. I think most of the time they visit the website, but like doing things, you know, like at least signing up for emails, but you know, when it makes sense, like, you know, did you test the product best you could, right? Like these are just like basic things that I think that you can, you know, then depending on, right, if you're trying to break into the industry, I think you said, you know, these are great places to start. If you're already in the industry or in the role, like I think, you know, obviously from there you go into getting a little bit more sophisticated on, you know, what sort of ideas that you can bring to the table. But I'd say, you know, think from a consumer perspective, have a point of view on how well or not well the company is fulfilling that, you know, need or desire. And, you know, ask yourself those questions from the consumer point of view, and I think you'll be golden.
Yeah, I mean, sage advice for sure. And I get it. There are circumstances that I've too been in, like you didn't prepare at all, but love it when it's both the opportunity for someone to come in and ask a bunch of questions from an external point of view, but then to also offer some insight. I think that that's awesome because a lot of people may not feel like that's something that is actually heard on the back end. So like you as a hiring manager, they may not understand that that's something that's quite beneficial in some ways. Like you never know what you can learn from someone else's POV.
Yeah, I love to ask people like, what did you think, right? It's not like, it's not, what did you learn in school? you know, what framework, I mean, maybe, you know,
Yeah.
what framework are you applying? Maybe for some, you know, some roles you might do that, but a lot of times it's, what'd you think of our funnel? What did you think of, you know, the email we sent you? Did it resonate? Would you buy again?
Yeah.
What are your
Yeah.
ideas to make it better?
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so to talk a little bit, shift it a little bit to talk about sort of like marketing as a whole and some of the steps that we as marketers and, you know, people who are supporting marketers might take to ensure, you know, it's continually changing and innovating. What do you think innovation might look like for marketers? Maybe in your opinion, maybe not to jump the gun. I have thoughts too, but let me know.
Then why don't you start? No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
It's all about you.
No, look, I think I got customers on the mind right now. So I think I'm gonna, there's a constant theme for me this morning, but you know, I'd say listening to consumers, you know, being open to their input, and you know, what's put in advertising, products, features, et cetera. Like for me, it all starts with knowing your customer. I'd say, you know, okay, with that said, there's a lot of, you know, from a more tactical perspective, you know, also using data in general. I think it's a fragmented data world out there right now. And even with, you know, you keep hearing things like iOS 14 and, you know, all of the changes going on in the industry, I think that, you know, there are some companies out there who are doing some really interesting things to create personalized experiences. And so I think a lot of the innovation that I'm seeing and hearing about is coming from that point of view. How can you create personalized experiences in a very fragmented world? So.
Yeah, I mean, this resonates with me so much too. And it's, again, so good to hear it from your point of view, is because I was just talking to a brand that's completely reformulating its product in the next year based on what they've heard from their audiences. So think about the audiences that may not have thought that they had a voice, and such a, you know, different people too, robust community of folks that are now leading to change in this entire brand's like framework in the next couple of weeks, because of, you know, what they've said. So that's data, that's listening to your audience. I think that brands are getting smarter. I think last year, again, was very telling when someone said that they, you know, felt a certain way about the brand, they immediately were pivoting in a lot of ways, or adjusting, I should say, what they're doing. But I mean, it can't be said more often. You have to listen to them, because how do you get better?
Yeah, totally. And I think also, you know, your customers are diverse too, right?
Not just
different people have different needs. And how can you speak to them? I think that's like the lean into personalization. You know, you can have, you know, there are certainly some messages that are universal and can go across to everybody, but, you know, think a lot about, you know, targeting, customer segmentation. How do you speak in a more personalized way to people? I think is really, really important.
That's perfect. Okay, I'm going to jump into some audience cues that are coming in. Let's see. Okay, how about this? What do you do to decompress after maybe a long week or a long day? I know folks are just dying to go on vacation now, but
oh my gosh, yes, so many things. I'm like, keep giving me ideas. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, no, I'd say again, lots of, you know, okay, what do I do to decompress? I think there's a lot of different ways that I could answer that. I think, you know, as I've gotten, let's say, more tenured in life, have some different circumstances going on. I say some of that is sort of forced, right? Because, you know, our office is open and I'm here, and, you know, you spend a lot of time. So I think, you know, at the end of the day, you know, one of the silver linings of, you know, the past 2 years has been that greater appreciation for family time for me. And so just, right, like when you're working from home I used to miss bedtime all the time. When you're working from home, it's really hard to look at a 4-year-old and be on your screen. I think that like there's a whole generation of people who are going to think that work hard is just like literally staring at a screen like this.
Yeah.
But,
Oh my God.
those forced times and like embracing it, like embracing that time. I'd say for any parents out there, something that I always do try to do is like self-care. And whatever self-care means to you, it could be a yoga class, it could be, I don't know, drinks with friends, it could be a massage, whatever it is. But that's one thing that I tend to be sort of unforgiving. Not that I get to do it a lot, but I'm sort of unapologetic about just, taking that time, because again, I just know that it makes me a better human. And when I'm a better human, I'm a better marketer, I'm a better mom, I'm all that good stuff. So I'd say, taking or a hike or something like that, wherever you can find that time to do something that makes you feel you, just making sure that you leverage that and you do what you need to do to be present. Oh, and travel. That was the other thing. I used to love travel. Early on, speaking of mentors, early on in my career, thinking back to my investment banking days, worked so hard, don't get me wrong, slept under my desk, like did the thing. But I remember very vividly one of my managers, like it was kind of cool. Like if you didn't get a lot of time off, but I was going to go, I was doing long distance with my now husband, but then boyfriend. And I was going to go visit him, I think in Hong Kong or something. And, we had a big deal come up and I was like, oh, should I cancel my trip? Because that's something that everybody said or offered. So I was like, oh crap, I should offer to cancel my trip. And I remember someone who was super smart, like the best in the group. He was, my associate, and he said, don't ever do that. Don't offer, like this time is so important. And that's all I needed to hear. And I've continued it on. I think, we all work really hard when we're working, and having those times away and trying to embrace that is something that's really important to me.
Oh, good answer. I love that. Let's see. Okay, how about what's something that you're looking forward to this year? It could be professionally or personally, but what are you looking forward to? I mean, yeah, I always want to jump the gun and like join in on the conversation, but this is about you. I was going to say, I'm excited always to see, what brands are doing in the marketing space and how things are changing, of course. But again, I think but the theme is diversity and inclusion. And so I'm excited to see the risks that brands take and maybe developing a new framework for how they operate, how they hire, how they recruit, how they present themselves to customers. There's so much there, but I'm curious to know, what are you looking forward to?
You know what, in the interest of time, not to just say what you said, but sort of, and I mean that really genuinely. I think I already answered it on the personal note. I like when things are like fully opened and whatnot, it's just like, I will be hitting the road, and want to go visit my brother, like, he's in London, but I'd say, looking back of, we talked about data already, but thinking about really brands and how brands have changed. I think like seeing how they've evolved over the last, 2 years or, whatever, like in general, but over the last 2 years, especially with some of the, social unrest and things that have been brought to the forefront. I think brands can no longer sit on the sidelines. Mm-hmm. And I've even, I've been in positions where it's like, you don't want to, right? Like you have a really strong brand, but almost really truly in the interest of protecting that, right? Like I was working with someone once and they're like, well, we can't take a side. We can't take a side on this or that. Like, we don't want to post for this holiday because then you have to post for all the holidays. And what if we alienate someone on this political side of the spectrum? And not that every brand or company should just dive headfirst into this, but it's been really interesting to see brands evolve as you just realize that you can no longer stay on the sidelines, right? Like, when George Floyd happened, I remember we were running social media, and I think a lot of marketers were having this moment where you're like, okay, what do we say? What do you do, as a company here? And I can tell you not saying something was definitely not an option, because even in the, amount of time that it took to like put together like some words or post or something, we had people messaging us like, why haven't you said anything? Why haven't you commented? And it became very clear that consumers were not going to let brands just sit on the sidelines and wait things out. They wanted to know your point of view.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, it's all the more, I want to say, hopeful, and it gives me some optimism in the world that it's finally something that's like acceptable and low-key an issue if there isn't anything said about certain things that are happening in our world. It's America. We live in such a like diverse world right now, and it's only going to become more of that. And it's not just about ethnicities, it's literally everything. So
Everything.
like, how do we have some of those conversations and make them not taboo anymore? So, I mean, I'm excited to see what Thanksgiving is even going to look like with, bringing different people to the table and having those conversations pretty openly. So, Leslie, there's so much we can talk about. I was like, you gave a lot of insight. I feel honored to have to talk to you today, because not only that you're a woman of color, but you have such a unique career trajectory that you've had and that you're going to continue to have, I know. So just thank you for being part of this. Appreciate you.
Really appreciate you. It's been fun. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much to you both. Quick question for you, Leslie, before you go. So you were saying that, you had people telling you guys you had to say something. What did you guys do in response?
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So we put out a statement, which I think was sort of table stakes, but then we thought about, okay, how can we move just beyond the statement, and how can we do something that actually matters and help, elevate voices. So I think Tiffany had it right? It's not just about ethnicity or race, but in this example that I'm using, it was. And, we ended up sort of putting our social media plan on hold, like what we had planned, right? Because it just seemed still important, right? Like delivering happiness, and still believed that there was a place in the world for our company and our product. But I'm reading the room, so to speak, thought, okay, what can we do? So we ended up having a series where we highlighted, Black authors, or, small businesses owned by people of color. And I was at FabFitFun at the time. And so thinking, all of the things that were in line with what we were doing and the content that we were already putting out into the world to help people, but thinking, okay, how can we use our platform to sort of bring spotlight to other areas? And we would just change the flavor a bit. And for the times, and it was fantastic, and continued to be weaved into everything else that we did. So it was a great reminder. It was not a great time, of course, but I'm really proud of what we did to be able to use our platform to bring awareness.
Yeah, that was really, obviously, as us as a social media company and influencer marketing company, I think everybody kind of was tentative on what their next steps would be. But I think processes like that, like actually doing education and awareness, as opposed to just pretending like nothing happened and just going about your business, that would seem very, sad and shallow. So
it's very inauthentic. Even
inauthentic.
I think one of the big things was even how we were feeling as employees, because it wasn't a marketing tactic, right? It was just really, it was hard to get out of bed, right? I'm grateful for my team. They helped me, because I felt it very personally, right? And so it felt inauthentic to us. It felt like we wanted to say something, and so that's what we did.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you so much for coming on and joining us. We've got to move on to our next panel, but I did feel an obligation to ask you that. I appreciate that. All right. So I guess they moved us on anyway. So we are going to jump into our next panel, which is going to be a fantastic session. This is our creator panel. We have an amazing lineup of diverse creators that we brought onto this panel, starting with my dear friend, Adam Waheed, AKA Adam W, for those of you who know him on TikTok, Eric Bigger, Mai Nguyen, and our good friend, Barbara Jones, who is hosting this session and is the CEO of Outshine Talent. There she is. Hi. Hey, Barbara.
Hi, how are you?
How's it going?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Good. Great to see you.
You too.
See the rest of you guys jumping on here.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric. How's it going, man?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Good. It's great to see you. Adam, what's up, brother?
What up?
Hey, Mai. Welcome. Well, I took a few minutes away from you guys last time, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Barbara so you guys can get started. Have a great session.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Let's see here. I want to make sure that I can hear your audio because your hello was off.
I was muted.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, great. All right, everybody. It's so nice to have everyone here today. Again, I'm Barbara Jones. I'm the founder and CEO of Outshine Talent. And we're here with an incredible panel of creators. And I'm just going to do a little intro, and then I would love for you guys to each just tell a little bit about yourself. First up, we have comedian and social content creator Adam Waheed, over 25 million in followings all over social media, and goes by at Adam W on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, and at It's Adam W on Twitter. Welcome, Adam. Just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, so I've been creating content online on social media for about 4 years now. Mainly comedy content, all sketch comedy, super relatable, brand friendly type of videos. And yeah, when I first moved out to Los Angeles, where I still live, I was trying to be an actor, and I was trying to get auditions and get a manager and agent, and kind of nothing was working out for me. And I did that for 1.5 years while I was working as an assistant. And I saw people making stuff online. I was like, oh, let me try this. So I kind of just taught myself how to edit and shoot, and really all on Google. Just looked everything up, and then got a little better, kept posting stuff, and a couple of my videos started to go viral. And then after that, it was kind of a snowball effect. I started gaining a lot of followers. I quit my job and started doing it full time.
Excellent. Amazing. Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to move on to Mai Wen, who's a My Healthy Dish on all social media, has over 5 million followers, and is also, disclosure, a member of Outshine Talent. Want to tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got involved in social?
Well, I was in mortgage 9 years ago or 10 years ago, and then the bubble burst, and I lost my job. My husband lost his job, and we found ourselves in our 30s moving back with my parents and pregnant with twins. So we were broke, and I was a stay-at-home mom, and I just needed an outlet, and Instagram was just like starting off, and I just saw something there 9 years ago. I mean, give you my whole history, but I started on Instagram. I learned a lot, and I've been growing on all my social media channels since then, and a lot of mistakes on the way, but here I am.
Yeah, and my specializes in food, family, and yeah, and has two twin, almost 13-year-old twin daughters. Oh, God bless you. Okay, we're going to move on to Eric Bigger, TV personality, fitness trainer, motivational speaker, and new author, right? And so Eric, he's Eric Bigger on all socials, and Eric_Bigger on Twitter.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, thank you for the intro. Social media started since I think 2012, 2013, where I created motivational videos. I would do Motivation Monday, Wisdom Wednesday, What's Positive Friday. And in between those days were quotes, right? And so, you know, I was in LA, I was going to auditions, and I had a great opportunity to go on a show. I went on The Bachelorette. And then from there, my life changed. And then I came home, and I've always been good at creating content, inspiration, and motivation. And then I got into the brand development space with big brands, right? And then from there, I just took my energy, my intentions, and my wisdom, and I just created a new image for myself because people knew me for positivity and motivation. The interesting thing was when I came off my show, my manager told me to delete all my posts. So all my motivation content, all my quotes. So no one knew me as the positive, inspirational guy on social media. They knew me, Eric from The Bachelorette, Rachel Lindsay season. And then from there, eventually I just got right back into motivation and content creating and giving people spiritual and wisdom. And it's been great. It's been a lot of ups and downs, but it's been fun. You know, I'm always a person who loves to learn and earn at the same time. And I always say not money, but wisdom. So.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. I really like that. And I've been working, I used to run my own influencer marketing agency for about 12 years and then have shifted into talent management. But what I love so much about this current sort of the current state of the union is that this shift to really creator economy and sort of the power being back in the creators' hands. And I think that there's the competition between platforms and with brands and everything like that, I think is so good for creators right now. There's just a lot in your corner rather than feeling like you're the talent role, you're really the creator role. So obviously this is the Diversity Summit, and we want to talk about not only cultural content and diverse content that you create on your own, in your own authentic original content, but also of course working with brands and agencies. You are all veterans with working with brands, big brands, small brands, and everything in between. And I think that there are so many brand marketers that are on this call today. And I think that in general, everyone's looking for good advice on, everyone knows the importance of including diverse creators in campaigns. But I think that execution and the ways to go about it, I think there could always be improvements there. So I would love to kind of put it out to you guys to talk about some advice you might give to brands or agencies who are kind of going into different campaigns and they want to figure out what is the right way to go about it. And maybe we'll start out with you and some of your experience recently.
So I had a really great experience with Sam's Club during API month, where they literally just said, we just want to learn. So we just want one video and we want some stories, but you just come to our store, you shop, you tell us what ingredients you like for your recipe, and we just want to learn and learn about your culture. So it was really I felt really included in that campaign. Where on the flip side, I feel like the majority of the inquiries, we are of course getting the tail end of it. So the decision is already made of how this should be curated. And then they're telling us how to do it, but make it Asian. So I feel like if we were in the process all along, that it would have been more authentic.
Mm-hmm.
And also not make us feel like we're just a box to fill, like a check mark off that list of, we have our Asian influencer.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been to many events where I will look around and I know why I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
There are many campaign events where I'm like, okay, I know why I'm here. So it does feel very inauthentic sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Eric, have you had any situations similar to that?
I can't say I have similar situations. I think for me, it's all about not feeling numbers and doing a check mark, but understanding the diverse clientele that you're bringing in. Because I can look a certain way, my skin color can be different, but why are you choosing me? Are you choosing me to fill your numbers on your sheet? Are you doing it to make the system better, to say, look, we're balanced? Or do you really understand the background where I come from and you want to put that out in an energetic way with your brand? And so I think most brands, they try to meet the quota, right? Like, let's be clear, when I meet the quota, we have to meet the quota. But is that serving a big purpose in the world? And I don't think it is, because if it's not affecting their world, they might not care as much, right? Or want to know as much. So I think it's just about being intentional. But when you are executing, think about the why, think about the who, and think about the what, right? Because I can be of African-American descent, be Black, I can be whatever. But what is your perception of me based on what you know outside of your job? Right. And I think that's where it comes from, because perception drives reality. And sometimes when you have a certain demographic, that perception can really be bad if they're always used in that subject, right? It's because I'm a skin color, just this skin color doesn't mean I have to play sports all the time, right?
Right.
Or eat a certain food. Like, we can mix it up, we can make it different. And also to think about the people at the brands, you have kids, you have people that are coming up looking up to us, right? How are they going to be affected, and how are you using your power and your resources to make it better for them, because they're going to be older one day and they're going to be influenced by us influencers. So it's just about being aware and understanding the background to the person you're hiring for your job and why you're hiring them, other than just filling a number.
Right, exactly. So Adam, on your content, you seem to get really involved in the early stages with the brands, probably, like Mai was talking about, a lot of times these campaigns are already concepted and baked in advance, and they're just saying, we need you to do this, right? How do you, at what point do you get involved with the brands in your process?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm posting and shooting every single day. So I'm kind of like in this autopilot mode where, I'm getting an influx of emails and inquiries about working with brands. And, I don't necessarily know the scope of the campaign, who's on the campaign, more so to like midway through of the process. And that's kind of when I can step back and say like, oh, they put this person on this campaign and this is kind of the layout of who's on it. And, to kind of piggyback off what Mai said, sometimes you do look and you're like, all right, looks like I'm a checkbox, right? But then sometimes, it is a diverse campaign throughout, and it's nice to see, it's a pleasant thing. But yeah, in terms of when I get onboarded to the campaign, usually right when they launch it, and I kind of, like I said, don't really see anything until either the post is out or midway through, just talking to other creative friends and kind of seeing like, oh, I'm also on this campaign as well. So.
So I guess the question is, I mean, there's, from a brand marketer standpoint, there's this month is this and this month is that, or they're responding to something that's happening in real time. And, so usually it's a tragedy or some other thing of how they're responding to it. So I'd like to put it out to you guys, like, what are the pros of that and what are the cons of that? From a brand marketing standpoint, like if you put yourself in their shoes, they can't not react to it, right? But how would you go about it if that was your role?
Well, I live in the Bay Area. So during this year, it was when a lot of the Asian violence was happening, was in San Francisco and Oakland and San Jose. And then we had the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. And then API month really rolled around the same time. So it was like this big perfect storm of a lot of eyeballs on the Asian community and what we were going to do about it. And it was actually really tough for me. I had a hard time because I'm trying to take this in, and you guys want me to represent this Asian community, and I'm experiencing it. So.
Right.
I didn't want to work. And that was the time when brands wanted me, which is interesting. So I was like, I didn't want to be your token Asian for the API month because I'm processing it right now. And just because I'm Asian doesn't mean I'm like the authority of like Asian culture and I know everything that's happening in the Asian community. Yeah. And I also felt it in the pressure of my followers who wanted to learn more and be more.
Right.
But I feel because I live in the Bay Area and we're so diverse, I don't experience that typically.
Right.
The racism or the hate until this year, like where I really felt it. So I had to process it.
Yeah.
But working with brands, it was interesting because they were turning to me for help and wanting me to represent them and come speak in their panel and this and that. And I was actually overwhelmed. So that I was like, I can't, I couldn't.
I mean, it's a lot of pressure. I mean, because you're a creator and you're a front facing, but it doesn't mean that you want to be the voice of whatever they're asking you to be. And that I feel like there's probably a feeling of obligation or pressure or something, but you're like, I'm a comedian. Like I might not want to, I mean, I might do it in my own way, but I don't, do I have to just because I am?
I wanted to, but I was processing Like I needed time. I didn't have the time because you only gave me 1 month of the API month.
Right.
I needed
right.
more time to process like my neighbors being robbed and not going to the store with my parents. Like those were the things that I was dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So I needed more than a month of API month where I was going to be like your spokesperson.
Right. Right. No, I think that's, that's a great perspective. That I think it's about this. It's also sensitivity side of things. Well, I think that there's also, I would love to kind of also get more feedback on pros and cons of highlighting special months and events and things like that. Because yes, there's a certain amount of, checkbox, but I think that it's also an opportunity to, like Eric, you said, put out great content, but also in the way that you want and create the perception that you want. And, because you are sort of being looked up to by a lot of different people. So, what are the pros and cons of having these sort of like special Black History Month or, Pride Month or all these different things?
I think the pro for most of it is awareness, right? That's what a lot of companies hire influencers for, brand awareness. I'll give you a story. 4 years ago, I did a gig with Power 106 and LA County Department of Mental Health, and they invited me to come to their suicide prevention walk. Mind you, at the time I had just got off my show, I had a lot of momentum, but I didn't even know this exists, right? So I felt like, dang, this is kind of messed up. Like, why do you have to quote unquote be a somebody for you to have this acknowledgement that these things exist in the world? Why don't we bring more light to it? Why isn't mental health or these things talked about? So with, Pride Month and, Asian community, Black History Month, like, great. And it goes back to, are we doing it because we want to fill a role? We're doing it because we really care. So I think the pro is that you're bringing awareness. I think the con can be, we know we have to do it, so let's check this off. And we do just enough to kind of keep people quiet, and then we can move on. I think before we got on this panel discussion, forgot the lady's name, but she was saying her company was challenged to talk about Black Lives Matter or the pandemic. And the guy was asking, what do you think you should do? And what I want people to know listening, that if you're a brand, VP at a brand or big time marketer, like, it's okay if you don't know what to do. I think the con is that this acting as if you do know what to do and then you don't execute properly. Mm-hmm. So it's important, like people like Adam and Mai and myself, maybe you should go to the people directly and hire them on your staff for a campaign or for activation to kind of help you deliver what you want to deliver, so it makes sense before you go and just do something because it's Pride Month or it's Asian Month or Black History Month, and just kind of be more intentional about it and get some more feedback or information to make your awareness make sense. But in all honesty, awareness is key when it comes to these things. And I think the more we talk about it and the more we normalize it, the better benefit we'll get from it as a whole, and it won't just be a niche or putting people in a position because of the time period.
I really like the idea of, and I think this has been something that, not all brands and agencies really do, is really bringing in creators, like Mai was saying, much earlier in the process, almost in a consulting role, because I honestly believe a lot of the campaigns get put together by people who actually don't use those platforms. So they don't really know the subtleties of what is and is not possible, what works and doesn't work. And it's not that it's not well-intentioned, but I've been on the agency side. I know, sometimes it's the, 24-year-old on the Pampers account. Like, she doesn't have any kids. She doesn't know what it's like to change a diaper. I'm not saying, it is what it is, but I do think that, Adam, have you been brought in early for any kind of consulting roles on any of the campaigns that you've done early, or has anyone?
Yeah, I personally have. I have tons of long-term year partnerships with different brands, and I've been blessed to work with tons of companies and different brands. So usually I am on early, and I do sometimes get in that consulting phase. But of course, a lot of brands outsource their campaigns to marketing agencies, and it's kind of this pipeline of different tiers of people it goes through. So yeah, I've been on sides of, you know, where I've been there early. I've been on sides where, you know, I come in a little midway through the campaign or late. So yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mai and Eric?
It's actually really refreshing. It's only happened once, was with Impossible Foods, where it happened very organically because I'm such an advocate for Impossible Foods in the past, and I've had several viral videos tricking my husband eating Impossible meat and calling it a real meat. So when we had the kickoff call with the actual brand and team at Impossible Foods, they told me that like they loved me so much, but they also use that video to the team, and when they do other creator events, that they use that video to teach creators how to film their content with my video. So I was really, really flattered, but it was their first time working with an influencer, like as an influencer like campaign, and they let me take the lead. Like I was their first influencer they're working with, and they literally just like, how would you approach this? And what would you do this? And I really actually appreciate it. It was actually like a great campaign. We delivered great content and we had great numbers. And it was because the involvement that I had in there. And it never, ever did I feel like it was because I was an Asian person trying to teach you anything, or like a mom who, like, you know, there's multiple boxes I know I fell. It was just because I created great content and I want, and it was an organic kind of relationship before, and they brought me on. It was never because she's a mom, she has kids and this, or she's Asian and this is her demographic. It was no, you like our product, you've created content around it before, and we want you have you on board. And that was it.
That's a smart, authentic partnership, right? So with obviously diversity becoming more and more important to brands, how do you all see the role of diverse creators evolving and growing in the future?
I think, you know, it's on a good path right now. You know, when I first started creating videos, there wasn't too many people who looked like me. And for sure that was discouraging, you know, when I first started. But, you know, as I started creating more, you know, I started to see more people who look like me. And, you know, I think now we live in a day and age where there's so many creators, you know, every day there's new creators popping up on the platform. Sometimes I'm like, I haven't even seen this person before, you know, and I'm on my phone all day looking at everybody. So, you know, I think it's amazing. I think a lot of people are encouraged to create and become creators. And, you know, there's a little bit of everybody who looks like everybody on all these platforms, you know, so I think it's in a good direction. But of course, you know, there can be improvement.
Oh, I'm really excited. Like, I'm really excited about the future because I feel like it's become more and more diverse. It took a lot to get here. And sometimes it took a lot of pushing with a lot of protesting, and like even just it took the violence with the Stop Asian Hate for us to even be here and get representation. But I do feel the pressure for my community to do it well, to be successful, to continue to grow, because I want to be more aware and out there to better represent my community, so they know that like, she's Asian, she's doing well, I could do it too. Like, I do feel that amount of pressure, and there is a pride in it. There's like a lot of pride that I take in, like, I made it. Like, I'm an immigrant. I came to America and I made it. And so,
yeah. I love that. Eric, what do you think? What's the role of diverse creators evolving and growing in the future?
I just believe, you know, diversity and inclusion is like a party, right? But I think what's happened is that everybody is allowed to dance, right?
Yeah.
You can do their own dance the way they know how. I also believe that it's time to kind of like pull back, like, what does diversity actually mean? I think I was talking to Ma before we got on the call. I was like, there's certain things about the Asian community that I'm not aware of, that I don't know, right? So I can't pretend I know something because I feel like I should in the moment, depending on the situation. I think we should have normal conversations like this to kind of understand. Like Adam said, when he started, wasn't a lot of faces that was relatable to him. So it could have been discouraging, right? So for me, I always say, how do I use my platform to help people evolve, heal, to keep them inspired and to let them know that they can do it, right?
Yeah.
I didn't write a book to say, oh, look, I have a book. I know the inner city of Baltimore, a lot of kids, you know, African-American or Black, they don't think about that. They think about going to the NBA, right? They want to make a pro in sports. So they go pro in life. So let me be that. Let me do that for you. And I also think for people listening and watching, they can change the roles of people in these spaces, right? Like I said earlier, I don't have to just be on an athletic gig. I can be, you know, something that's intellectual or tech savvy. Just kind of, you know, change it up so people can think different about a person and shift the perception. Because I don't want to put you in a box because how you look. That's not fair to you. You might not even fit those categories. Because even for myself, I didn't grow up with racism. I grew up in a predominantly Black community. So there was, you know, I can't relate to someone who maybe grew up in the South, you know, my skin color and really dealt with that. Or who might be triggered when something happened where I'm like, I'm aware that it happens, but I don't relate the same. So sometimes we get perceptions thrown on us, not knowing that everyone doesn't fit that category. So I think diversity is grown. Everyone's allowed to dance and join the party. But let's get to kind of talk to people at the party. Say, hey, what's your name? What do you do? Where you from? What are you into? Instead of labeling them like, oh yeah, he looks like this, so I'm pretty sure he's attached to that. I think that's not fair.
I feel like I always appreciate when people share how to be an ally. I think to all different cultures and communities and stuff like that, because I think there are a lot of people, including brands and agencies, who want to be allies, but are afraid to ask or learn, or, you know, I think there should be a lot more listening and a lot more ways to show people, you know, how they can be supportive, whether it is in creating content and campaigns or activism or other things. You know what I mean? I think that you know, I always personally appreciate it because I want to be, you know, I want to be active. I want to learn. I want to grow. I want to learn the differences and how I can be helpful. But I think that brands can do the same thing, you know, is asking creators for how they can be supportive rather than, you know, a top-down campaign, if you will, right? So are there certain platforms that you guys are on all different social platforms? Do you feel like there's certain platforms that embrace the supporting diversity on their platform?
I think definitely TikTok takes the lead in trying to be inclusive in everything they do. And they do what they're really great about is constantly sending out surveys to their creators, constantly holding these Zoom sessions and getting feedback and having one-on-one interviews with the creators and what they could do better, whether it's just for the app or just being diverse or what can we do. So TikTok takes the lead, and I feel like the other platforms kind of follow along, but I don't think that anyone has done it better than TikTok just yet.
Any experiences for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think TikTok does a great job, but also Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, obviously with Instagram. I've experienced, you know, I think they all take different angles at it, right? And could be preference or of course like your own personal situation of that matter. But yeah, I think they're all making initiatives and making it you know, a thing to reach out and, you know, spread light on that and awareness on those topics.
And are there any brands specifically that you can call out that you think are doing, whether you've worked with them or not, but just from your perception, that you feel like are really kind of doing an A+ job when it comes to diverse content, working with diverse creators and creative direction for campaigns?
I think Disney is doing a phenomenal job, not just on their social channels, but even in their movies and their TV shows. And there's so much diversity now with them, how they cast on their shows too. And it's great for my girls to watch like these shows and like feel the representation of like how they feel as themselves. But just like the way they create their campaigns and their videos, you could just tell they're so inclusive and they're trying so hard to be inclusive. And they even turn to me sometimes like, Maya, what can we do better? Like, what can we do for this video? Why did this video get so much hate? Like, there was a video that got so much hate, and they turned to me and asked me why. And it wasn't about the Asian community or anything. It was just why. And it was because of just the creator they chose. But I don't want to mention it. But it was just like a learning experience that they turn to creators when they fail and ask for help, which I just truly love that brand. I love working with them.
Anybody else? Someone that you feel like is a real standout, or something you worked with that you thought that, you know, they really did it right?
I work with Old Spice a bunch, and I mean, they do a great job of kind of staying diverse throughout, and you know, you constantly see different people doing content for them. I know that they definitely use their voice during the BLM movement, which was cool, and I took place in that as well. So I mean, they've always done a great job of staying diverse and kind of, you know, using their voice in the platform.
Yeah, I think I did an event. Actually, they had a summit, Under Armour, about a year ago, and they probably had about at least 200 influencers from all over the world, and it was very diverse. Their message was the only way through, and we took courses. I mean, it was just so many.
Who was it for?
Under Armour.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so they had like a summit, like a big summit, like 200 influencers from all over the world, and we did like different days. We had different workouts and courses where they taught us about the technology. And it was interesting to be in the realm of so many diverse people, and you learned a lot. You built relationships. We had dinner. It was like a diverse retreat. And the piggyback off of Maya about Disney, I would say Pixar, the movie, the Soul movie with Jamie Foxx. I think that was such a good movie in so many ways, not only for the messaging and for the stuff that you saw, but, you know, as for Black kids, you know, in America to see something like that in a positive way. I think it was a different type of inspiration. And it wasn't exploited in a negative way. It was something like celebrated like positively. And I think more of those type of shows should be pushed out on social or digital to kind of like, you know, fix the psychological aspect of people in the world, because what we see is what we believe. And a lot of times people go off what they see and not what they know. So I think more like messages like that can kind of inspire something in you for good change and not pain. Should be celebrated, right?
Right,
And,
exactly.
I actually had a very eye-opening experience with just the entertainment industry when I went to the Crazy Rich Asians event, and the director and cast was there, and we were having lunch at his family's restaurant, and it was a very like intimate event. And the director said, "This is like the first movie with an all Asian cast in maybe 20 years because of maybe the Joy Luck Club." And he said something that I did not even realize was that we are on the front lines right now. If this movie doesn't do well, there's like other projects that are on hold waiting to be greenlighted to see how well this all Asian cast does. So what we need to tell the community is to show up and represent in the box office. And like, even though it was so obvious, it never occurred to me. It never occurred to me that money does talk. Just like Black Panther was like such a big monumental event because it broke blockbusters. Well, you know, the movie that made so much money.
Yeah.
Right. So now we need an all Asian cast. We need all this cast. And and it just greenlighted a lot of other shows and movies because Crazy Rich Asians did so well.
Yeah. Completely. Well, we're getting close to the end, and so I wanted to just go around, and you know, we're obviously also coming to the end of 2021 and looking forward to 2022, and I would love to kind of just go around to each of you and just kind of a last word on how you would like to be working with brands in the future next year, whether it's something different or something the same, but what do you think is you know, the way you want to see your future next year working with brands? Adam?
I guess I'll go first. All right. I think, you know, kind of the path I've been on has been amazing. But it's just nice to see these campaigns where, they're really, focusing on the awareness aspect and having a diverse campaign. And kind of like Eric said, we don't know sometimes what a motive or intention might be, but, I think the main point about it is whether their motive is good or bad, just raising that awareness is the most important thing, I did something 2 years back where I built a school, and I posted about it, and some of the comments were like, "Oh, this is amazing, you built a school," and then some comments were like, "Oh, why would you post about it? You don't have to post about it." And obviously, my motive about posting it wasn't to brag that I built a school. It was to show people that this is what you can do with the platform, right? And by posting that video, in turn, I was able to get other creators to now fund a school as well, a separate school, right? And the overall goal is, let's build as many schools as we can, not let's brag about it, right? So regardless of what the motive is, right? Just the fact of spreading awareness is what matters to me the most. So just being part of campaigns, where the awareness is spread, and, working on campaigns where it is diverse and you kind of see everyone across the spectrum on every campaign, it's just refreshing and it's great. So that's kind of something I'm looking forward to moving forward into 2022.
Excellent. And Eric, what are you looking forward to with working with brands next year?
I want to work with, brands who are being very authentic, stimulating growth, like in the world, to help humanity evolve, but creating diversity, right? In a more intimate way, not in a more expansive, general way, because we know we got to fill the numbers, we got to get these things. But let's have a conversation that, a diverse couple or friends will have that's natural and that's not so controlled. Mm-hmm. Also, where the influencer can have more creative control over what they do say, or not that they don't, but when it comes to the front end of the campaign, instead of taking the intellectual property and then putting it back as if you created it, where it's like, hold on, I created that. So other than that, just more authenticity, growth and diversity, man. I think everybody deserves to be heard, seen, and felt. And we need to know people's story that don't look like us. So we can grow and we can add value and say, you know what? I didn't know that affected you that way. I'm sorry, get it. So yeah.
But I think you're right. And Maya, I'm going to ask you too, but I do think it's about the story, not the numbers. Yeah. It's finding the right people that are creating content with the right story. The brands can go and utilize that as their message. It's like, the numbers aren't always the most important. And that's what I always want to say. It's the story you're creating and the content you're creating by far. Maya, what about you? What are you looking forward to next?
I'm looking forward to a lot of things next year, but I think I'm in a very unique situation where me, Adam, and Eric, we have a little bit more say in the matter of how we work with brands and how we want our content to be created for them, where I think the majority don't. And I think we need to be like really aware of the other creators within the campaign and be their voice as well, because I feel like they're being trampled on. Mm-hmm. And hi, Chris. So, yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Well, thank you all so much. We had a really great discussion, and just really appreciate it. And thanks to Brand Innovators and Influential for hosting this entire day, but specifically asking us to be on this panel. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all so very much. I have one wish for 2022, and that's to work more with all of you guys, because you're all wonderful. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
All right. See y'all soon.
Bye.
Peace.
All right. That was a fantastic session, getting the creator perspective. Absolutely love that. Thank you guys all so much. So we're going to move on to our next one. Moving on, we're going to bring on Jabari Hearn, the Senior Vice President of Marketing and Entertainment at Westbrook Entertainment, and our very own Ryan Dieter, my brother, who is the CEO of Influential. Welcome to the stage, Ryan and Jabari. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, you guys can hear me?
Yep, sounding good. And there he is. What's up, Jabari?
Hey, everybody. How you doing?
Great, great. How are you?
I'm doing amazing. I am making sure that I have the right background, but I am ready to rock and roll.
There we go. Boom. Ryan, you're the outlier.
Yeah, I'm the odd man out. My apologies.
He's freestyling.
It's all good. This is a sense of diversity, right? Different backgrounds.
Exactly.
Love it. Well, Chris, I'm going to kick you out and get down to business with Jabari. Is that all right?
Enjoy.
Oh, man. How are things? How's LA treating you?
Life is great, man. I love being back in LA. You know, I spent so much time traveling around. I've lived in Dallas, Portland, the Silicon Valley, but being back in LA is like nothing else.
Amazing. I was there actually last week, and I missed all the old stomping grounds. It's good to see the city slowly coming back. It's been a rough couple of years in the entertainment business for them, but yeah, I'm obviously a 15-year vet in LA, and I'm actually right now in rainy, weirdly cold Miami, and it's kind of dark, hence why you can't see me very well. I didn't plan for not having like lighting during the day, but good to connect, and I'd love to jump right into all things DEI.
Let's do it.
Cool. Well, all right. So those that are listening, you may know Jabari, or if you don't know him, he's worked in the agency world for years, worked at Nike, at Google, at Lyft, now at Westbrook. You're also a founder of the Monday Night Mentorship, 2 years old now. I'm not sure if you guys made a pre or during or before a pandemic, but tell the crowd a little more about MNM and your mission there and how it came about.
Sure. Monday Night Mentorship came up about 2 years ago, right as the pandemic hit. It was founded by myself and my best friend and also business partner, Julian Duncan, who is a CMO of the Houston Rockets right now. And both of us as leaders were trying to deal with, downsizing at the time of the pandemic. I was working for a rideshare company. And as you can imagine, that was hit pretty hard when the pandemic came, and we had to lay off quite a few people. And that was the biggest layoff I'd ever done in my career, 25-year career. And to be honest, it depressed me. When you have really talented, great people that you have to say goodbye to, it really hits you hard, especially when you're letting them go in a pandemic and we did not know what was to expect. So, we decided to basically go on LinkedIn and say, we're here to help. We did not know what to do, but we just said we would throw something out there and say, hey, we're here to support people. And we'll be here every Monday to mentor you, to provide guidance, support, advice, look at resumes, anything you want, every Monday at 5:30. Put that out on LinkedIn, and was thinking a few people would come and I'd have a few little round tables. I probably got 1,000 emails, probably 5,000 responses on LinkedIn, people from all angles telling me I need help. I want to be a part of Monday Night Mentor. I want to be a part of Monday Night Mentorship. My counterparts and people that I've worked with throughout my career came out and said, how can I support you? I want to help mentor people. And I was overwhelmed, obviously, first and foremost, but quickly, a woman on our team now, on our board, her name is Sari D. She reached out and said, hey, I'm a coach. I coach people of color. I can help you through this. Here's what you need to do. And so we put together a private LinkedIn group. We put together a Zoom for every Monday, and the rest has been history. Every Monday since 2 years ago, March, we've been getting people together with about 10 mentors, people, CMOs, presidents, and executive coaches from all over, as well as now we have over 3,500 people in the broader community, and we meet with about 150 people every Monday.
Amazing. Well, congrats. Well done. Actually, the reason we connected was because one of our board members, Hope, was at Monday Night Mentorship and raved about you and what you guys have built. And that's how we got. So it keeps connecting people, even if we weren't looking for jobs on our side.
That's right.
I guess the question I have for you is, now that it's evolved, now that the market's shifted, now it's really more of a employees market. The FTE market is nuts. Everyone has it's the Great Resignation, all these different reasons people want to basically figure out their new path. As the tenor change, is it more about what to think about their path and how to maximize their value? What are the things you guys talking about these days?
Yeah, so the purpose of Monday Night Mentorship is to be a career accelerant as well as a mentorship network. Right. So we are not a job placement company. People don't come to us because they need jobs. They come to us because they need to get unstuck. They need to find a way to go from where they are currently to the next step. And I feel like there are a lot of support out there for really young people, young in their careers, fresh in their jobs, job fairs, internships, a lot of support. You also get additional support when you're a leader. You know, when I became a VP at Lyft, it came with a mentor, it came with executive coaches, and so on and so forth. There's a big group in the middle that are lost. They have nothing, nobody. They don't know how to negotiate. They don't know how to run their one-on-ones properly. They don't know how to manage up, manage sideways, manage down. That many of them become new leaders and don't really know how to do that. Some of it is about interviewing and thinking about telling your story. Sometimes that comes in a panel, sometimes that comes in an interview. So really just equipping people with the tools they need in order to like take them from where they are and getting unstuck to really where they want to be.
I love it. Well, it's an amazing platform, and yeah, it sounds like it came out of a time when people need it the most. But it's gonna pay dividends for people for the next decade, hopefully. Plus, that's great.
Well, not just that, it's paid dividends for me and for my group of mentors. Yeah. We didn't realize how much value we would get out of being mentors and how much knowledge we learn when I hear a Jason White, who's now MTV CMO at Viacom, give advice to somebody who's fresh out of college. I am taking that advice as well. When one of our executive coaches is giving advice on negotiation, I promise you I used that in my negotiation in my last job. So we are getting just as much out of it as mentors as the group of mentees is getting out of it.
Never stop learning, and you guys have built an amazing network. I'd love to talk now a moment about you. So part of this network, you have this amazing group of people, but you're also at an amazing company. Westbrook has become, quickly become one of the most sought after companies in all of Hollywood, really anything in media and marketing and content. How did you first connect with Westbrook and the team, and how did you essentially get to the position you are today? And really, now that you're there, and now you're obviously heading marketing, how do you guys highlight diversity in your projects?
So weirdly enough, I have a long relationship with Westbrook before I even knew I had a relationship with Westbrook. When I was at Google, the Will Smith team at the time came with an opportunity because Will wanted to launch his YouTube. And I worked on Google Pixel at the time. So we were like, hey, this is a great opportunity to partner with Will and tell stories with our phone. And so we signed a deal while I was working at Google with Will and apparently the team that was starting off as Westbrook, and I didn't know this. Then I moved over to Lyft. It just so happened that the founder at Lyft is really good friends with the president at Westbrook, Brad. And so he connected us early on and said, hey, this team is doing great content. I'm like, oh, wait, I know the Will Smith company. I should know these guys. Oddly enough, 6 months later, at Lyft, we had a content series called Undercover Lyft, where we would get celebrities, they'd put them into a Lyft dressed up in disguise, and they'd pick up people and have a lot of fun. So the Westbrook team came to us and said, wow, what if we did a version of that with Will Smith to celebrate the Bad Boys movie? And that movie was Bad Boys for Life. And they pitched us Bad Boys for Lyft and had Will pick up people in the Porsche from the car, drive around. It was amazing content. And that really connected me to what the Westbrook team can do, what the power of Will Smith can do around content and storytelling, and really the power of entertainment, really, and as it relates to business. And it was one of the best things that we did while I was there. Fast forward, pandemic hit. Lyft it was time for me to think about something new. And it just so happened that Westbrook was looking for, I think they were looking for a VP of content. And I said, wait a minute, I think I could help you with something a lot more. And so here I am now. I just hit my year anniversary, and I'm the SVP of marketing.
Congrats, that's huge. And in that, so are you guys picking out projects with diversity in mind? Is that like one of the first lenses you guys look through stuff, or how do you guys think about things?
No, what's funny is when you are diverse, it's different to how you think about diversity, right? We're a Black-owned company, family-owned company, but we want to tell stories that connect with the widest amount of audiences, right? And because we're a global company, our CEOs from Japan, some of our owners are Latin descent and are Black-owned. So when we think about global stories, people in Japan want to see stories and with Japanese people in them, and stories about Japanese culture and the authenticity there. Same
Sure.
with the Latin culture and so on and so forth. So it's only in the US do you think about this sort of weirdness, diversity thing. We want to make sure we're telling stories where people can see themselves and see their stories and global impact stories that connect with the widest audience. And in order to do that, I need to be able to have those insights and people around me to help tell those authentic stories.
Yeah, no, obviously storytelling is you did it, I'm sure, for years at Pixel, creating those moments. And even, the moment I actually hadn't seen that Will Smith Porsche one, but I think right away, I think of Mike Lowry in the 90s. I'm 12 years old over age. I'm idolizing, all things Mike, and then obviously watching Martin Lawrence. But it's storytelling. And you guys have I'm a huge fan of Cobra Kai, which is nothing, there's no diversity angle. It's just great content that happens to have diverse people in it. So, very, very cool.
Yeah, we'd say our mission is to empower artists to tell stories that connect with the world, right? And we're working with all kinds of artists, from Will to Liza Koshy to Alicia Keys and so on and so forth. And their audiences are very diverse. So we need to be able to have that content and platforms that allow them to reach their audiences.
Well, speaking of empowerment, probably in a similar vein to Monday Night Mentorship, you are on the board of the Marcus Graham Project.
Yes.
It's a nonprofit that has a mission to mentor and train diverse individuals, help them excel in the media industry, specifically in our business field that are watching. Basically, how did you is that something that happened post M&M, or is that before that? When that happened?
No, Marcus Graham Project was one of the first things that I've ever jumped into as it related to helping people in the diversity and inclusion space. So I've been on that board, I want to say 10 years. And they've continued to grow. That's led by Lincoln Steffens, and he is a servant to this community. He's spent his whole life really inspired by the movie Boomerang. And a lot of young Black people my age, I'm not gonna tell you my age, but who grew up with the movie Boomerang, understand that was the thing that got us into marketing, right? If you haven't watched the movie Boomerang, go watch it with Eddie Murphy, Halle Berry. Beautiful and funny film, but it also was one of the first films where I could see myself. I wanted to be Marcus Graham. He was a smooth, smart, handsome Black executive running his own advertising agency and marketing company, married to Halle Berry, of course. And I was like, that's what I want to be. I want to have that suit, that house, and I want to marry Halle Berry. And that set me off into my career of advertising and marketing. And so when I heard there was a program called the Marcus Graham Program, and it was helping other young people of color break into the advertising industry, I'm like, sign me up. That's the reason I'm in advertising, and I will do anything that you ask to help further your mission. So we've been working together for now over a decade. We put together a program at Google while I was there. And what that does is give people exposure. It brings young people into the advertising world by giving them exposure to these big companies with real projects. So we came into Google with a core team of young people, and they worked on a real project over the summer that delivered real results to Google. And they got exposure. And of course, Google was exposed to a new diverse audience as well.
I love that. And I guess for those that are listening, what's the best way to get involved? Is to go to the website, or some sort of way they can also mentor or donate? Absolutely.
Check out MGP Project, Marcus Graham Project, and/or MondayNightMentorship.com.
Love it. You added the plug. Always good. So 10 years. That's a decade, and obviously 2 years in the last since the pandemic. What has the conversation of DEI and DEIB, everyone has different acronyms now, belonging, et cetera. How has that evolved from when you first started talking about it to today? Like what do you see the biggest changes that have happened?
Wow. The biggest change, again, when you're old, my first job out of college was at Wieden & Kennedy in Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon probably had the fewest amount of Black people I've ever seen in any state at that time. We didn't have a Black radio station. There was no Black clubs or bar, anything to go to. And Wieden & Kennedy was very similar at that time. And so I was just happy to have a seat at the table, to be in a place like a Wieden and Kennedy, you know, and I was treated really well there. It was a beautiful place and a beautiful experience. But I noticed that it was only me, one other creative, the mail room and the front desk were the only Black people. And so you become your own little Black employee network, right? There was no such thing as that when I was growing up. Fast forward to Nike, you get to a bigger pool and bigger world, probably 10 years from that. You have a bigger audience, right? Bigger people, bigger group of diverse people. You have employee networks that you can tap into. And I remember even there, that Black employee network felt like we have no Black people, but it was still, you know, 150 of us compared to 3 of us, you know, 10 years before. Fast forward another 10 years from Nike to Google, and Google's massive. You know, you get to there, they have every other intersectional network, the LGBTQ, they have the Black employee network, the abled, you know, body network, and so on and so forth. I'm like, wow, like, look how far we've come, you know, from where I started. But yet I would talk to young people and they would remind me, no, we are nowhere. We're still nowhere. And so that was really eye-opening to me. And that moved me, once I started to see that progression, it moved me from asking other people, what are they gonna do, to what am I gonna do? And that question alone helped me and my team and teammates start Monday Night Mentorship. For so long, I was living in the world of like, oh, what are they gonna do? This place is not diverse. What are the leaders gonna do? What are you guys doing about it? Until I was at my son's baseball game and I was doing the same thing with the umpire, like, oh, this umpire stinks. What is this umpire talking about? And I looked up and there's a little sign on the fence behind the umpire that says, before you complain, have you volunteered yet? And it completely changed my perspective on everything. And so now whenever I think about complaining and whenever I think about diversity, I ask myself, what am I going to do about it? Until I can have a clear answer on that, definitely can't ask for anybody to do anything else.
No, it's a great way to look at life and look at the problem. So you had to have had over the last, 10 plus years in the business, moments where you had to essentially bridge a gap, where there had to be people there you were around that, someone said, thanks for sharing, that's great. How is it that you've dealt with people that maybe didn't have the same views on DEI, that were maybe more stubborn or old school? Did you try to convince them? Is it more of like how do you, for those that are listening, hopefully everyone at this point understands the importance of it. For those that have either bosses or coworkers that don't, how have you addressed that in the past?
I don't care about people that don't care about DEI. I think about them as like the corners of the world, like think politics, right? Imagine me trying to convince someone on a far left or far right of my opposite opinion. It's most likely going to be a lost cause. But there in the middle are a ton of people who don't know, but want to know, aren't very far in their journey, but are looking to accelerate that journey. That's where I want to spend all of my time and energy, on people who have the will, but don't have the way. And there's such a big group of those people to focus on first. I'm hoping that then group overpowers the people who don't know and they begin to come back to the middle. The other thing is, I'm starting with myself, like be the change. It's about, if I can embody this, then I can hopefully inspire others to embody the same, and if everybody started to think about themselves, we think about big change, as opposed to thinking about each individual person making individual change, which will result in big change.
Yeah, the incrementality effect, 100%. So pursuant to that, let's put a crystal ball. It's 2021 and 2022. By 5 years or 2030, is there? Do you think we've solved a good portion of it? Do you think we're still going to fight this way for the next 30, 40 years? I guess what's your kind of optimism or pessimism?
I'm always optimistic. I believe that there's always change happening, and that change hopefully is about progression. But there's a long way to go. In last year's wake of George Floyd murder, a lot of companies made comments about what they're going to do for diversity and how they're going to support their companies. And a lot of them had big, grand visions and goals. But when only 3% of, Black people are in leadership roles, many companies, there's one or two, but the company's big, grand goal is to increase diversity by 50%. Awesome. You're going to go from 2 to 4 people. That's going to be amazing. Sounds big and grand. Yeah. It's terrible, And so we're only 3% of leadership roles. But when you think about what drives culture, what's actually moving the needle with a dollar, it is diverse people, diverse stories, diverse companies, diverse entertainment places. And so until we start to get our due that has really given these companies the platforms that they have, think of a Nike. The reason Nike is what it is because not because it just does great work and great shoes, but because it's gotten insights from its athletes who are primarily people of color that help them be the company that they are. And so same thing in all these other companies. When I was at Wieden and Kennedy, although I was the only Black person, I was giving them the insights of Black culture. I was telling them what's going on with music. I was an athlete. I was telling them how basketball players think. Those counterparts took it and then turned those into advertisements that they get paid for and get Cannes Lions for. But the real winner in that is that young Black kid, that young athlete, the Kobe's, the LeBrons that were giving them the insights into the culture, into those athletes that this big company then went and ran with. So soon we will get our due for the impact we've made in a lot of these companies.
Yeah, but not just the impact is from a culture perspective across all of pop culture, but the consumer. I mean, just the nature of the changing landscapes of the U.S. and the world. The old world makes the old guard makes no sense because the consumer is increasingly more diverse every single generation. So exactly. I appreciate the championing of it. I want to get really tactical here, and I don't know this answer, and I would be helpful for our company as well, the company listening. There is, and I've learned over the last couple of years as the education has become more prevalent, people have sought this out, implicit bias in interviewing. What are ways to counteract the tendency of people hitting it off with those that are similar to them, based on what university they went to or what neighborhood they were, with the college or, hobbies. When you're looking at that in terms of M&M's stage, what are ways to make sure that people don't even think, oh, I didn't even know I was picking people that were just similar to me as opposed to thinking about diversity first?
Again, I'm starting with the companies I'm in and then trying to reach out to other companies that care. But there are a lot of things you can do on the company side to make sure you do as best you can to take bias out of the process. One of the things we do at Westbrook is ensure there is a diverse panel of people that are being interviewed, that are the interviewer. I make sure when we do recruiting, we start with diversity. So I say, let's start with the diverse pipeline first, and then let's start to supplement with the broader network. The way I think about recruiting is, almost like chocolate chip ice cream, right? There's a bunch of chocolate chips and the nice vanilla ice cream. And if you scoop in, you might get one with a bunch of chocolate chips. Or if you scoop in, you might get a thing of just vanilla ice cream, depending on where you scooped, right? And so sometimes we just take, from recruiting, we just take a big scoop and hopefully there's a good candidate in there, but many times there's not many chocolate chips in there. And so we have to do a better job of making sure we're getting the slate starts with diversity.
I love it. Well, so pursuant to that, you did an interview with your friend and partner, Julian Duncan, which I actually had as a CMO of the Jaguars. It must be the Rockets, might be relatively new.
Yeah, he just got a new job. He went from the Jaguars to the Rockets. So shout out to my man, Julian Duncan.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, amazing franchises. So you had an interview where you guys talked about how to turn your career into a hero's journey. That sounds really profound. What does that mean? And any tips for those listening?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a couple of things that when we were thinking about giving advice to people on a journey, one, we realized that it is a journey that's going to have ups and downs. As you get older, when you're young, you think about the now. As you get older, you can look back and see the track that you sort of went on. And so we want to let people know it's a long and treacherous journey and ones that you will go through lots and ups and downs on. Two, the most important part is that you are the hero, right? In the hero's journey, you are the hero of your own journey. And so the most important part is about knowing yourself. You are the consumer of your marketing plan. And really knowing who you are, what drives you, what moves you. And as we started to look at Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, we're like, oh, this is just like a career. Like you got to have, people that join you on that journey that help support you, that we would call stakeholders, or, your crew that supports you on that journey. You're going to have pitfalls and big monsters that come, to try to take you down, and that happens plenty in our careers. And eventually you get back to the beginning, right? Where you can see all the things, you bring all of those learnings and spoils back to your hometown and to your people. And that's what Julie and I were seeing in our careers and ourselves, is like, man, we've gone through some crazy stuff and had some great stories to tell. Now let's go back home and make sure that other people don't fall in those same pitfalls. Make sure everybody knows the shortcuts and little things that you should watch out for in their journey. Making sure they understand or help them with their team of a band of brothers and sisters that are going to help them on this journey, right? And so when we looked at that, which is referenced a lot, the hero's journey, we just thought it was a perfect way to tell a story.
Yeah, it's a great allegory. I mean, life can be long or short, but life, is long. It's years piled from moments throughout the day, and yeah, well, it may not be a 2-hour, epic, watching Game of Thrones episode where you're going through that, but yeah, just the small micro things that each day pile up and tell a narrative of where you are. And yeah, I think it's a great way to think about, like, be the protagonist of your own life and your own corporate journey. That's very cool.
Yeah, and answer the call. Like I think the hardest part for people, and the most important part in the hero's journey, is when that hero answers the call. That's the first thing. If you think about the Matrix, we're living our random mundane lives, and then there's an opportunity given to you to make a decision. Do you go on this journey or not? And if you know you're within the hero's journey, you start to recognize these little moments that can take your life and career in a new direction, and you take advantage of those.
Well said. And yeah, I love all of your all your references, from Boomerang to the Bad Boys to
I'm in entertainment.
Yeah, we have to. So one thing that we just did, and I was curious, I have a question after I give you a little statement. So we just hired, and I think she might be listening, hopefully. We just hired our head of ethical media to drive equity to content creators. So we think of creators as multicultural small businesses. It's music, editing, lighting, every part of it. It takes a village to create content. So companies are hiring chief diversity officers for the internal improvements. Do you see media companies creating external roles to make sure equity is happening for creators, for platforms, for publishers? Someone told me about this role, and I fell in love with the idea of it all, and Natalia as well. Have you heard about this as something that you think that is a future-facing external as opposed to just internal?
Absolutely. I think you're seeing it, in placement agencies. You're seeing it with recruiters. You're seeing it with companies that are really working with creators and themselves. They're trying to find, make sure people have their due respect and money, and they're getting paid for their copywriting and TikTok and dances and so on and so forth. So there's tons of work going on with equity and inclusion, and hopefully diversity as well as a part of that. What I'm excited about, and why I want to change the DEI acronym, I think I've talked about this before, but I want it to be DIME, because I want to add an M in there for mentorship, because I believe that is something that is missed in all aspects of life. It's done really well in sports, but it's not done well in the corporate environment as it relates to diversity and inclusion. So I want more mentorship, because then I believe that creates a flywheel of have people in a sort of a pipeline of people coming through in an organization or an industry.
As a sports fan, I love. I think dropping dimes is the thing. So I think we'll make sure that acronym sticks. I think it's really smart. I appreciate it.
I love it.
Well, cool. Well, so you mentioned a moment ago about the social platforms, etc. So on the last call, if you have that tail end of it, a question happened where talk about which social platform, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. I don't know. You came from YouTube before. Is doing the most, or not even doing the most, but is any instances or things you think of that have led the way? So when you were at YouTube, were they thinking about cultural innovations? I'm sure you guys have partnered with Snapchat and everybody else. Anything in your experience you've seen?
Nothing that stands out right now. I love the TikTok algorithm because it's more equitable in the sense that more people can get their content seen. So that's something I want to learn more about in terms of how algorithms work. But I think that there's a big opportunity for more equity. I think they're doing a better job with diversity and inclusion as it relates to a lot of these platforms. But I'm not positive on the equity side of things. And that's something that I really want to dig into as they start to create opportunities for creators to monetize their work. I'd like to see the analytics about who they're monetizing and if they're monetizing equitably.
Well, every single platform, some are later to the game than others, have some sort of initiative or division doing this. They have to, and it's the right thing. But also, I think the market expects it and the consumers expect it. TikTok. I'm not sure if you're friendly at all with the Macro crew of Charles King's company.
Yes.
Phenomenal group, amazing people over there. So actually, they did a tremendous. Actually, now it's another third thing now. They did the Black Creators Fund, which is essentially a way to give grants to small kind of SMB, small medium-sized business creators. They just did Latinx, which broke all these kind of records for people that are wanting to be a part of the TikTok piece. And I think AAPI might be the next one, if I'm not mistaken, through M88. I guess in your POV, is it important because you guys basically have creators as big as some of the biggest stars in the world? Do you see an incubation happening in your companies that you work with that maybe kind of similar to what you see on the platforms?
Absolutely. I mean, we don't create like Black creator funds and that sort of thing. We just work with all creators. What I'm excited about is when there's it doesn't have to be an initiative. What I worry about on some of these initiatives is the person who started that initiative leaves, the funding for those kind of things leave. It happens for a nice little period of time, but it's nothing that sustains. It never sustains when it's an initiative. Those types of things need to be a catalyst into a way of working versus it's separate programs. And they need to be separate programs now to be that accelerant. But I'm excited when it's a way of working. And that's the way we work at Westbrook. Is like we are working with global creators from all kinds. When we're launching our film, King Richard, go see King Richard in theaters. It's a global film for all audiences. And so we're working with creators to bring all their various and diverse audiences to bear with their point of view on this film, right? It's not a film for Black people. It's not a film for athletes. It's not a film for young women. It is a film for all people. And we have to find those creators and assets and show them how this relates to their communities and make them a part of it.
Well, King Richard's it's a family dynamic. It's obviously one of the most famous ones with also the success of the Williams sisters. I think you have a family. You have kids, right?
I do. Are they boys, 12 and 13.
Are they on the platforms? Are they on TikTok? Are they making content?
They are. My oldest likes to just scroll for content. My youngest is the creator. So he's dancing. He's, using all the different effects. He's the creator of the family and keeps me, up to date as to what's what. It's great to have teenagers now. It's a gift and a curse. But one of the best things about it is how they think about their friends and diversity and how they think about race and inclusion. I have boys that are mixed race. So they have a different perspective about who they are, where they fit in the world, and the sense of diversity and inclusion. So I'm learning about how they're viewing it and seeing if I can accelerate their views till today instead of waiting for them to be president.
Well, it's really cool perspective, and obviously they're family first, but they're also a mini focus group. They can tell you what things are cool or not. They can tell that's not cool anymore.
No, well, that's an easy focus group because they just say, no, that's not cool. No, that's not cool. No, that's not cool. So I just assume nothing I do is cool enough for my sons. But if I get there when they say it's cool, I promise I'm gonna post it like crazy.
I'm pretty sure with the companies you've worked with and obviously with Will now that they think that dad's pretty damn cool. So hopefully that's the case.
I think they think Jaden is cooler for them,
Yeah. But I know Jaden. We should be cool by association.
Right.
So with 1 minute-ish left, wrapping up the year, what are the things you're looking most forward to professionally, personally, as we head into hopefully a quasi post-pandemic year, knock on wood?
Yes, I am most excited about team and getting my team together. I'm a team sport athlete. I started Westbrook in the pandemic in the Silicon Valley. So now that I'm here, we're built out our team. We have a strategy. We're going. We've been working remotely for a year, grinding. I'm excited about getting the team together and people together. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm a chronic high fiver. You know, I'm always hugging and high fiving folks, like, and I miss that energy, that wavelength of team sort of support that you're on when you're sort of on this rocket ship. You know, when you're excelling and you're creating as fast as we are, to do that remotely is really hard. So imagine what we can do when we're together. That's what I'm most excited about. And when I think about other people with that same, energy, I'm excited for the world to just take off again.
Oh, I love it. Sage advice. I see Chris playing us off with the music here, but Chris and I just did a nearly 100-person event for our company who hadn't met, half of them hadn't met each other on the West Coast. And yeah, the energy that I'd say previous years, if we had a Friday night event, no one would show up. But now it's like, oh my God, everyone has to come together on Friday night. But yeah, I just that energy of people being able to high five and see each other is palpable, and it definitely propels people, through tough weeks in Q4.
Absolutely does. Thank you for having me, man. This has been great.
Absolutely. Well, the one thing I just wanted to say was, first of all, great call out on Boomerang, man. I love that movie and hadn't even thought about it in a while. I now have to see that. But the other thing that I really have got to see, I saw the preview last night and it made me tear up, is King Richard. It looks absolutely amazing. I think Will is going to probably win an Oscar for it, maybe Best Picture. Got my fingers crossed for you guys. Hope we can do a lot more together in the near future. High fives and hugs all around.
Right on. If I see anybody live, I'm coming in for a hug, so be ready.
Let's go. Thank you, guys. What a great session.
Thank you so much. Dropping
dimes all day.
Later, everybody.
See you guys.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was an awesome session. Well, you just saw me with my brother. Now we're shifting over. We have a pair of Nieves. Please welcome Gustavo and Ramon. They are co-principals of the agency UMG, and their session will be moderated by our good friend and cohort at Influential, Ashley Gomez. We'll give everybody a second to jump on. Yeah, hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hello.
How we doing?
I'm doing well.
Right on. And by the way, did I pronounce that right? Is it Nieves?
You got it Nieves. Right, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, you got it.
Awesome. Well, I will turn it over to the Nieves and the Gomez.
Awesome. Hey guys, thanks for taking the time to chat with me today, and thank you, Chris, for the quick intros on our part. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Awesome. Well, excited to have this conversation. When Chris had originally reached out to me about it, I was like, all right, let me do some digging and diving into the brothers here and learn more about what you guys are doing in this space. So excited to have a larger conversation with everybody, and just really allow everybody to know more about you guys, what you're doing in this space, and more about your agency. So that's kind of how the conversation is going to roll today, if you guys are cool with that.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. All right. So for people that don't know about Unicom Media Group, would love for you guys, I know you started back in 2009, would love for you guys to kind of give us, an overview of how you guys started, an intro just about your agency and really the professional journey that led you guys up to starting the company together.
Yeah, I'll start. Let's start with that. And y'all can hear me well, right?
Yes. Loud and
That's
clear.
awesome.
You're good.
Good. You know, it's been, thank you for having us. And is the session going to be in Spanish, right? I'm going to hablar español, inglés, no? I'm just kidding. Like, I want people
Oh, don't let
to
the last
understand,
name
right?
fool you.
No, it was I'm telling you the why the agency, you know, why we started agency, it was just kind of the desire to help brands reach the Hispanic market. I think, you know, my brother and I, you know, were very new in that in this space. I was a marketing graduate, did an MBA, and my brother was doing his finance and CPA. He was definitely working toward those things, and we just started our own, you know, house bedrooms, and just decided, you know what, here where we are in the Southeast area in South Carolina, you know, brands need to reach the Hispanic market, and I saw a true passion for elevating right our Hispanic community, and also elevating brands. And so, you know, 2009, the recession, there was a recession, you know, financial recession. And I just saw an opportunity. I told my brothers, like, you know, there's this thing right here. It's a Hispanic, you know, market. And there's this idea. And a friend of mine shared with me what I could do as an agency. And I think we got something. And so it was amazing just to start, and, you know, the rest is history. You know, and so very excited to say that having my brother as a business partner has been growing. It's been awesome, and it's also you can tell he can tell you that it's been one of those growing pains, getting to know each other in a different way. But it's been I wouldn't change it for a world.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I'll add just a little bit. Right, I was 18. Right, I was coming out of high school, starting college. My brother had just graduated, and it seemed like a tremendous idea. I think my second question was, okay, what the heck is an agency, right? Like, what are we supposed to do here? And I think the most, I think, rewarding part about it internally as an organization has just been to be able to build this business with really, really smart people around us, starting with my brother and our team, and people who have spent a long time in the agency space, who care about what we're doing, who want to grow the Hispanic community and our impact in it, and our ability, I think, to grow as an agency is a direct result of people like our team and advisors and mentors who have invested in us throughout the years. So I love this space. Everything about advertising is, I could talk about it all day long. It's been a great journey for the last 12 years or whatever.
Awesome. Just out of curiosity too, I was obviously checking out the site. Are there like specific verticals or different companies that your agency is focusing on? I know you guys had like a wide variety of different brands and different companies you're working on. Just kind of curious if there are specific, brands out there that you guys are working with, or specific verticals.
There's not really a specific vertical we're working with. Our niche is the Hispanic market, and we've seen it. We've seen a good amount of verticals like legal, health, apps, tech, pest control, and name it. And we love that right now. We love the idea that we can take what we learn in the pest industry and share it with in the industry of trucking, or share it in the industry of health, like at least learn a few things. So we're not really focusing on a certain vertical per se. We have an extensive experience in a lot of different areas that has given us a lot of experience to and help us to see things differently.
Awesome. Cool. That gives us a better understanding really of UMG, what you guys are doing, and just like the background of how you guys, started.
Mm-hmm.
Would love if you guys can help the audience that's tuning in today just have a really like a better understanding. You guys are the experts in the Hispanic market. If you guys can just really bring us up to speed on what really makes the Hispanic market in the US so unique. And then also, why is it so important just for brands specifically to be targeting this community in the US?
Yeah, I can start with that one. I think of two things. one is cultural resiliency, right? So the ability for the Hispanic market across the cultural spectrum, which we don't have time to get into today, but these acculturation spectrums, we essentially you have a very resilient group that, whether it's language, religion, art, music, customs, they're very interested in keeping that and observing that, and beyond just their time transitioning to the United States, you find generational, multi-generational families that have and keep a lot of those customs. So there's a reason why advertising specifically to that market in a culturally appropriate way yields the results that it does, and that's a big reason why. A subset of that I would mention that I think a lot of brands would run into, particularly in first and second generation Hispanic communities, has a lot to do with the fact that there's a unique consumer in that they might be physically here in the US, but a lot of their emotional familial ties are still back home, wherever home is. And you know, in the advertising journey and in the consumer journey, you're trying to convince and get somebody to buy your product, to use your brand. And there's a layer there that sometimes we miss, that hey, they're here, but they're here for a reason, and there's a mission. And some folks come here to stay and live a better life. A lot of folks, we were just doing some research recently, have a stated goal to support family back home and to do things that are related to emotional ties to their home country. So there's some unique factors in each of those.
Yeah, and in answer to your question, why why is it important? I mean, I think the census automatically tells you why it's been important. Going from 16% or so of the population being Hispanic to almost 18-19%. I mean, it's a wow number, right? But what's interesting also, what I tell brands is that where the slowest growth was in places like Texas and California. I was it's like there's still a big population, but the fastest growing, Hispanic populations are happening in places like Tennessee, North Dakota, South Dakota, Georgia, very unique places like that you think, well, other Latinos, live in New York, Miami, Texas. But, those states are getting tremendous growth, even in South Carolina, where we are, the Southeast. We're seeing that fastest growth happening. I think that's what's important, because a blink of an eye, a brand all of a sudden that is headquarters in the Midwest, all of a sudden it's wow, there's a great Hispanic audience and we miss it. So I encourage people, that's important to show where the fastest growth population happen, and look in your area and see if there's fast growth. Take a look at that and reconsider some of your marketing outreach and see if you can reach some Hispanic community in that area.
I think that's really interesting, because to your point, some of those areas that you had mentioned right now, they don't come first to mind, right off the top of your head of areas that are really growing in that, within that community. And so, you think of, like you said, the Los Angeles, Texas, those kind of areas that are first to mind when I think of this Hispanic community, but growing in these other areas. It's really interesting that you guys are able to. Sorry. Do I have a delay on my end?
A little bit.
Sorry.
You're good.
Oh, okay.
No, you're good now.
Apologies. No, but that's an interesting point to bring up, and something to definitely consider when, thinking of that for the brands that you guys are working with.
Yeah. It is something to think about. I get it all the time. People, brands say, well, we want to be in Houston, New York. And I said, those are great markets and can be expensive. You want to get to, have you considered other medium-sized markets, other markets too that are well in there? And for some brands, it makes sense. For other ones, don't. But, it's still an area to consider, what's the fastest growing population, what's happening. And the 2020 census really shows you that. And there's more to come.
Awesome. Very cool. Perfect. So I think, as we're seeing diversity is really playing a key role in a lot of marketing initiatives for a lot of brands, especially within the last 2 years, we've seen this. I personally, a lot of the brands that I work with, It's been, you know, a key and a huge point for the brands to be like, hey, let's make sure that we're also building out, you know, some, you know, initiative in this area as well. So it's top of mind for a lot of brands. It's a huge, you know, thing that we want to make sure that we're focusing on when brands definitely want to include it. I think for me, and then, you know, you guys do this so well too, how are you able to guide a brand to really deliver this message to this audience, this population, in a really authentic way and come off as being like very authentic to this audience?
There's something, I think Ramon and I have the exact same answer on this stuff, because like, you know, brothers don't always have the same opinions on stuff, but this is one of those things where it's you know, we basically see it the same way. There's a certain layer. So you hit it, you know, authentic is right in one of those first sentences that we say when we start having this conversation. But where we like to start is having a conversation around organizational values and finding what it is that you find important and what you think is important as a brand, and then lining that up with those values that the Hispanic market finds important. And in that way, organically at a DNA level, you start to come across as authentic. And if there's one thing you don't want to do with this market, you don't want to be the how do you do fellow kids meme with this market. Like they can spot, you know, non-authentic marketing and efforts a mile away, right? So you really have to find that deep level of alignment, and that's where we have found historically with our clients the most success.
Yeah, I you know, and that's why when Gustavo and I were talking about that question, it's like, yeah, you know, that's where I start with clients. I had a client, a potential client that was just, you know, what you say you're affordable. Well, you know, affordability may mean different things for the Hispanic community and maybe things for your current customers. So you really got to learn how to come across, you know, that message and still keep true to yourself. Because brands sometimes just say, do I have to change my brand and attribute, change colors? Like, no, you don't have to. You just looking for those brand attributes and see which ones really resonate with the community that you're trying, the Hispanic community segment that you're trying to connect. And I'd be honest with you, it makes things a little bit easier for the marketer because they don't have to change things, and it's like, wow, there's common theme here with the Hispanic segment, so it's easier for them to reach out and activate against that.
Awesome. I think that's super helpful and key to that. Like obviously the authenticity, being genuine and really like resonating with this audience, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, kind of staying on this topic, and more brands wanting to get involved and market to this audience. Do you guys have like specific advice that you're giving to either clients that you currently have right now or new brands that are reaching out to you that are like, hey, we have dollars we need to spend in this area, but you know, what's the advice that you're giving to people that come to you with this ask and want to allocate this marketing spend?
Yeah, I actually, you know, what's interesting is like the niche that we found within our own niche has been helping brands that have never reached the Hispanic market or have for a little. We've helped so many since we started, so it's been really cool to see that. It's like, you know, we're taking a brand new into the market and just seeing them realize it's like, wow, this is awesome. And the biggest advice I share, and it's interesting, I see this all the time, and I don't know why, but maybe it just doesn't come across that they can do this. Brands can really right now like identify within their own CMS system, their first party data, say how many of them are in the Hispanic segment. Like, and I always tell brands, like, start internally, start looking at your first party data and look like how many are Hispanic, you know, already users or consumers, you know, even if it's a small segment, but it starts. I mean, we helped a client, a regional client that had like 30, 40 locations. And when we analyzed their data, it's like if about 40% of the customers were Hispanic, and he didn't even know. He thought it was reaching a new segment. I was like, you got 40% that are Latino in like and here's who they are, and let's find more of them. Let's identify more of this, and let's really help you build that marketing spend. I just had a call today with another e-commerce platform. I said, you realize that the millions of traffic that you're getting, you can identify that traffic and say who's Hispanic or not. And no, like it baffles me sometimes, but that's why we're here, right? The experts are here, like, sure, like help you identify that. And so that's the biggest advice I tell people, I tell clients is look internally, your consumer, or even your own employees. If you're B2B, look at your own Hispanic employees and talk to them, figure out what makes you the brand that you are today, you know?
Yeah, the one thing I would add, I like to look for organizational buy-in, right? So it's one thing to call it a project or an experiment and let's see how it goes. Like it's another, and where you really set yourself up for success is when you've gotten buy-in all the way up to the top about what we're doing, approaching, and how we're going about this program with the Hispanic market, all the way down to frontline. What if you're brick and mortar retail, to your frontline employees down at the store level who are aligned with what we're doing and how we're attracting this loyal consumer and earning their business and their loyalty. So it's organizational buy-in to me is a pretty big deal, even at the early stages of the project, of a program.
Cool. I think that's super helpful. And like you had mentioned, something, that you're taking to your current clients right now, but anyone that's coming to you guys too, you're able to offer that, advice. I'm going to send some of my clients your way. It's a question that we get all the time. Make sure we hit this, but it's like, okay,
yeah,
let's take a step back here. Right.
Yeah.
Great. Awesome. Cool. All right. So kind of shifting gears here, we want to talk about, different advertising vehicles that you guys have found to be the most successful in targeting the Hispanic market. What is working really well? What isn't working well? Is there something different that's really resonating well with this audience, that might not resonate well with other audiences? Would love to hear more about that.
Yeah. I call it, the Hispanics and people that we probably watching or be watching later, will know this, but I think Gustavo and I will give a pretty cool picture here. Hispanics are what I call mobile super consumers, meaning 90% of Hispanics are using mobile versus 80% of non-Hispanics are mobile users. And then you have this over indexing everywhere, right? But it's even interesting how moving things. So when you talk like video, like you got like Hispanics are watching like 26 hours a month in video versus like 19% versus the general audience, like 19 hours of video. And it's crazy, like how much of that is happening. And the same with like, and I got to give a shout out to influential here, right? Like the influencer space, like we saw latest stat, like about 60 or 70% more Hispanics will say that they see an influencer as a trusted source versus like an African-American or white that is like in the 50s and 40% who don't see as a trusted source. Or Hispanics, not only are there crazy users in the mobile space and in the smartphones and watching video, but they're actually saying to influencers, like, we trust influencers. And so that's what I share. Like, that's been one of the most effective things. And that opens that high indexing in mobile. It opens to other things that you never, as a brand, you never think of that the Hispanics are doing or saying.
Yeah, I think to add to that, and I'm sure lots of folks here have seen the numbers. I think it was ANA. There's a bunch of folks who put together buyer intent data that shows that culturally appropriate ads yield up to 3 times greater purchase intent in minority communities, Hispanic being a big portion of that, and a lot of that does come down to they see those culturally appropriate cues and influencers and all this interaction online, and they perceive it as trusted sources. One piece I would add that doesn't get a whole lot of play normally because it's not for everybody, but voice. Hispanics have a huge opportunity in voice, and brands have a huge opportunity for exposure with the Hispanic community in voice and voice marketing, and it allows for some really unique integrations. Obviously, there's some digital software plays you can make, but it helps the integrated ness of the campaigns that we like to build to look at the consumer in a 360 way and say, okay, where do they spend their time? And voice is one of those places where they're spending a lot of time getting information from.
That's interesting, and interesting stat alone just on, video consumption, specifically for this audience. Has that gone up? Like, have those stats been as, because of the pandemic? You've seen, mobile go up, obviously, on the influencer space. We've definitely seen an increase in time spent on mobile devices. Is it a cause of the pandemic that those numbers are, video play, are so high for this audience?
There's some high and I have a finance background, so I like the numbers. I don't memorize them though. I want to say there was a 8 or 9 point lift pre-pandemic to post-pandemic in terms of internet usage, mobile internet usage, and that includes interactive like video. And yes, so we're expecting a lot of that to be driven by the pandemic. And some initial post-pandemic type surveys by some pretty big folks are showing some of that behavior to be pretty resilient, right? So for it to be one of those behaviors that persists after the pandemic, right, as opposed to one that dies down. It's probably going to die down a little bit just by nature of being able to go out and all that kind of stuff. But that has certainly been a big factor.
I think that makes sense. Other than, mobile, have you guys seen the pandemic kind of impact any kind of marketing or specific messaging to the Hispanic audience?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gustavo.
Yeah. I would say it's brought value to the top of the conversation again. Hispanics were hit especially hard dating back to the financial crisis, and it took them a good part of up until 2019, based on the best data that we have seen, to fully financially recover from pre-financial crisis earnings levels. And then they get hit with this pandemic, and everybody does, but particularly Hispanic consumers who were, in those hospitality industries, those super hard hit sectors. So value has become a pretty big piece of the conversation again. Not that it ever went away, but it is one of those areas where we look for with clients and say, okay, how can we take the opportunity to communicate value and deliver value authentically to your consumers? Because that's a very big piece of the conversation right now.
Yeah, we had a white paper that came out about that, talking specifically that future, confidence, the consumer confidence overall, future and present, like they all merge, like they're very similar, like they were low, and you're seeing that now with other things that are happening. And it doesn't help when when you have Hispanic population living in areas where COVID is more rampant. They get more impacted economically, they get more impacted physically and socially, at all kinds of levels. And so I say to brands, it's like, think about that consumer confidence, even for Hispanic, is low already. Even though spending is still there, consumer confidence is low. When you see the news start saying, oh, COVID cases go up, or inflation, or anything like that, know that that's impacting the Hispanic consumer, and they don't know, like, what's my future going to look like? So come alongside. I tell brands, like, come alongside and help reassure that you're there for them. We want to help your community. We want to continue to be there, tough times or good times, get that message. But it's really impacted that way, and trying to find convenience, for as a brand, it's like try to help consumers write convenience and consistency. So it's really interesting thing about it.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I think it'll be really interesting also coming out, obviously I'm in LA, so I'm sure we have different restrictions than you guys have out there too. But it'll just be interesting coming out of this post-pandemic kind of phase, and to see how the market's going to change, how it's going to impact, specifically the Hispanic market as well. So perfect. All right. So speaking now, I want to focus on you guys and some of the brands and the projects that you guys have worked with specifically at your agency. Would love if you guys could share with us like a specific campaign or a brand that you guys have worked on or currently working on, that you guys are like most proud of the work that you did. Maybe it's a specific campaign and just why it was such an impact on you guys as well. That'd be awesome if you could share that.
Yeah, I'll go back. There, people will think it's like, they're expecting like maybe a big brand or something. To be honest with you, it goes back to our local community, local roots. We actually helped a state hospital brand and where we are, and they wanted to reach a Hispanic women who are pregnant, and they wanted to offer prenatal, and natal like packages and really help them have a healthy pregnancy, healthy baby. And what was interesting is like we found out that the Hispanic women were coming in 19 weeks in, and they were supposed to come in at 12 weeks. And we could see that. We could see that as they were registering, they're registering patients. We could see that it was 19 weeks, and that, it's too late, for the hospital as a doctor. Like, we want to help, especially Hispanic immigrant women. So it was really cool. We started a campaign. We started doing some early on, like social influencer and influencer on the radio and community outreach, and really activating the message that the hospital, like, we're here for you, but we want to let you know through the community. It's just like, do you want to come earlier to have a healthy baby, healthy marriage, not healthy marriage, sorry, healthy baby, like healthy pregnancy is coming earlier. What was the coolest thing I saw was like, I kid you not, 2 weeks come in as we start seeing the graph going down, meaning women were coming in at that 14, 15, 13, 14, and we actually hit that 12, 11 week mark that they really wanted it to hit in a matter of like 6 weeks. And that message itself, I felt that we hit the mission. Like, we did a mission of not only elevating our brand, our client's brand in the Hispanic market, but we were able to elevate, Hispanic community, and also elevate like the education side of it. I'm always proud of that. I will always be proud of that, of helping immigrant Hispanic women have a healthy pregnancy and share knowledge. So that I will say is one of my coolest and most significant campaigns that we did.
Yeah, I'll kind of echo that. I think it is our local roots showing, because I similarly have been thinking about a pretty local client that we worked on early in our career. But the reason I bring it up is just to kind of show impact, right? And how that project has impacted a lot of what we do today, and a lot of, frankly, how I look at life since then. We did some primary data locally for a CDFI, right? For a local nonprofit that was focused on building and on closing wealth gaps and building wealth in minority communities. And that was the first exposure I think I had formally and firsthand to the wealth gap, the banking and underbanking and unbanking issues that there are in the Hispanic community, especially in local pockets. And the data we pulled from that is still relevant to what we do today. We actually have been doing some really great work with some fintech and financial services companies that are much greater in scale, but have benefited from our sharp views on local impacts and how a lot of what their products and services are trying to offer play themselves out in local communities. and for me personally, we did it kind of sparked a very sharp interest, which follows me to this day, about closing wealth gaps in especially in Hispanic communities, and creating wealth opportunities through business and entrepreneurship and just better financial habits. So it's something that was very impactful to me, and it's still I carry it with me to this day.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing, Ramon. I appreciate both of these stories, guys. Ramon, I actually saw the hospital on your guys' website when I was doing some digging and just some background on you guys. So appreciate the additional context on that. I thought it was awesome, the campaign that you guys had run. So thanks for sharing a little more about it. Anyone that's tuning in can even check out more about the campaign. So, but both awesome stories. I love that you guys were able to share this with us. So thank you. Cool. So outside of UMG, this is something I'm actually like really curious about because I feel so many brands, like I said, are really diving into this space, especially within the last 2 years. Do you guys feel, outside of UMG, or it could be one of your clients that you guys are working with, and do you feel that there is a client that's, that is marketing really well to the Hispanic audience, whether it's like, through one specific campaign or an ongoing kind of series of campaigns that they're doing? Do you feel that there's a specific brand out there that's doing it really, really well? What I guess would love to know from you guys, like what has stood out to you guys, and who you think is like really winning in this space?
Yeah, I can kick that one off. The way I look at advertising is through this kind of formula. Again, the finance side of me is coming out, but this formula of art and science and this alchemy that together create some really impactful things that live and extend beyond the life of the campaign and really survive culture. And there's brands that have several of those elements, and sometimes they all come together. The art's simple, right? Is where do you have opportunities to create beautiful art and great creative that speaks to your audience? The science has to do with data, right? We're a data-driven industry, and increasingly trying to find more opportunities for data. And there are companies that are uniquely positioned there to use that data to leverage into better consumer insights. And then that layer of alchemy to me is that uncanny ability that some brands have to always be in the cultural conversation at just the right time, right? So you think about Wendy's and their ability to connect on Twitter and then be in the cultural conversation and create some really impactful things. And there's great agencies out West, especially that do this, that I admire. But I think I'll give you two examples. Spotify last year ran a campaign around essentially this idea of thank you for music, thank you for this and that. They essentially wanted to create a campaign where you had an opportunity as a community in a very authentic way to kind of communicate, have a voice in the music conversation with your favorite artists, and kind of highlight their contributions to your joy and to your life in a very difficult year. I thought that was really interesting. And Netflix, not too long ago, when they were running their promos for Narcos, it was a really interesting campaign that they ran where they were able to use the fact that Narcos leans into the Spanish programming format a lot, with a base of consumers that's Spanish speaking and English speaking. And their campaign where they had some of the main characters kind of explaining, if you will, some of the not so nice words they use in the show to kind of help the audience, was, I thought, a really interesting way to help bring those two communities together, their audience together, and showcase the Narcos brand and the Netflix brand. I think it's really impressive what those brands are doing.
Yeah, mine will be quick. One of them is, I actually got two, and then one of them is Disney. I'm a big fan of Disney, but what I love about them is that they can take things like from culture, like Coco or Encanto, which is coming out, and really develop content and put it in a way that helps you embrace this culture and like let you learn, and no matter what background you are, you're just in that story. They do storytelling so well, but they can do it from anywhere, and then they boom activate, right? And then they actually understand that Hispanic consumer, that multicultural consumer. I mean, I think it was what, in 1997, I think I saw when I was like, they were looking for Hispanic marketers. I mean, they've been in this for years, and I say look to them. Another one that I'm going to give a shout out, because you guys recognize Luis Martinez with Denny's. The same one, Denny's and John Dillon and Luis, they've been doing phenomenal work in the multicultural space, Hispanic space. Not only is John and them putting a team together, right? I have a team that is multicultural, but they're willing to take risk. And they're saying, hey, this is America's diner, and this is truly America's diner. Like, this is not only for this audience, this is for everybody, and we want to welcome you in a very authentic way. And I love how they activate. We'll see you at Denny's, Nos vemos en Denny's. Like, that campaign itself was really cool, inviting you to be at Denny's. So I just want to give them a shout out, because if you're looking for who's doing it really well, Disney from like a long-term perspective. This, and then Denny's, like, from just really activating digitally and activating in the community. It's been really cool to see them.
Awesome. I have to check this out. Obviously familiar with Narcos. Not as familiar with Disney.
Oh man.
But I'll have to check it out, especially if you recommend that they've been, doing such an awesome job in the space too. So cool. I know we're coming up on the end of our session. Really quickly, I just want to check in with you guys as we're, ending this another crazy year. Love to hear from you guys on like what you're looking forward to. You can hear me. Sorry, it said my internet went out for a second. Both, personally and professionally, as we're wrapping up this year, going to 20.
She skipped out again.
You guys there?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're back.
Oh, did I lose
internet? I got your question. Sorry. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
I think I heard the question. I'll answer real quick here is professionally, I'm excited for, there's a couple of brands we have onboarded recently, and I'm very excited for our team to really execute some national things, especially helping global companies into the US Hispanic market. I'm going to tell you something, that is something I never saw coming. And this pandemic has really opened the door for us to help international brands understand who the Hispanic market is. And I love it. I freaking love helping them understand the segment and what's going on. And personally, to be honest with you, I haven't taken a vacation with my wife for anniversary for a while. And so I'm looking forward to that with her. She is too, because she's a nurse, and the pandemic really changed things up for us. So we are looking forward to that. Just personally, just really grow, taking that time with us, and hopefully be able to travel a little bit. So
I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll be quick. There's an interesting trend and a priority for us at the agency that we're discussing a lot around D2C that I think the brands in that space have, I think, tremendous opportunity in that space to grow in Hispanic. I remember a few years ago at Adweek, we were having conversations about D2C brands kind of outgrowing their, kind of getting to a critical mass in terms of digital spend and looking to linear and a few other places to grow. And I think Hispanic is one of those sectors that I think they're gonna find a lot of opportunity. So internally, that's a priority, and we're looking at that. And I think culturally, it's just going to be interesting to see how those brands expand into that space. Personally, I'm looking forward to traveling. I'm really hoping 2022 gives us some opportunities to travel. I've got some tentative plans for some travel abroad, and I hope health comes first. But I do hope we get an opportunity to do some travel next year.
I am with you guys. So positive thinking that we're all back to normal travel plans hopefully soon. So awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate the time with you guys today. I was excited when I was putting together a lot of these questions because they were from professionally, I wanted to find out a lot of these answers as well. So it was really helpful for me as well as the audience. But really great insights that you guys shared with us today. So really appreciate you taking the time to do this with us. I see Chris on the screen here, so I know I'm about to get the boot. So
well, fantastic session, guys. Thank you so much, Ashley. This was wonderful. Last word, guys, before you go. Anything you guys want to promote? Anything you want to give a shout out to while you have this captive audience?
Look, I anytime I get to talk, I mentioned it a little bit. Anytime we get to talk about my personal interests or whatever, to me it is a good time to talk about financial and wealth creation in minority communities. If you haven't hooked up with a local CDFI in your area, take advantage of it. There are great organizations nationwide that provide great wealth creating opportunities for minority communities and non-minority communities nationwide. Ours here, I've been involved for a good while, and in partnership with our Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, we're doing some really cool things that are going to create wealth for communities that are in need. So that's one thing that I'm super passionate about, and I love the platform I get to talk about that when I do. So thanks for that.
Absolutely.
I want to encourage people that, Hispanics, Latinos that are wanting to get in the marketing space, do it. We're doing it, and I want to encourage them to do it. And for anyone that is non-Hispanic that says, can I do that in Hispanic? Yes, you can. We love having that diversity of thinking, diversity of culture. It helps us all of the time. And I really think it helps us bring more unity together. So really, again, just encouraging people to embrace it, even though you're not Hispanic or Hispanic. Get in that space. If you're thinking about it, you're not going to regret it at all.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys both for your expertise. For those of you guys in the audience that want to learn more, reach out to these gentlemen. They are a wealth of information. Thank you guys both so much for joining us today. All right, well, we are down to our last session of the day, and we do not disappoint here at Influential and Brand Innovators. We bring the heat. So we got one last great session for you of the day. We have the amazing singer, dancer, producer, influencer, streamer, all things Frankie Grande. What's up, Frankie? How are you?
I'm centering myself in the screen. Hi, how are you? I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me on again. So honored to be here. What great conversations that I've been just dropping in and listening to so far. So I'm really grateful to be here, and let's get started.
All right, I gotta say the hair is fire, looking really, really good.
It's so tall. Look, it's even taller than I can even fit in the frame.
6'5".
I love that. Oh my God.
I know, me in heels and hair, and I'm as tall as RuPaul. Let's go. Let's do it.
That's power, though. You have to.
Hey,
right? I am a shorter person, so it does give me like a
same.
little
So
bit,
no,
like, an imposing
I got
hair.
I got nothing.
Better.
All right, I'll let you guys
Chris.
have a
Hi, Chris.
conversation. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, Frankie. How are you doing?
I'm really great. It's a beautiful day in Los Angeles. I got my puppy on my lap. Wait, I would like to introduce Appa to everyone.
Oh my God,
Appa,
yes,
come say
please,
hello,
please.
Oh
my God. Oh my God. How old?
Oh, my 1-year-old Appa, red toy poodle, just icon. You're an icon. You're an icon.
Already an icon. Yeah.
I know, right? Just an icon, not even in training, just full icon
No,
status.
just right out icon.
So it's a good day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good deal. Good deal. Well, thank you so much for joining this. I think this is such an awesome topic, and I think that you're just an icon in the community as it is. So would love to get your insight into any and all of this.
Great.
So just to kind of jump right in and kind of starting from a broader perspective, I feel like diversity and inclusion has become such a buzzword, whether brands are throwing it out or whatever it is. It's oh, we're inclusive. We have such a diverse lineup. And, I know that changes, and being in that whole range of now being a buzzword,
Mhm.
what does diversity and inclusion mean to you personally? And then with that, how do you bring that across the projects that you're working on, your own view of that?
Sure. What it means to me is that your project, your brand, your platform, whatever it is, when it is seen by a cross section of people, everyone can see a part of themselves or everyone can identify. Like if you're truly diverse and you're truly inclusive, then your message can relate to everyone, no matter like where they are, what shade of skin, their sexual orientation, their gender identification, whatever it is, everyone can see a part of themselves in it. And so how do I do that in my projects? The thing that it is kind of an innate within me, as someone who has just been raised the way that I have and always been raised to think about inclusion and about diversity. But honestly, like I've still learned a lot in the past year. And so, I think that I've just always made it kind of something that is always in the forefront of my mind now. Like, is this inclusive? Is me saying yes to this project or to this brand furthering inclusivity? Are they a company that I believe in, that I want to work in moving forward? And is this story that I'm about to tell, this project that I'm embarking in, whether it's as an actor or a producer, going to relate to as many people as possible? And those are just the things that I think about as I accept work and try to create work.
I think that's awesome. I think that's also super important. And I love the point that you made that like it means appealing to everyone. So everyone can see like a bit of themselves in that. And it doesn't just have to be like one group or another. So super, super important and awesome.
And it's a tall order. That's the other thing I want to say. Like, it's not something that like is very simple to do. Like it does definitely sometimes for some projects, yeah, of course, it's very simple. But in other things, you have to actually, put some time and effort into thinking about it. And I think that, as creatives now in this time in 2021, with the world being as fractured and politically divided as it is right now, like as responsible creators, it's a question that we have to constantly be asking ourselves, which is a new muscle for a lot of people. And so that's what I always like. I always like to be very, what's the word? Like, non-aggressive towards it. You know what I'm saying? Like I sympathetic, I understand, like for some people it's a new muscle, and that's okay that it's a new muscle, as long as you're using it and as long as you're flexing it and as long as you're willing to grow this new muscle in your vocabulary so that we can, moving forward, it's an easy thing to do for you,
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's also something you think of, like people who are like new to college or something like that, and maybe they haven't met people from certain backgrounds or whatever, and it becomes like that learning experience, and then you learn from there how to incorporate. So I think like even like with brands and even on the management side, like being able to like just go back to those roots of like, maybe I don't know everything about everyone, but like being open to it and willing to push it.
Yes.
I think again, that's how you're going to see success.
I agree.
Sure.
I think that leading with love and leading with the desire to be better is always something that can get you to that ideal that you're striving for. I think it's when we're very harsh and we're very closed-minded and we're very like, you did that wrong, now you are canceled. Like that kind of mentality to me is not helpful. And so I think that, like, oh, you know what, listen, like I'm going to call you out because you didn't do that correctly, in my mind, but let's have a dialogue about it so that you understand maybe the next time you'll do better.
Right. Turn it into a learning experience. 100%.
We all need to learn. Everyone needs to learn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No one is doing this. No one is doing this 100% correct. There are people out there that say like, we are the brand that do it 1,000,000% correct. And I'm like, no, you're doing a great job, but are you 1,000,000% correct? I don't know. I don't know that anyone is. I don't know that
maybe when you get there, share your secrets and tips.
Yeah.
But like, we'll be the judge of that.
Exactly. Listen, I'm always learning. That's all I can say. I'm always learning and I'm always growing. And I think that's what makes me a good person. That's it.
Yeah, I would again agree. So I think kind of like going from there. So do you think that companies should have any sort of like mandatory training for people in management positions around like diversity and inclusion? And one thing that kind of comes to mind is like, especially like a manager who is maybe managing someone from the trans community. Like I had a friend who just recently came out, and what a process and the bravery that goes into that.
Yes.
And like, if someone never had any like any background or any experience with someone who is going through that, and then they're their manager, how does that work? And what do you think?
I think absolutely you need to have inclusion and diversity training, especially for a situation like you just mentioned. But it's also like some people know. They innately know they're part of the community, they're hip, they're with it, they get it. But there are people that don't, and those people shouldn't be like expected to know what to do in situations where they're encountering people that have completely different identities or kind of diverse inclusion that they're not familiar with. Like you shouldn't expect anyone to know, and so you should definitely train them. So that they don't set themselves up for disaster. And also, when you're in a position of power and you have somebody coming in as an employee who is below you, that employee might not feel comfortable saying, you know what, that made me feel uncomfortable, because their job might be on the line. And so if you have someone like a diversity inclusion person or someone who that they can then talk to about their manager, and then that can be relayed to the manager in a loving way, it doesn't allow for this conflict, like they didn't use my correct pronouns. And instead of saying to your manager, like, you just misgendered me, there's an intermediary that can then smooth out that transition. I think that's okay, because also that person might not feel comfortable saying you misgendered me to their manager, and then all of a sudden they're hiding their identity. They are feeling like crap at work. They don't want to come to work. They feel like they're in an unsafe working environment. And so I really do think training and having someone like a different component within the HR department, like someone specifically for diversity and inclusion, is really important for any big company or any small company really moving forward. I think it's really useful.
Yeah, and especially like if you think about like how fast some of these companies are moving, and even someone in HR is already dealing with so much stuff. Like I agree. I think having that designated person who is in charge of handling situations like that and doing these trainings would be so beneficial for anyone, because again, everyone comes from these different backgrounds, and it's like they're not always going to be understood, because you can't just like cookie cut people and put them in boxes. It's not always going to be the same, right? Yeah.
And even within, an individual community, like there are new pronouns that are coming out. There are new expectations that are expected of the community all the time that are we're learning. Again, we're all learning. And so like as it's there's no textbook that's been written right now that's like up to date. You know what I'm saying? And there might not be. So you really need someone who is like has their ear to the ground, and then also just is a compassionate learner that can just kind of bridge it. And that's the thing, like I don't necessarily know like if there's a specific training protocol or something for whoever your like inclusion diversity manager is, or if it's just someone who's just insanely empathic and someone who's just really good at listening and really good at problem solving and like has a really good heart, and like maybe that's it. Like that's just what we need,
I think that investment in that is totally worth it. And I think maybe like the whole idea of the word mandatory, like what do you think about, like I feel like that could be like such a turnoff for someone, but
unfortunately people, especially Americans, we don't do things unless they're mandatory. Do you know what I'm saying? Like remember when the governor of Hawaii was like, pretty please don't come here, don't come to our beautiful paradise because we got too many people here. But it's just a suggestion. Guess who doesn't listen? Us. You know what I'm saying? If you say it's mandatory, fine, I won't go. But if you're saying it's just a general suggestion for you not to come to this beautiful paradise, I'm booking my flight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so I understand what the need for mandatory is, and maybe it is a strong word, but I think we need strong words, especially coming around things like this that are so sensitive and are such hot button topics in social media, in politics, in the world today. Like mandatory is an okay word. I think we need it.
I agree. And I think like in terms of something that does affect health and like mental health in general, mandatory isn't a strong word. I mean, look at like mandatory mask mandates that we have in LA right now,
Mandatory.
It's the only way people would do it.
Lives. Period.
Yeah.
End of story. You know, this is going to save
Yeah.
lives. This is going to make people feel included. They're going to make people not want to, you know, have issues with their mental health and like feel like they can't come to work and be in a safe environment. Like we need to feel safe all the time. So mandatory, I love it.
Great, great.
Yeah.
Especially if you're spending like 8 hours a day somewhere, 8
Yeah.
hours plus. Yeah,
Yes.
you want to feel good
You really
for
do.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to feel like you can be yourself. You know what? I want my hair to be
Do
this
it.
purple and this tall every time I show up to work, you know?
God, I love it. Yeah. So then kind of like within that vein, what do you think a proper way would be for like a brand or a company to publicize like their support of a marginalized community? I think that so many times brands will just be like, okay, we'll include more diverse content creators. And that will be our image that we're now more diverse because we have more diverse content creators and like we've checked our boxes.
My feeling is actions speak louder than words. If you truly are a diverse company with a very eclectic group of people that are doing your work in high positions throughout your company, then you don't need to shout it from the rafters. Like it is just inherently within you. I do understand companies that have bad reputations wanting to change it and wanting to change it very quickly and wanting to change it overnight. Like I understand that, but that may be an unrealistic expectation. Maybe you need to actually change from the inside out, and then in months or maybe even years later, your reputation will then be repaired because you truly are a diverse company who has representation throughout all the tiers. And that's the thing that I think we need to understand is that like you can't just hire a bunch of groundlings that look like the Benetton calendar and say like we're diverse. Like no, you need to hire at all levels, all the way to top upper echelon management. And that is truly what a diverse company is. And I know that that's not going to happen overnight. So if you're releasing a press release that says like this happened overnight, like that's not true change. Listen, it's moving the right direction for sure. But in terms of publicizing, I think the best way, simple answer, I just spoke for 5 minutes, but the simple answer is actions speak louder than press releases.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like, I think at the end of the day, and like what this is all about is the fact is like by doing something like that, you're gonna see better results.
Yes.
You know, like what's the holdback?
100%. And that's the thing. It's like we're not, and this is another complete, you know, I'm very strong about this. I feel like yes, you should hire diverse employees, but they all need to be very qualified for the job. Everyone there cannot be any sort of sacrificing of quality of work, you know, just to be more inclusive. And there's no reason to be, because there are people at all levels that are qualified and smart and all sorts of diverse packages, you know, so there is no reason to sacrifice quality. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't just like hire a bunch of people and just be like, oh, great, you're the president of the company, but just so we can look diverse. Like, no, that can't work either. So, you know, there is definitely, it'll take for some companies, it will take time, and that's okay. And that's okay also to say like, we're working on this. We've heard you, we're doing our best. And we are moving towards, this is our goal. This is our 5-year plan. This is our 10-year plan. If you want to share us what your 5 and 10-year plan is for down the line and talk about that publicly, then that's great. We would love that. But like, in terms of like a magic, like, oh, cool, we fixed it. Yeah, I don't know.
And yes, and I think that like, for example, like looking back at like the past year and like how much has gone on and how much like cultural change there has been, like I think that maybe like push the pedal to the metal.
Yes.
So have you seen like things come out of that? Like, would you say that you've seen like these changes, maybe things? Yeah.
Yes, I would. I've seen it in, you know, I'm an actor, so I've seen it in film and TV. You know, I shot a movie in June, and it was an entire queer leading cast with queer directors and queer writers. Like, I was like, what is this magical
How often does that happen?
No, and it was like so cool to be a part of it. I shot it during Pride in June. So like things like that were amazing. Like seeing Marvel introducing gay characters has been amazing for me. You know, specifically because I identified as LGBT, those are the kind of inclusion things that really resonate for me. So I have seen people making big changes and big tries in the entertainment world. You know, I've seen it at award shows. I've seen many things that make me happy and feel like I'm more of a part of than I ever have been in the past, which is really great. And, you know, I think so I have seen people making huge efforts very quickly. And I think, you know, entertainment has always kind of been an industry where we're kind of at the forefront of political change, diversity, inclusion, challenging messages, challenging the status quo and the norm. So I'm not surprised that it was one of the first to be like, boom, we're inclusive. You know, like HBO
Right.
Max, like amazing job. You know, like they have such inclusive, amazing content. So like it's just wonderful. So yeah, I have definitely seen a big shift in my field for sure.
Honestly, that's so cool to hear, especially because I feel like the entertainment agents industry itself is like such a tastemaker too, for like cultural opinion too. So I think this is so awesome to hear this, that like you're seeing these changes on your end, which like eventually will kind of like trickle down to the rest and
Yeah,
change
there's a gay kiss
opinions.
in a Marvel movie. Hello. We
Like
just had a
I
gay
don't
kiss in
like
Eternals. That's amazing. An interracial
wait.
gay kiss in a Marvel movie.
Oh
In
my God,
Eternals.
I have not
Yeah.
seen it. I have not seen it yet, but
In
that's
a blockbuster
incredible.
movie. These are
See,
great
I feel like that has
things.
never ever happened. I don't even
Oh,
like
no. It's a
even
first.
thinking about that, like seeing some sort of representation.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. It was
Okay.
really cool.
That's
It was really
incredible.
awesome. Yeah.
Because
And
like
and really, I'm sure really challenging for a lot of people to watch, which is also why it needs to be there. You know?
you're right. Yeah, I think there's something in the challenge, right?
Oh
Pushing the
yeah.
envelope a bit.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's why companies can't be afraid, you know, to do that. And that this applies to all brands, not just entertainment. Like you can't be afraid to promote someone who deserves it, who doesn't look like everyone else, because everyone else will be upset. You can't. You can't.
Yeah.
Like you have to promote based on merit, and then you have to promote based on inclusion. And then if people have issues with it, that's too bad. You know?
At the end of the day, everyone's going to have issues. All you have to do is go into Twitter for like 2 seconds, right? And
Don't.
it's like,
And the
that's
thing
how
is,
you want to
like,
feel bad.
that's where I feel, you know, a tremendous amount of sympathy for certain companies, because you know that they're getting such backlash for trying to do the right thing and be inclusive. And that's where I'm always like, I try to be very forgiving and like understand, like, if as long as you are trying to do the right thing, then I am gonna support you as much as I can, because you need your allies. These companies require allies as much as they can in their as they are trying to shift their, you know, genetic profile, as you would say. So, you know, we have to support them and be less critical of people that are not doing it fast enough, you know, or we feel are not doing it, you know, correctly. If they're truly trying, we should be as supportive as we can be.
And that kind of leads me to the next question. So come June, we see pride washing out the wazoo.
Yes.
Which like a lot of times I feel like, okay, like there's some heart here, and like I like to see it. It makes me feel supported, kind of. But how do you feel? Like, what do you think that brands should continue to like change their logo to a like rainbow
Yes.
for June? Does it make you feel supported?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the danger, I think, that we're skirting like a very, very dangerous territory where people are like, you're only changing this rainbow, to be inclusive of the gay community. Like, like, listen to that sentence. You're only changing your logo to be inclusive of the gay community. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, because the other option is for them to not. So you're mad at Citibank for the rainbow, right? You're for whatever reason. They're not, but then their other option is to not do it. And so in June, instead of seeing the rainbow, it is not a rainbow, and it's just the Citibank logo. And that to me is sad. That is not inclusive of the gay community. And you know what? It's not for me. And that's what I think everyone needs to understand. There's a lot of people in like New York and LA that are up in arms about pride washing, but it's not for you. It is for the little kids in Oklahoma and in Iowa and in these small towns where they're walking by the Gap and it is rainbow and they're like, wait a second, what? Like, that's a gay thing, right? Like, that's a gay thing. And it's for the dads and it's for the moms who are like, you know what? I am just going to be, you know what? Maybe it isn't so bad. If the Gap is doing it, if Citibank is doing it, if Bank of America is doing it, if Listerine is doing it, then maybe it's not evil. Then maybe I'm on board with this LGBTQ thing. Like maybe it's kind of fun. Like rainbows are cool. So that's my feeling about it. I don't think that brands should take it away. You know, I think that brands should try to be inclusive for Pride all the time. I want everyone to have a rainbow. Again, like it would be wonderful if they backed it up with their actions. You know, if their hiring policies reflect LGBTQ inclusion, if there was a proportion of the proceeds donated for every product that they sold during Pride to an LGBTQ charity and organization. These would all be wonderful things. But at the risk of saying that we won't get that visual inclusion, like I would rather see the rainbows. I would rather see the rainbows than be like, you don't get to put the rainbow on it because you didn't XYZ. Like I want to see the rainbows.
I think that's actually really good point. Like the fact, like mentioning that again, it's not for the people in the cities per se. It's for the, yeah.
And as long as they do it across the board, which I know they're doing, you know what I'm saying? Like if Citibank was like, I'm only putting a rainbow on in New York and LA, then what are you doing? You're crazy. But if you do it in every single Citibank around the nation, and as you know, there is, I don't know why I'm calling out Citibank. I just remember the rainbow.
Love Citibank.
Yeah, seriously. I'm just calling it out because I like that they did it. I liked that they did it. And if you're going to do it in everyone around the entire nation, especially in places where they are deeply homophobic and they still have to look at that rainbow every time they walk into the bank, then yes, then that's a victory. That is a W for me.
Mm-hmm. Major W. I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Good. I changed your mind.
You changed my mind.
I did. I changed your mind because I could tell when you asked the question that you were not expecting that answer.
Well, this is the thing. I was not expecting that answer. And I was like, personally, I was like, okay, I see all of these companies changing their logos just for June. Maybe they're putting out like a Pride item. Like I'm thinking of like when Target did that rainbow suit that they had. And I was like, I was like, you're just trying to capitalize on my identity. Yeah. And that's where I was like a little bit.
And you're not wrong. But the message that it's sending to the world is we support this. The message that it's sending to that little kid is like, oh, that's okay because it's in the center of my target. You know? That's how I feel.
No, and I see that now. I see that now.
You're not
wrong.
I think
that's
They're
such
definitely
a
trying to capitalize on your sexual identity. There's no, I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying that I'm totally okay with it because of the message that it sends, which is that, yes, we're trying to capitalize on your sexual identity, but we're doing it because we think it's okay. Because we think it is a valid form of living your life. And I think that that is unfortunately a message that needs to be heard now in this world because homophobia is still so rampant. So I don't think that we can slap away the hand that's been feeding us. Like I feel really like any help that we can get, any ally, anyone who steps forward to say be an ally, like we need to say thank you for being an ally. Rather than saying like, you're not doing it well enough and you are stripped of your rights to support us.
True. And it's bold, I guess, at the end of the day. Yeah. It's bold for them to do that.
Also, everyone, it's a company. You know what I'm saying? If they're not trying to sell, then what are they trying to do? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. At the end of the day.
Try to sell. You know?
That's
they're
the
selling
point.
Things,
That's the point.
Yeah.
Right. Not to spend like too much more time on that, but like again, it's like bold. I remember like the Mets changed their logo, and I don't know if that was the first time this past year, but like again, I was looking on Twitter because like I was like, I love this team, but then you see all of the comments and you realize they are sticking their necks out there,
Yeah,
you know, by
of
doing
course
that.
they are. I
But
think
you
I went
feel
to the
seen.
Pride game. Oh, it was the Nets. I went to the Net. Is that a basketball
The
team?
Mets,
Yeah.
New
Which
York
one is the
Mets. They're like
basketball
the
one?
underdog team. That's the Nets.
Okay, I went to that
But
game.
I'm also like so out with sports. So like you're asking the wrong person. Like I'm from New York, so like I know some of the teams, but that's it.
But yes, you're right. They are sticking there because there is a lot of hate that they're getting. And so if you're going to be getting that kind of amount of hate, then you are, then you're doing something right. If you're getting hate from homophobic people, then you're doing something right for the LGBTQ community. But it would be nice if we didn't also give them hate. So like their
Right.
decision wasn't just hate from everyone. That's what I'm saying. Like then they'll stop doing it. And we don't want that. We don't want that. But like, yes, please, let's get them to donate to LGBTQ charities. Oh my God, great, wonderful. Let's get them to hire more LGBTQ people. And like, that's part of their story too. Please, yes, that is the ultimate goal. But in the meantime, like I'll take the visual inclusion.
I get that. And we did get a question kind of around like the hiring bit.
Yes.
So the question is in regards to diverse hiring, any thoughts on like hiring bias? Because sometimes, people might have their own internal bias and like, I don't know, skip a candidate because of that.
I guess I would ask specifically what you're talking about in terms of what a hiring bias would be.
Oh, sorry.
No, please ask. Answer, because that's my question.
So what I'm thinking that they're meaning is, say someone is a little bit homophobic and the person that they're interviewing completely like fits the job position, they have the experience.
I understand.
But the only reason why they're not getting that is because maybe
of a hiring bias.
They express themselves a little too much,
Right. That's a very difficult question. I guess that it would have to be, this comes kind of with the diversity and inclusion kind of training, would probably be part of this, where you would have to actually like say to these people, look at their hiring records and have the diversity inclusion employee tell them, listen, like you've only hired white men for the past 7 years. Like, do you understand that you have a hiring bias? Like, this might be a conversation that this person has never heard in their life. It might be something they're very aware of. It might be something they're not aware of. If they are and then if after that conversation, they're making changes to their hiring bias, then you keep them. If they aren't, you boot them. Like, that would be my best goal. Like, but give them the opportunity. That's why this diversity and inclusion person who needs a title, I desperately wish that I had a title right now for them, for Sasha Fierce. This is time for Sasha Fierce, your diversity and inclusion guru, to come in and say, I've been looking at your stuff, the kind of the same way they do with judges. Like they would be like, this person has a judging bias, and like everyone knows about this judging bias. Like, this is your hiring bias. Everyone knows about your hiring bias. So unless it changes, like, you're going to be the one that's on the chopping block, kind of thing.
Yep. And then just kind of like shifting gears a little bit. What do you think about brands who have an initiative that aims to only target like LGBTQ plus or other minorities? So they're like, okay, we have this like high-end razor and we think that gay men are going to love this. So we're only going to target gay men. Do you think that's taken advantage of the community, or what's kind of your thought on something like that?
I mean, for that particular example, no. If you're marketing a product for a man, like, if there's a particular, I mean, in my mind, I've gone to like very specific products that only gay men would use. Like, so for things that would be like, for gay things. Do you know what I'm saying? But so in that particular example, no. If it is truly a product that should be consumed by everyone and you are trying to hit multiple demographics with your advertising campaign, that's what people have been doing for years. That's what marketing and advertising is deciding, like we have this Gillette razor. It is a razor that can be used by gay men and straight men, but we would like to include gay men in our campaign. That's how I would look at it, because like for say like a company like Gillette, like it's very straight. It's very like, I'm a straight man who likes to shave to get ready for my girlfriend. But if all of a sudden it was like, I am a hot man who likes to shave, and then I'm standing next to my boyfriend and he's also shaving, again, to me, that's a message of inclusion, of saying like, listen, we have been a brand that only marketed to straight people for a bazillion years, but now we're also marketing to gay people. That's inclusion to me. So, and I don't find any particular fault in like the general idea of marketing to gay people, as long as it is sending that message of inclusion for the community that, again, people that are in those red states desperately need to see on their televisions when there is a commercial for Survivor. Like when, if there were two men shaving next to each other, holding hands on a Survivor commercial break, I will buy that razor just to support them. You know what I'm saying? Just be like, good job. So that's in my mind. And I know I'm like, I don't know why I feel like I'm progressive in this view, but I feel like any sort of representation for the gay community in big commercials and in big platforms and in marketing campaigns is a good thing. Even if, it's really just trying to sell a product, because we know they're trying to sell a product because it's a product.
Right. Just give us
they're
some
not trying to lose
representation.
money. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and maybe some companies will. And that's the other thing. Like, we have to support these companies, because by targeting and marketing to gay people, if it is an inclusive marketing campaign, they might be losing customers. We're like, you know what? I'm never going to use that razor again because they just marketed to gay people. So it is, I think the LGBTQ community should be more supportive of people who are trying to do it. Now, I mean, if they're just buying Facebook ads on only gay people's pages, that's a different story. But if there's an inclusive message in their branding and marketing campaign that shows and depicts gay relationships, fuck yeah, let's do it. Buy me that razor.
Yeah, gotta stand up, support them, even if it's baby steps,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So then kind of like
other option is that they don't.
True. And then what do you have? Nothing. Yeah.
You have the same straight commercial that I've been seeing for my entire life.
Over and over. Hi, Chris. Back again. That was very quick.
I know. See, these things are the blink of an eye.
I talk a lot. It's my fault.
No. It was so good.
Yeah, honestly, it's such a great argument, and I love your perspective on it, Frankie. I think there are parts of it that seem like trite and seem like a little bit pathetic, but like you again have to put it through the lens of the fact that these companies are soliciting you. They're trying to sell you something, and
they're always trying to sell you something.
Yeah, and like you said, Chris, and the messages you see on social and stuff like that, the blowback is disgusting. It's like really, really crazy. And so, brands still have a lot to learn. They're going to figure it out in time. But here's to the brave ones that at least are willing to stick their neck out. So, thankful for that.
I agree. And I support them. And I think, again, everyone is learning. This is not me saying anyone is doing anything correctly. Just so you know, it is. I'm not saying anyone's doing it right. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the people that are trying should be supported by the communities that they're trying to represent, because the alternative is that they're just going to get hammered by the people that wish that they would stop, and then they're going to say, you know what, we're not getting support from anyone. We tried this thing to be inclusive, and now it's not working out because everyone hates us. And so it's like, I don't know. For me, that's a lose, and I would rather them continue to do their support for in whatever way they can, while they are learning how to do it correctly.
Yeah, and we got to reverse the majority, so that the minority are going to be the people that are hateful, and then they're not even going to feel welcome anymore. They're not going to say anything anymore because no one's going to even want to hear their shit anymore.
Right. And we need it. I mean, the world is so fractured, as you know. So the more big companies we have standing up for inclusion is a win for me. We need it. We really do. It's a very dangerous time out there. For anyone, I'm just going to say, anybody who's watching this, like try to lead with love. Try to spend less of your time hating and trying to tear people down and cancel people. Like, if someone needs to learn a lesson, then try to teach them that lesson with love, because that's the only way that we're going to achieve and see results in our current climate.
Well said. Thank you so much, Frankie.
Perfect send off. Yeah,
it is. Well, I'll give one last one last thing, since you were so kind to join us today, is there anything that you'd like to promote today? Anything you'd like to tell our brand marketers about in passing or in closing?
Well, if there are any SpongeBob fans out there, I have my SpongeBob Binge Pants podcast with Nickelodeon and iHeartRadio. Nickelodeon is definitely a company, and so is iHeartRadio, that I do think is doing it right. So do come on over and listen anywhere where you stream your podcast. New episodes every Wednesday and Thursday, every Thursday. And you can follow me on all my socials, Frankie J. Grande.
Love it. Well, my friend Jenny Wall is the CMO of Nickelodeon. We were just talking about all this last week, so I'm going to have to pass this along.
Oh,
She'll
please
be
tell
very,
her.
very happy.
They're amazing. They went dark for 8 minutes and 48 seconds with George Floyd. I mean, like they have been just like so unbelievable, Nickelodeon. So
Progressive,
I'm
yeah.
on a show Danger Force. We have I am a fully very gay character. There is a trans actor on our show. They talk about trans issues on the show. It's been amazing. So anyway, good job, Nickelodeon. Love y'all.
Love it. All right. Thanks again, Frankie. We'll see you next time. Bye. All right, team. We made it to the end of the day. It was an amazing day, amazing speakers. We had some of the best brands in the world. We had amazing influencers. We closed it out with Frankie Grande. What a diverse, amazing session we had today. Sadly, this is the last Influential Brand Innovators livecast for the year, but fear not. We will be returning January 27th with our Metaverse Summit. We'll be hearing from the leading voices in this fast emerging space. Also, be sure to check out Brand Innovators' website to learn about more of their upcoming events. Thank you all so much and have a great day.